So picture this, a world that's basically the Monday of all universes. Our hero, a girl who's clearly not having a great day, is stuck in this super gloomy underground timeout corner with a bunch of other kids all worried about getting grounded. Permanently. The hall monitors here were total grumps with all the personality of a wet napkin. Anyway, one fateful day, this one guard shuffles up to the cell looking like he just lost a staring contest with a rock. He flashes this super creepy grin, you know the type, and jangles the keys. "Guess what, party people?" he sneers. His Royal Highness Mr. Marquis has graced us with his presence. All the girls just look at each other like, "Oh, great asterisk that asterisk guy." Nobody knew if this was good news or we're all getting extra chores news. In walks Marquis looking all fancy but with a pout on his face like his favorite show just got cancelled. Out there, it's a dog-eat-dog world, or in this case, a fancy dude judges everyone world. Yeah, the big fish ate the little fish, no questions asked. The guard, seeing Mr. Grumpy Pants, immediately goes into damage control mode. "Don't worry, sir. They're just a bit dusty pre-wash models, you see." He's all like, "We'll get 'em all shiny and new for the big show." 'Cause apparently there's an auction later. The girls are shaking in their boots as the guard just yanks one of them forward, totally rude. This poor girl is crying her eyes out, and Marquis just not feeling it. He's scanning the room like he's shopping for a new lamp, and suddenly he holds up a hand. "Hold it." His eyes lock onto another girl, the one with the cool dark hair. He points all dramatic-like and goes, "Her. I want that one." So she gets unceremoniously plopped down at his feet. He looks down at her with this smug, chilly smile. You could practically see the gears turning in his head. "Don't you worry," he coos. "You're definitely coming home with me." He said it like he was winning the world's creepiest prize, totally feeding off the awkward vibes in the room. Then he leans in real close and whispers like a classic cartoon villain, "You know what? I just love crushing the hopes of tough little cookies like you. It's my favorite hobby." The girl just stares back totally unfazed like he's reading a grocery list. Then with a little asterisk click asterisk, she pops off her handcuffs like they're bracelets from a cereal box. "You know," she says, super chill, "you're not wrong." Suddenly the guard behind them just faceplants. Asterisk thud, asterisk out cold like he got hit by a ghost. Marquis whips around his jaw on the floor, totally confused. He turns back to ask, "What the ga?" but never gets to finish. Asterisk, pock asterisk. She'd already given him a little present in the neck from a syringe. Down goes Marquis, flopping around like a fish on a dock. He's having a asterisk, really asterisk bad reaction to whatever that was. She just strolls over to a water bucket, wets a rag, and comes back. She gives his face a gentle wipe, smiles, and whispers, "I'm here to cancel your subscription to life." And with that, she yeets the keys back into the cell. "See, you wouldn't want to be ya," she probably thought. Then she throws on a cloak for that classic mysterious hero look. Our girl dips out of that dungeon and into the rain. A little while later, the guard wakes up to a welcoming committee of very angry girls holding, well, let's just say they weren't holding flowers. A very high-pitched shriek followed our hero into the night. It was raining cats and dogs as she ducked into this little shop. The guy at the counter slides over her payment for a job well done. "Nice work," he says. "Officially," he winks. "Old man Marquis' ticker just gave out. No mess, no fuss, just like the paperwork ordered." He's looking at her like she's some kind of magician who just pulled a rabbit out of a hat. A very, very permanent rabbit. "For you, that was probably just a Tuesday, huh?" He calls her the goddess of death, which is an asterisk tad asterisk dramatic, and slides a new file across the counter. Another day, another troublemaker to deal with in this crazy town. It was a place where the big shots stayed big by stepping on the little guys. As she's heading out, she hears two dudes whispering. One of them points at her shadow and goes, "Dude, is that asterisk her asterisk, the legend?" His buddy's like, "Nah, she's just a kid." The shopkeeper leans in. "Don't let the pigtails fool you, boys. That kid is a straight-up monster. We're talking more than a dozen oopsie-daisies on her record." The bartender polishing a glass adds his 2 cents. "They say she's ice cold. Gets the job done and doesn't even feel bad about it. Not even a little. Doesn't matter who's on the list, guys, gals, grandmas, you name it. Her heart's like a freezer. Just checks a name off, moves to the next one, easy peasy." Totally oblivious to the chaos she leaves behind. Just then, a big clap of thunder booms, and she hears this weird little noise. Her spidey senses start tingling. She's got a tail. And the big scary shadow is a tiny sopping wet kitten shivering on a ledge and looking absolutely pathetic. The so-called monster immediately melts, scoops up the little fluff ball, and tucks it into her cloak. Insta-hero mode activated. The kitten, now warm and dry for the first time all day, looks up at her with those big adorable "you're my favorite person ever" eyes. But of course, just as she's having a moment, the roof she's sitting on decides it's had enough. Asterisk crack, asterisk. And down they go, her and the kitten tumbling into the great unknown like a scene from a cartoon. Next thing she knows, she wakes up in this super bright all-white room, kind of like an Apple store. There are these glowy folks who look suspiciously like angels, and some big-shot dudes sitting on a throne looking very judgy. The angels are all whispering, "Oh my gosh, look at her file. She's taken out like hundreds of people." They label her worst person of the century, slap a big denied stamp on her heaven application, and suggest the express elevator going down. Just as the head angel is about to hit the big red hell button, the kitten, who apparently also bit the dust pipes up in the squeakiest, most earnest voice ever, it shouts, "Wait just a meowment," explaining how this girl had totally saved its life. The kitten argued that even though she had a scary bad reputation, she was actually a good person deep down, and begged the angels to cut her some slack. The girl, hearing this little furball's speech, flashed back to the moment she'd saved it. But she immediately shut that down like, "Nope, I'm a monster through and through," insisting she was a terrible person with a seriously bad attitude. The kitten, totally not giving up, kept pushing, asking if she really truly wanted a one-way ticket to the hot place. The girl, not even looking at the kitten, just shrugged with this super chill indifference, saying she couldn't care less what happened to her. She'd been trying to check out for ages, but death kept ghosting her, leaving her stuck in this never-ending loop of kicking butt. The big guy on the throne just laughed, totally amused, wondering how someone so jaded could have done something nice even just that one time. He turned to the angels and was like, "Hey, let's give her a new assignment, something that'll really put her to the test." In his mind, she was the perfect candidate for it. As he's talking, this sparkly magical light show starts up around the girl, and a huge voice booms through the place declaring that she needed to get a crash course on the power of love. Everything around her just faded to black, and for a second she felt absolutely nothing. But then she started hearing faint voices in the distance pulling her back from the void. She woke up in some place she'd never seen before, feeling all warm and comfy, which was super weird. As she cracked her eyes open, she saw this guy with a huge happy grin on his face, calling her a sweet little angel and holding her in his arms. He started wondering out loud if it was time for a snack, and his touch was so gentle, full of a kindness she had literally never experienced. The girl went stiff, her brain totally short-circuiting with confusion. Where was she? What in the world just happened? Next thing she knew, she was plopped in a crib, and two little boys were playing around her, calling her princess and offering her toys and bottles. They kept asking what she wanted, but she just sat there staring at them with a completely blank expression, totally unable to process this bizarre new world. As time went on, she started piecing things together, figuring out her name was now Patricia Bonuka, just a regular baby who was barely 1 year old. The world she came from had been an absolute nightmare, a place where she'd racked up a crazy high score of ended lives. But even dying didn't give her a break. Instead, she got rebooted into what felt like an even weirder and more confusing reality. One of the guys handed her a bottle of milk, telling her to drink up while it was still warm. The other one was convinced she wasn't hungry and just wanted to play shaking a rattle in her face. Patricia just sat there frozen as a highlight reel of her past life played in her head. She realized that whole crazy experience wasn't just some weird dream. Oh no, it was 100% real. Now she was stuck in this new life, forced to deal with the fallout of her old one and the terrifying possibility that this ride was far from over. Her name used to be Toth, and everyone knew her as the goddess of death. She was the most legendary and feared assassin in the game, a total boogeyman. But now, as Patricia Bonuka, she was stuck in a new life, completely baffled by how her last one just poof ended. And right when she was trying to wrap her head around all this weirdness, a pair of warm, strong hands scooped her right out of the crib. The guy holding her was Leonard Vawani, her new older brother. He held her close, getting the vibe that something was off. "What's wrong, little one?" he asked all softly, his voice full of worry. Patricia obviously said zip, but her silence didn't stop him. He kissed her cheek and smiled, telling her she was so smart and beautiful, just like always. Even with the totally I don't care look on her face, Leonhard promised her she was still as sweet as ever. A second later, another guy walked up, Gilbert, her other older brother. He gently took her from Leonhard's arms, holding her like she was made of glass. "It's so obvious she just wants to cuddle," Gilbert said, kissing the top of her head. Then he asked if she wanted to play, his voice all light and cheerful. Despite his sweet words, Patricia kept her stone-cold poker face, her mind still busy replaying her greatest hits from her past life. The two brothers just kept fawning over her, totally clueless about the epic internal crisis she was having. As the boys playfully argued over who was going to take her to see their dad, Patricia started to connect the dots of her new situation. Leonhard and Gilbert were her brothers, and they were super pumped to hang out with their little sister after being away for a whole year. This was a complete 180 from her old life, where she was an orphan with zero family. All the warmth and affection they were showing her felt so alien it was almost creepy. Then a memory from that weird heavenly place popped into her head, a voice telling her she had to learn about love. As she chewed on that thought, Patricia figured that maybe this new life was supposed to be some kind of lesson, teaching her something she'd never known. But before she could get too deep, her super sharp instincts, that she'd perfected over a lifetime, as Toth started screaming that there was a new threat. None of them saw the shadowy figure sneaking onto the veranda, a guy who was armed and definitely not there to say hi. He moved like a ghost, carefully prying open the veranda door and slipping into the room. Patricia, snapping out of her thoughts, suddenly remembered the sharp hairpin she'd seen in Gilbert's uniform. Moving like a flash, she snatched it, spun around, and saw the intruder just about to make his move. Without even thinking, she yeeted the hairpin with pinpoint accuracy. The little makeshift weapon nailed the guy right in the eye before he could even touch her brothers. The wannabe assassin stumbled back, clutching his face in pure agony, trying to choke back a scream so he wouldn't blow his cover. Yikes, talk about a bad day. Red stuff was gushing from his wound as he did a little oopsie-daisy right toward the edge of the veranda. Patricia just stared totally speechless as the guy took a nosedive into the great unknown. The asterisk thump asterisk of the dude hitting the ground totally broke the vibe in the room, getting her brother's attention. Gilbert was the first one to be like, wait a minute. Since when is this window open? He was totally puzzled. It's supposed to stay shut so Patty Cake doesn't get the sniffles, he grumbled, snapping it closed. But as he did, his eyes landed on his uniform and... gasp. His brooch was gone. Dude, where's my brooch? His brother shot him a look that could curdle milk, practically screaming. You didn't leave that pointy thing near Patricia, did you? Gilbert shot back. Whoa, back up, I'm not a total idiot. And he would never do something that dumb. Still, he had to admit the whole thing was super weird since he'd literally just pinned it on that morning. Meanwhile, Leonhardt cuddling his sister gently tucked her back into bed, wondering if maybe she'd armed herself for a little self-defense. The other bro nodded. Yeah, maybe we should look for it together. A pointy baby could be risky business. As Patricia chilled out in her crib, she watched them scurry away, hiding a tiny smirk as they left. The boys, turning back for one last peek, just smiled at their sweet baby sister and said their goodbyes. Gilbert on his way out was all, okay, be a good girl and get some rest. The second that door clicked shut, Patricia was practically buzzing with happiness. Finally, they're gone, sweet, sweet solitude. The instant she closed her eyes, asterisk, bam, asterisk, she was zapped to that same freaky place above the clouds. And who was waiting for her? The guy who dropped her into this whole baby reincarnation mess. His vibe was just as mysterious and annoying as before, and Patricia could totally feel the we need to talk energy. This dude just floating there gazed down at the baby and greeted Patricia with a snarky little smile, calling her the goddess of death in a tone that was just dripping with sass. It only took Patricia a hot second to connect the dots, and as that "oh, it's you" look flashed in her eyes, the guy's grin got even wider. Ha, looks like the old memory is back online. Awesome, let's just skip the boring small talk. No reason to drag this out with all the fluff. Then he just drops this bomb on her. You're destined to save the kingdom you were reborn into, cause FYI, it's about to go right down the toilet. Those, asterisk formidable killing skills asterisk of yours, he said with a wink, are gonna be the key to saving not just this realm, but everybody in it. Patricia, hearing this, was like, asterisk record scratch asterisk. How in the world was she supposed to pull that off when she was a literal infant who couldn't even talk? The "are you kidding me" was written all over her face, and Mr. Celestial totally noticed her confusion. So with a little flick of his wrist, he used his magic to just yoink her up into the air. He floated her over to a giant teddy bear and plopped her on it as if to say, see, you're basically a fluffy potato. Then he explained, this kingdom is fated to totally collapse just like it did in your last life. You're living 200 years before your original time, back when this place was still kicking, but just barely. The guy kept going, explaining that in her original life, the kingdom was ancient history, just a pile of ruins that nobody even remembered. Patricia, who couldn't talk, let out a little baby mumble that was probably not very polite. But the man with his know-it-all powers understood her question perfectly. So what's the catch? He confirmed all her fears, laying it out plain and simple. The members of the royal family are all gonna get wiped out one by assassins. Their biggest problem, they're way too naive and not careful at all. Eventually a war's gonna break out and the whole kingdom will be totally erased from history. That, he declared, is their destiny set in stone. A destiny that needs a little editing. He went on to say that even though he was an angel, he couldn't interfere directly, so he needed her to fix it. Patricia felt a flash of anger, basically thinking, even as the so-called goddess of death, I can't just change fate. The man, still grinning, shot back, oh, but that's where you're wrong, it's asterisk. Because asterisk, you're the goddess of death, that you have the power to shake things up so much. He insisted she needed to power up not just her body, but her whole understanding of the world and the rules of the game. Then the man revealed the real kicker. His whole new life was basically her punishment for all the people she took out in her past life. He reminded her she wasn't some god and that this was her chance to make up for all that bad karma. Patricia, who was not at all thrilled by this news, argued that she was still just a human, not some all-powerful being. After a second, the man actually agreed. You know, that really is the whole problem, isn't it? He seemed happy she got it. It's super important you get this, which is why I've got a plan. I mean, despite being a stone-cold killer, you did save a freezing lonely kitten. That one little act proves your soul isn't a complete lost cause. It can totally heal if you give it a chance. To feel some love, something you never really got. Since you're still a little pipsqueak, you need to act your age, get a handle on that big brain of yours. And here's the best part, use those deadly skills to protect the family you've got now. Do that, and you can stop the whole kingdom from going kaboom. Patricia just sat there taking it all in, and let out this huge sigh. Okay, fine, the guy was a total pain in the neck, but she had to admit, he wasn't totally wrong. After a beat, she was like, so have you gotten any less annoying since we last met? Totally throwing some shade about the good old days. The guy, who was now puffed up like an angry marshmallow, got all huffy. Hey, show some respect, I'm an angel, you know. But Patricia just leaned back, totally unimpressed, and was like, yeah, and I have zero reason to listen to you. The angel, scrambling to sound important again, shot back, look, just because you got, Your old memories back doesn't mean you can just ghost your new life. Come on, are you really gonna let this new family of yours get wiped out just cause you're feeling stubborn? Oof, that one actually hit home. Patricia went quiet for a sec, then admitted, I honestly have no clue what love even is. The angel saw his opening and jumped on it. He softened up a little, explaining, hey, that's okay. Love isn't something you can just learn from a textbook. It's something you've got to figure out for yourself, by connecting with people in this life. But then he saw the dial tone look on her face, and you could just see the hope drain out of him. Still, he knew she was stuck. With a big dramatic sigh, he just waved her off like, whatever, like it or not, you've got a job to do. You, the girl who's never known love, gets to be its #1 bodyguard. How fun is that? Patricia was like, whoa, hold on a sec, ready to argue. But before she could even get a word out, the angel cut her off. He dropped the big one. Finish this mission and you're a free woman. And then bam, before she could even say but, he zapped her right back down to earth. When Patricia's eyes fluttered open, she wasn't in Cloudland anymore. Nope, she was back in her crib in this room she was supposed to call home. And oh great, something was super wrong. A giant shadow was hanging over her, and she realized some dude was just standing there, holding a knife and looking like he was about to get stabby. Her old assassin spidey senses went haywire. Without even thinking, she snatched the pillow next to her and chucked it right at the guy's face. Blinded by fluffy justice. In that split second of confusion, Patricia vanished. She zipped around behind the guy quiet as a mouse, and then Boop hit a very specific go-to-sleep button on his shoulder, which made him crumple like a sack of potatoes. So there she was, a baby sitting on this knocked-out goon's back trying to wrap her head around things. The situation was pretty obvious. Yep, the royals were totally on someone's hit list, which meant she was too. But being stuck in this baby body came with a whole bunch of ridiculous rules. Rule number 1, no offing herself or doing anything that might accidentally lead to that. Rule number 2, she was forbidden from spilling the beans about her past life. And rule number 3, she couldn't tell a single soul what this stupid mission was about. And these weren't just suggestions, they were like soul-crushing chains. Breaking them, not gonna happen. Ugh, she hated these rules so much, feeling like they were literally burned into her. With another massive sigh, Patricia faced the music. So she had to save a kingdom that was about to go down the toilet, play bodyguard for a family with a target on their backs, and do it all before she turned 12. Talk about a deadline. On her 12th birthday, poof, the kingdom was toast. Not that she really cared about the kingdom, but that sweet freedom at the end was the only thing keeping her going. Still, she was so ticked off. The reward felt so lame for all the work she had to put in, and she was seriously bitter about getting another gig with such garbage pay. But a dark little thought started to form in her head. As soon as this job was done, she was going to find a way to retire the angel who stuck her with this mess. While she perched on the snoozing bad guy, her mind drifted back to the old days, remembering the thrill of the hunt. And some not-so-merciful takedowns. She remembered this one dude who seriously thought he could outrun her. Big mistake. He had no idea she could basically spider climb up walls and strike with pinpoint accuracy. She caught up to him in no time, and after a few, love taps, he just sort of folded. Poor guy never knew what hit him. Now as baby Patricia, those memories were really clashing with her current situation. Just then, her mom walked in all smiles and open arms, cooing her name, and Patricia just felt this wave of annoyance. This lady's whole soft, mushy vibe was totally foreign to her. Like, why did this woman expect her to act like a normal gurgling baby? A super awkward smile plastered itself on her face as she tried really hard not to look like she was plotting world domination. That's when Lawrence, her dad, chimed in all worried. Honey, isn't it a little soon for her to be walking? He pointed out. I mean, look, she can barely even stand up by herself yet. You're already trying to get her to run a marathon. But Julia, her mom just laughed it off. Oh, you big worrywart, she teased. You're being such a helicopter parent with her, especially since you were so much tougher on Leon and Gilbert. Lawrence sighed, totally admitting defeat. I know. It's just, Patricia looks so delicate it makes me nervous. She's just so teeny, so fragile, he mumbled, watching, as Patricia used the crib to hold herself up. It's like she's this perfect little present from the heavens, and I just want to wrap her in bubble wrap. And Julia couldn't have agreed more. You could just feel the love oozing out of her for Patricia in every word and action. I mean, sure, they were royalty, but it was crystal clear they were obsessed with their daughter. Patricia, who was listening in, started to put it all together. These people were her parents. The king and queen of the kingdom of Sharon, no less. And the family package also included her 2 older brothers, Leon and Gilbert. Her new mission, should she choose to accept it, keep these 4 people from getting themselves into trouble. This was a total 180 from her last gig, where saving lives wasn't exactly on the job description. Out of nowhere, Lawrence remarked that Patricia seemed to be learning to walk way earlier than her brothers ever did. Julia just smiled, totally touched that he remembered little things like that. And as she got closer to Patricia, she added that their daughter somehow got cuter with every wobbly attempt to stand up, even if it was a total struggle. Ugh. The girl was getting more and more annoyed by the constant stream of cutesy talk and the army of succulents everywhere, to the point where She seriously considered throwing a tiny baby-sized fit at her parents. A moment later, she found herself sitting on the floor, realizing with a jolt that she could now move around like it was nothing. Patricia figured that cosmic jokester she knew as God must have given her body a serious upgrade, packing it with some unexpected power. While it was tough to tell just how much of a change it was, she was positive that she could walk with no problem and probably even outrun her parents. This awesome new power made her feel a little bummed out, though, since she had to keep playing the part of a helpless baby, which meant zero freedom. Just as these thoughts were swirling in her head, her mom swooped in, scooped her up, and wondered out loud if her little girl was already tired. Then she gently planted a kiss on Patricia's forehead, saying sorry and explaining it was time for her afternoon nap, a routine that was definitely not getting skipped. As her mom carried her to the bedroom, Patricia just laid there on the bed, watching her mother hang around by her side, looking totally lost in her own world. Patricia was really struggling to get this whole love thing her parents were all about. It just felt confusing and unreal, especially since they barely ever ate a meal together or had any real moments. Time just kind of blurred together until Patricia, craving some alone time, snuck out onto the veranda. With all her memories of her past life back online, she had a massive uh-oh moment. Her room in this ridiculously huge castle was the easiest one to get into, making her a literal baby the most obvious target for any assassin. The river flowing right below her balcony was super convenient for getting rid of bodies and weapons, a thought that now felt disturbingly normal. Patricia even guessed that God's protection plan had kept her safe until she got her memories back, which explained the seemingly endless parade of wannabe murderers she'd run into over the past year. Whenever Patricia took care of another threat, she would ditch the poison she used and think about what a weird burden it was to be a target in diapers. Her parents' helicopter parenting, which kicked in after a near miss, only made them more worried about her safety. Patricia wondered if showing them her super speed and agility might calm them down, but she held back, worried that revealing her powers might get her kicked out of the house for being a freak. One day her mom came into the room with a plate of sweets, planning to give Patricia an afternoon snack. But when she saw Patricia just calmly sitting on top of a very lifeless body, her mother was so shocked she just stammered, dropping the plate, which shattered all over the floor. Terrified for her daughter, she rushed over, scooped her up, and started yelling at the assailant, demanding how he could possibly harm a child who could barely even walk. Patricia, totally weirded out by the strange feelings rushing through her instinctively, squirmed out of her mom's arms and put some distance between them, unable to really process what was happening. Her mother, Julia, was at the same time shocked and absolutely thrilled to see Patricia walking on her own. She proudly announced her daughter was a genius, amazed at how quickly she had adjusted in the years since being reborn as a princess. Patricia had been known as a gifted kid for a while, and a full year had now gone by since she was reborn into the princess life. And recently she had a very important realization. Julia, her mother, had found something that seriously freaked her out and was insisting that the balcony in Patricia's room had to be removed right away. Julia also suggested that if the balcony couldn't go, the doorknob should be replaced with blades, since a real assassin had actually managed to sneak into Patricia's room. The crazy part, Patricia wasn't shocked at all. These kinds of things had become so normal that she'd be more surprised if a day went by without a murder attempt. After hearing Julia's concerns, Patricia's husband advised her not to take such crazy measures just yet. Instead, he suggested getting a nanny to watch over Patricia every single minute of her life. He proudly mentioned that their kingdom was famous for its strong warriors and that he would personally pick someone from the royal guard for the job. But Julia was totally against the idea, arguing that Patricia despised strangers. The thought of someone being posted outside her room, day and night, was something Patricia would never ever put up with. Leon, Patricia's brother, whispered that Patricia had hated the last nanny the second she met her. His brother agreed, remembering how Patricia had cried her eyes out for 24 hours straight because of it. Patricia, who was only just now figuring this all out, understood that her family, especially when it came to her, were kinda dense. Bless their hearts. And while my memories from before my past life reboot were a bit fuzzy, it was super clear that without him, I would have grown up to be a world-class tiara-wearing brat. My parents did an okay job with my brothers, but me, I'm pretty sure I was a divine oopsie, a special delivery from the cosmos. I was bored out of my skull, so I did what any genius baby would do to stop the boring adult talk. I cranked up the waterworks. It's a classic for a reason, people. And boom, it worked like a charm. Mom swooped in looking super worried, and suddenly the whole fam was huddled around me like I was the last slice of pizza. Gilbert even pointed a finger at Leon like, "What did you do? See, this is my superpower, weaponized tears. It instantly zaps any family drama and puts the focus back on me, as it should be." They were all cooing and tripping over themselves to figure out what my deal was. Leon, my bro, got all philosophical like, "Maybe she sensed the bad vibes, man." Deep. That theory blew their minds, especially Gilbert's. He leaned in and was like, "Whoa, sis, we weren't asterisk arguing. Don't stress your tiny little head." As if. So I flashed him a little teary-eyed smile, and you could practically hear the collective sigh of relief. My brothers and dad just melted on the spot. My smile is basically a cheat code. I had a galaxy brain moment. My tears are a crisis-level event, but my smile is the all-clear signal. It got me thinking about this whole love thing. It's a powerful tool, man. So my new master plan to keep my family safe, I'll just have to be ridiculously cute more often. Flash forward 6 whole years and bam, I'm not a baby anymore. I'm a big kid now. The unaliving attempts were still a thing, but I'd gotten pretty good at housekeeping. Just another Tuesday tidying up another wannabe assassin who clearly didn't get the memo. My nanny Deborah was screaming my name like the world was ending. I quickly, relocated the trash over the balcony and popped back into my room. Problem solved. I saw the sheer panic on my nanny's face and was like, what's the emergency? Yeah, at a whole 7 years old, I was basically a professional at reading grown-up stress. She was all, hurry, your father has summoned you. So off I went with Deborah trotting down to Dad's office, you know, the big boss room. I did a quick spot check on my dress for any, ketchup stains. Nope, all clean, I totally nailed the cleanup. Now what could Dad possibly want? I popped into the study like you rang, and plopped myself down in the chair across from him. Mom was there too, just hanging out and looking official. He gave me this huge grin all, so glad you could make it. Then he dropped the bomb, they'd made a super important decision. They picked out my fiancé. Wait, what? My jaw just about hit the floor. I couldn't even pretend to be cool about it. Dad then says the lucky guy is some dude named Julius, and Mom starts giggling, not helping Mom. She was like, oh honey, you've met him before. You were just a tiny little thing you probably don't remember. Then she adds, oh by the way, Julius is a prince from the kingdom next door. Dad's nodding like this is totally normal, saying that's why we're taking a little road trip to his place. Mom then chimes in that she's staying here with the bros and tells me to be on my best behavior. Are you kidding me? I was seeing red. They're going to another country without their personal pint-sized bodyguard. Seriously, they wouldn't last 5 minutes out there. Then Mom tells me to keep it a secret from my brothers, because their little feelings might get hurt. Oh, the irony is just delicious. As they packed their bags for this disaster in the making, I was just simmering. And then poof, they were gone, leaving me and the bros to fend for ourselves. Unbelievable. So there I was, stomping through town with a major case of resting brat face, totally ignoring my parents' stay-put orders. Gilbert noticed my vibe and asked, you hate this town or something? I slapped on a fake smile. Nope, everything's peachy, I chirped. Meanwhile, my brain was doing quantum physics, trying to figure out how to be a bodyguard in 2 places at once. Spoiler, it's not possible. This awful feeling that my family was walking into a trap was eating me alive. We kept walking, and then this girl just explodes out of an alley yelling, hey little girl, wait up! She was booking it so fast she didn't see a rock and totally face-planted. Ouch. But when she looked up, whoa. It was like looking in a mirror. A mirror from my last life. I had to get a closer look. Her eyes? They had this super creepy dark vibe going on. It was seriously like staring at a carbon copy of the old me, the one who totally bit the dust. I crept closer, and yep, those eyes were just black holes of spooky. It was her, a perfect clone of me from the life where I, kicked the bucket. Before I could even say boo, some guy starts yelling nearby. He wasn't yelling at me, but at some other dude standing right next to me. A total stranger. Whoops, busted. The guy tried to make a run for it, but Gilbert, who was just chilling nearby, went full-on linebacker and tackled him to the ground. Just then, the man who was actually chasing the stranger runs up to them with this huge, relieved smile. Gilbert, still pinning the dude, is like, so what's this guy's deal? And the man explains, oh, he's just a servant who decided to take an unapproved vacation from his master. Then with this super creepy grin, he adds, the little rascal actually bit me when he was supposed to be working, then made a break for it. He thanks Gilbert for the help and is all, don't worry, I'll take it from here. But hold on, Patricia gets a good look at the kid's bruised and bloody body, and her something's not right senses start tingling like crazy. The poor kid's face was just a mask of pain, and Patricia knew she had to do something. So she gets to her feet and just announces, I'm going to buy him. Turning to the creepy dude, she asks, how much you want for the boy? The man just busts out laughing at her nerve, asking her, aren't you a little young to be making offers like that? Without even blinking, Patricia just pops off one of her earrings, tosses it to him, and asks, will this cover it? The guy was so stunned his jaw just about hit the pavement. He's staring at the earring, which, by the way, has a massive, totally real gemstone in it. Patricia, seeing his brain totally short-circuit, starts taking off the second one. But the man practically yells, whoa, stop! The first one is more than enough. Satisfied, Patricia had him sign a contract, and then turned to the boy, telling him to stand up. She crouched down, held out her hand to him, and said, from now on, you're sticking with me. And cue Gilbert, who immediately pulls Patricia aside into a sketchy-looking alley with the servant boy trailing right behind them. Gilbert's brother starts laying into Patricia all like, I told you we shouldn't hire servants with questionable pasts. Patricia, feigning total surprise, shoots back. So it'd be okay if his background asterisk wasn't asterisk questionable. Maybe if I just talk to him, he'll cooperate more. Oh, the flawless logic. But Gilbert, getting more and more worked up, insisted, that is completely out of the question. All while the servant boy looked like he wanted the ground to just swallow him whole. Pointing at the kid, he goes, we don't know anything about him, and you're already a trouble magnet, Patricia. The least we can do is make sure you're safe here. Patricia just glared daggers at him. I mean, seriously, all she ever does is try to protect their family. But her anger fizzled out when she saw the boy sitting on some boxes, looking like he was planning his great escape. She totally called him on it, thinking about making a run for it. The boy stayed quiet, but gave a little nod. So Patricia walked over and said, "Look, I won't stop you, but you should at least eat something first. And let me fix up those wounds on your back so they'll heal better," she offered. After a quiet moment, the boy asked her how much her earrings cost. Patricia, with a little smile, pointed to her other earring and told him, "From now on, your future is in your own hands." But their heart-to-heart was cut short when a bunch of thugs suddenly appeared. One of them, with a nasty smile, sneered that Patricia and her crew didn't look poor and demanded they hand over everything. And get this, the merchant who sold her the boy was watching, thinking Patricia shouldn't even be mad about this. In his twisted mind, it was her own fault for wandering into a dangerous neighborhood without bodyguards. To him, it was just the strong preying on the weak. But while he was busy admiring his own genius, he totally missed the boy take down all the thugs in a single epic move. He heard a bunch of weird noises, and when he turned around to see what was up, he saw his former servant, who went absolutely ballistic the second he spotted him. The kid charged the merchant and decked him, all that anger from being bullied for so long just exploding out. Patricia and her brother just stood there completely gobsmacked. The boy then walked up to Patricia and asked, "Should I get your earring back from him?" Smiling, Patricia told him, "No need. I already got what I paid for." Then things got a little weird. The boy put his hands on her shoulders, leaned in and started sniffing her hair, like really sniffing. He pulled back and was just like, "Smells nice." Then he took her hands and declared, "From this moment on, I will serve you. My service will be equal to the price of your earring." Patricia, still grinning, said, "I have no objections to that," and thought to herself that the kid was surprisingly a lot like her. A brilliant plan started cooking in her mind. She realized that with a little training, this boy could be incredibly useful and make her life a whole lot easier. When they got home, Leon saw the dirty, unfamiliar boy and asked Patricia in a shaky voice, Who is that?" Patricia, casually wiping the boy's face, replied, "Oh, him, I just picked him up on my morning walk." She added with a mischievous smile, "My brother Gil was against me having a servant like him. So you can just think of him as my new pet." Leon looked absolutely stunned, like his brain just blue-screened. A pet? How could a boy be a pet? And why was he in their house? He just knew their parents were going to have a fit about this new addition. But Patricia, ignoring Leon's meltdown, took the boy by the hand and said, "He needs to get cleaned up and fed." As they walked away, Gilbert turned to Leon and said, "You're not going to believe it, but we ran into trouble literally right after we got him." Leon, now more confused than ever, asked, "What kind of trouble are you talking about?" So Gilbert laid it all out. Patricia had to part with a super precious earring, but get this, our boy here single-handedly took care of all those troublemakers. Talk about a good trade. Basically, Gilbert's big idea was that this kid could be super useful. Like if they get him on their side, he could be the ultimate bodyguard for their sister. And just like that, a light bulb went off for Leon. That's why Gilbert let a total stranger get so close to Patricia. Man, Leon was a little slow on the uptake there. Then after a minute, Gilbert got all serious, worried that their dad was cooking up some scheme, like maybe shipping Patricia off to marry some rando in the middle of nowhere. And if that happened, they'd be totally helpless to protect her. But while they were busy worrying, Patricia was already back in her room with her new sidekick, and had whipped off his cloak. And whoa, she's staring at him, totally fascinated because she just spotted his ears and tail. "Are you a half-human?" she asked. And yeah, it turns out, dudes like him, beastmen they call him, were basically prime targets for some really nasty people because they're crazy strong and fast. So the kid just figured she already knew the deal about him. And that's why she called him a pet. But nope, Patricia was like, "Whoa, hold on, I had no idea." She explained she only said that to trick her brother into letting him stay. Smooth. Anyway, changing the subject, she decided priority number one was getting him cleaned up. So off to the bathroom they went. Patricia even drew the bath and started washing his hair for him. And while she's scrubbing away, it hits her she doesn't even know his name. But when she asked, the poor kid said he didn't have one. People just called him "Hey You" or the number one, or yeah, even worse stuff. Patricia was totally floored by that. She's like, "Well, I've got to call you asterisk something asterisk." And the boy super respectfully just said he wouldn't mind a bit if she picked one out for him since she was his new boss. So Patricia's just standing there, stumped for a second, trying to think of the perfect name. Meanwhile, the boy is getting all kinds of awkward. This girl was just weird. He had absolutely no clue what her game was. I mean, here she was washing him up herself, not even caring if her fancy clothes got soaked. She didn't seem fazed by how he looked or anything. He remembered that from the carriage ride he couldn't really see her house. But now, oh man, this place was a full-blown mansion, way bigger than he expected for some rich girl. He even thought he heard a maid call her princess, but he was like, nah, no way, right? So as Patricia's still shampooing, her brain is working overtime on a name. It made her think back to her old life where she never really had a set name either. She just did her job, you know? And eventually people just started calling her Toto, and it kind of stuck. As she was rinsing his hair, she randomly asks, "Hey, do you think a name's meaning is a big deal?" The kid just gave her this look like, huh. He had zero clue what she was talking about. So Patricia just plops a towel on his head and declares, "All right, from now on, you're Toto." And you know what? He actually smiled and was totally cool with it, saying he'd answer to it and even thanked her. So fast forward a few days and Toto's living at the palace. Patricia decides it's time for Operation Educate Toto. They're hanging out in this study room when Patricia totally exasperated, is like, dude, do you even want asterisk to learn anything? You're completely zoned out? Toto just lets out this huge sigh and admits that nah, studying is not his thing. Ouch. That stung Patricia a little. Poor Toto had no idea how long he'd been at the palace. He'd basically been on lockdown in Patricia's room the whole time. She warned him that if her dad found out he was there, the king would have a total meltdown. So leaving her rooms was a big no-no. And yeah, his life wasn't asterisk different from before, but hey, at least nobody was messing with him or tying him up, so he was counting his blessings. He just figured Patricia had some weird hobby of collecting strays and probably bought him because she felt sorry for him. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Patricia, seeing his brain was still in another galaxy, suggested they take a tea break. But as she's getting up to call a maid, Toto jumps in saying he'd be way more useful as her bodyguard. He looks her dead in the eye and says he is asterisk not asterisk about that book life memorizing a bunch of stuff. He wants to be out there on the battlefield kicking butt. But Patricia, already halfway out the door, just casually tells him it's way too soon for combat training and that he needs to chill. Oof, that really got to Toto. He felt like she wasn't taking him seriously at all, like he was just some new toy she picked up. And what was all this talk about wounds? He had no idea what she was on about. And he just couldn't wrap his head around how this fancy-looking girl would know the first thing about fighting. I mean, combat was his whole life, his brain just wasn't wired for anything else. Then out of nowhere, Toto hears a man's voice call for Princess Patricia. And pure panic just washed over him. He scrambled behind a chair just as this super shady-looking dude started closing in. The man spots our boy, does a total double take, and is like, "Wait, are you for real a half-human?" He was even more shocked when he put two and two together and realized the princess had a servant with her. This guy immediately figured out why his other plans went down the drain. He got so mad he called Toto a big dummy, but before he could even finish the word bam, Toto landed a solid punch right to his gut. But this guy recovered like instantly. He grabbed Toto by the neck and hoisted him clean off the floor, trash-talking him about how weak he was. Toto was totally trapped and starting to freak out. He was losing all hope. It felt like game over. But then, plot twist, Patricia shows up right behind the bad guy. Her voice just sliced through the air. "If anyone's having an unlucky day," she said, "it's you." With a perfect shot right to his throat. The dude just folded like a cheap suit out cold. Then with this totally wicked smile, Patricia was like, "Guess he won't be hearing me anymore. I like ever." Toto just stared his jaw on the floor, trying to process how this girl just one-punched a goon into next week. Then Patricia just casually turned to Toto and told him to clean up the mess, saying some pests got in. Toto was completely floored, staring at her and thinking, who is this girl? I mean, she just laid out a dude with one punch. Then Patricia turns to her nanny, cool as a cucumber, and is like, "We've got some pests to take care of, mind cleaning up." And Deborah, without missing a beat, was like, "This needs to be handled quietly, I'll get on it right now." And through it all, this girl is just standing there smiling, telling Deborah she had total faith in her. Next thing you know, the nanny is tying up the unconscious guy. Toto's just watching all this, his brain short-circuiting, trying to figure out who Patricia really is. Then Patricia looks right at him and asks, "So got a better handle on what you can actually do now?" Toto, totally suspicious, just had to ask, "Who are you?" I mean, she's supposed to be a princess, but she just went full-on secret agent. With this playful little smirk, she goes, "Oh, haven't I introduced myself?" And before he could even answer, she drops the bomb. "I'm Patricia, daughter of King Sharon Lawrence," which you know makes her a full-blown princess of the realm. Toto's mind was officially blown. By this point, Patricia had already found a bunch of loopholes in the crazy restrictions that were supposed to hold her back. Yeah, there was a long list of stuff she wasn't allowed to talk about, but that didn't mean she couldn't show people what she could do. Like that one time she totally owned a pro assassin and then get this, hired her as a maid. Then Patricia reaches out to Toto and says, "I need you." And our boy, still sprawled on the floor, is just like, what do you mean by that?" Patricia laid it all out. The royals are basically walking targets, and she thinks he's got the goods to get way stronger over time. She seriously wanted him to level up and help protect her family. Toto's thinking, okay, this girl is completely bonkers, but also kind of amazing. Totally mesmerized by her. Besides, who wouldn't want to protect a princess and her family from a bunch of shadowy assassins? A little later, Toto's just walking down the hall when he hears someone calling his name. Oh no, it's Julia, and she's on the hunt for him. He dives for cover, totally freaked out by the frilly dress she's waving around. Just then, Leon strolls up to him, gives him a smile and says, "Hey, my mother is looking for you." Toto just lets out this huge sigh, clearly not thrilled about this. He just bowed his head and replied that it was his mistress, Patricia. Gilbert absolutely lost it, furious that even his own mom was siding with Toto. And right then it hit Toto he'd actually somehow earned Patricia's trust, because she was way more chill about these things now. Since becoming a servant, Toto learned that assassination attempts were like a regular Tuesday for the royals. He also figured out that Patricia needed him to be a bodyguard for the king and queen on their next big trip. But for some bizarre reason, the queen insisted on treating him like her personal dress-up doll, constantly stuffing him into the weirdest outfits. Then Leon gets all serious with Toto, reminding him, "Hey, I'm the one who made you my parents' personal servant. Do you even get asterisk? Why asterisk? I did that." But Gilbert, ever the loudmouth, blurts out that their parents are going to the next kingdom over to set up a marriage between Patricia and their prince. That's when Leon puts a heavy hand on Toto's shoulder, leans in and whispers, "Your mission, Toto, is to make sure this prince is actually good enough for Patricia. I want you to watch every single thing he says and does, and memorize the look on his face and report every last detail back to me." And with that, Leon just turns and walks off, leaving Toto to promise that, yeah, of course, he'd do exactly as he was told. But as Toto thought about it, if this fiancé turned out to be a total jerk, he decided reporting back wouldn't be enough. Nope, he'd just have to eliminate the problem himself. Meanwhile, Patricia was chilling in her room thinking about how she kept trying to train Toto only to realize the guy was already a total natural. She was feeling pretty good thinking that with Toto and Deborah watching her parents, they'd be super safe, and she could focus on protecting her brothers. Everything was going perfectly. Exactly how she'd planned. Until a maid burst into the room totally out of breath and panicking. The maid gasped that a messenger from the other country just showed up with some crazy news someone tried to assassinate Prince Julius. Patricia was completely blindsided. The idea of someone trying to take out her fiancé had literally never occurred to her, and it suddenly hit her like a ton of bricks. Oh my gosh, he's technically family now. That was a whole new level of responsibility she hadn't signed up for. Her whole protector gig was declared on her 12th birthday a duty, handed to her by some divine power when she was reborn in this world. She always figured just protecting her parents and brothers was the whole deal. But now she realized, wait a minute, if I get married, her future hubby would also mean inheriting his entire family. And apparently Prince Julius wasn't exactly Mr. Popular in his own kingdom, plus get this, he had a half-brother, which just screams drama. She totally got that it would be a political train wreck for her country to tick off his relatives. So she figured she needed to lay down the law on what family really means and how Julius might fit in. You know, just for a little while to keep everyone safe. Still, it felt kind of bonkers to shift her focus from protecting her own parents and brothers to some guy living in a whole other country. The whole, how do I protect this prince without ditching my real job question had her totally stumped. After mulling it over, Patricia finally turned to Deborah. She spilled her guts about how worried she was for Prince Julius, admitting she'd want someone to watch his back if something bad happened to him. Deborah, picking up on Patricia's sudden change of tune, immediately shot back, "Ooh, has the prince already stolen your heart?" And right on cue, Toto knocked and then just froze mid-sentence, completely bug-eyed from what he'd just heard. Patricia saw him and just burst out laughing like, "Whoa there, it's not what you think, I haven't even seen a picture of the guy." But hey, since he was technically her fiancé-to-be, it was only fair for her to be a little concerned. Toto, snapping out of it, finally shuffled into the room, mumbling an apology. The maid, who was clearly already planning the royal wedding in her head, immediately zeroed in on him. Deborah, on the other hand, was furious and totally laid into Toto for just waltzing into a ladies' room like that. Toto, all offended, shot back that he did knock, but they were too busy gossiping to hear him. The maid, still on her romance novel, grabbed his shirt and started dragging him out, griping that a knock isn't an open invitation. Toto let out a huge sigh and pointed out that she'd snuck in without a sound earlier, and nobody batted an eye. The woman, looking like she was about to pop a blood vessel at his nerve, was about to let him have it again when Patricia jumped in. She just waved it all off, saying, "Oh, who cares?" After all, Toto was basically her pet, and seriously, who expects their pet to be a tattletale? As the maid finally let him go, Patricia told her to scram, but added one little thing: if she heard any fresh gossip about Prince Julius, she needed to be the first to know. Deborah bowed and promised to spill the tea ASAP before ducking out. Once they were alone, Patricia walked over to Toto, gently took his hand and asked what was eating him. She'd noticed he seemed super awkward about being treated like his mom's little dress-up doll. Toto, looking flustered, was tripping over his words, but finally managed to ask if Patricia had ever actually met the prince from the other country. Patricia, caught off guard by the question, said she hadn't and was like, "Why do you ask?" The boy explained that he'd overheard the maid earlier, and it had just really freaked him out. Patricia, sensing he was uncomfortable, told Toto, "Hey, if all the formal stuff is weirding you out, you can just drop it." But Toto, looking away, thought to himself that it wasn't the fancy titles that were bugging him. It was something way, way bigger. She then explained that what he heard was the real deal, an assassination attempt on Prince Julius. That was what all the hushed talk with the maid was about. When Toto heard that, he stared at her in disbelief and asked, "Wait, for real?" Patricia nodded, adding that while she didn't know all the nitty-gritty details, she was genuinely worried since, well, he was her fiancé. Hearing that, Toto felt this crazy mix of emotions bubbling up inside him. Patricia started wondering who could be pulling the strings, really, hoping her brother wasn't involved in this mess. As she drifted over to the window, she mentioned that she was pretty sure Julius was making some big moves back home, which could be why someone wanted him gone before he could even meet her parents and seal the deal. Toto, still trying to wrap his head around it all, asked if it was true that she'd be in hot water if the prince actually died. Patricia admitted that she had no idea, and wasn't really sure what her dad was cooking up. But then she turned to Toto and said with total conviction, "If Julius is going to be my fiancé, then I am not letting him die." Moved by how serious she was, Toto stepped forward and swore he'd protect her. And then bam! Another maid came flying into the room, totally out of breath, and gasped that there was a huge update. Prince Julius had just rolled up to the palace. Patricia was completely floored. She never expected him to just show up at her doorstep, especially since her family was supposed to be the one making the trip. Totally confused, she went up to the maid and asked, what's the deal with this surprise visit? Nobody gave me a heads up, Deborah. Her voice all shaky confirmed that the prince had literally just appeared out of nowhere, catching even her parents and the ambassador completely off guard. This kind of spontaneous move from a prince was so weird it had everyone scratching their heads. Patricia's mind started racing, thinking maybe Julius had a really good reason for his pop-in. Or maybe he was trying to send some kind of secret message with this unannounced arrival. All of a sudden, she was dying to know the real story behind Prince Julius, wondering just what kind of guy he was. Toto, feeling the mood shift, tensed up. Offered to check it out, but Patricia was like, nah, I got this. Instead, she turned to her maid and said, time for the glow-up. With a huge grin, she announced, I'm about to meet my future hubby, and you better believe I'm gonna knock his socks off. Meanwhile, over in the super fancy throne room at Shin Castle, King Lawrence was chilling on his big chair when bam, an unexpected visitor drops in. The guy was all, sorry I'm late, super important stuff came up. And then he's like, so why'd you show up yourself, Princey? And standing right there, the one and only Prince Julius. Dude was dressed to the nines with hair so blonde and eyes so gold he looked like a walking sunrise. The young prince gives this perfect little bow and says, my bad for just popping in. But he's got this total charmer smile going on. He then spills the tea. So I came to chat about the little assassination attempt I just, asterisk survived asterisk. King Lawrence practically jumped out of his throne, totally bug-eyed, like, hold up, what? The ambassador told me something was up. That the prince's life was seriously on the line. Julius just nods. Yep, they tried to get me. But then he reassures the king like, but as you can see, I'm still in one piece and looking good. All with this super chill smile. He adds, plus I heard the ambassador was already on his way here, and I just couldn't stand the thought of you guys losing sleep over little old me. So ta-da, here I am in the flesh. King Lawrence, a little thrown by this whole proactive prince thing, just kinda nodded along. And guess who was listening in from behind the door? Our girl Patricia, the master spy. And bam, she put it all together in like 2 seconds. Okay, so the ambassador is totally in on it with the bad guys, and this whole hit job was just to mess up our engagement. Julius showing up like this was a total power move to make sure her dad didn't call the whole thing off. And Patricia was like, okay, I see you, Princey. Not bad. She had to give him props for the gutsy play. Okay, this guy's not a total doofus, she thought. He could actually be a useful partner in crime. Patricia noticed Julius had this low-key confidence, like he knew he was the main character. He was probably thinking he could just karate chop his way out of any other attempts. But then asterisk ding 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 asterisk, her brain connected the dots. This whole mess was cooked up by Julius's half-brother, which meant Julius was in some seriously hot water. Even though he's first in line for the crown, his position is super sketchy. If they get hitched, her dad, King Lawrence of Shin, becomes Julius's ace in the hole. And if Julius actually asterisk becomes asterisk king, her dad's power level would go through the roof. This felt like a major turning point, and Patricia was on the edge of her seat, dying to see what King Lawrence would do next. After a dramatic pause, Lawrence breaks into this big warm smile, so relieved that Julius is okay. He's all, you must be wiped from your trip, don't worry, we'll get you a room. A super nice suite is all yours. Julius, of course, lays on the thanks thick. But then Lawrence drops the bomb. Hey, while you're here, I'd love for you to meet my daughter, Patricia. He calls her super charming, and hopes they hit it off. Then he adds, oh, and you should totally go say hi to the ambassador. He's still here, and he was so worried about you. Asterisk wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Julius totally picked up on the weird vibe in the king's voice and got a little suspicious, but he just smiled and was like, sure thing. A moment later, asterisk, knock, knock, asterisk, and in walks Patricia. And let me tell you, she was a total showstopper. Everyone's jaws just dropped. She looks at her dad, who gives her a big hug and is like, whoa, that was fast, did you teleport? Patricia just plays it cool. Oh, I heard we had company and got curious, so I zoomed right over. Lawrence then points to the guy and goes, this handsome fella is Prince Julius from next door. Go on, say hi. So Patricia does this flawless princessy curtsy and introduces herself to His Highness. And Julius, smooth operator that he is, takes her hand, gives it a little kiss, and introduces himself right back. He's all, it's a pleasure to meet you. But when Patricia looks at him, she's giving him the ultimate stink eye full of anger and suspicion. Julius is like, whoa, hold up, totally confused by the death glare. Patricia, looking super ticked off, turns to her dad and asks, wait, is this guy asterisk really asterisk my fiancé? Lawrence, seeing she's about to blow a gasket, gets all worried like, honey, what's wrong? Patricia drops Julius's hand like it's on fire, pauses for dramatic effect, and then says, I just have a hunch. I think the prince might be hurt. We should get a doctor. Now Lawrence is totally hooked and turns to Julius. Well, is it true? Julius throws his hands up like, whoa, easy there, it's nothing serious, just a little boo-boo. But Patricia, with the sweetest, most innocent smile, turns back to her dad and asks, oh, Daddy, can asterisk I asterisk please take care of him personally? Lawrence just beams, totally falling for it, and gushes about how kind she is. He tells the maid who came with Patricia to help them out. Then Patricia chimes in, hey, let's go to the inner palace. The flowers there are gorgeous. We can patch him up and, enjoy the scenery. Lawrence gives her a little head pat, totally clueless, and tells them to go have fun. Patricia thanks him all while thinking, hey, my dad is so easy to play. See, the inner palace is basically her secret garden, the perfect place to interrogate Julius. She's got a bad feeling about this guy and she is ready to dig for some dirt. She was going to squeeze every last bit of info out of him. Oh yeah, she was super grateful for this golden opportunity. It was time to find out what's really going on with this mystery man of hers. So while they were chilling in the garden, Patricia with this sly little smile was like, so spill the tea. Is it true someone almost took you out? Julius got all antsy and shot back, whoa, where'd you hear a crazy story like that? Patricia just shrugged. Oh honey, it's the talk of the town. Everyone's saying Prince Julius from next door is a total danger magnet and today was no exception. Heard you even got a little boo-boo. Julius let out a super nervous laugh, trying to play it cool. Poof these! They're just scratches, he said. Besides, your princess's maid already patched me up so big thanks to her. But Patricia wasn't buying it for a second. Yeah, right. The maid told me all about the collection of bruises you're sporting. Then out of nowhere? So your highness, you gonna put a ring on it or what? She asked, completely catching him off guard. I mean, you're the heir. Obviously someone's trying to bump you off for that exact reason. My country's got your back, you know. But hey, she continued, if you're feeling a little paranoid about that drink I gave you, maybe you should just, give up this whole king thing. Julius was visibly struggling to keep his composure. He managed a tight smile. Okay, I expected you to say asterisk something asterisk, but I gotta admit that wasn't on my bingo card. Suddenly, he just burst out laughing. You're wrong about two things, by the way. First off, you said this was our first meeting, but we totally met when we were babies. And second, I'm not on edge because of you. I just can't stand this heat. Patricia looked totally baffled as Julius casually chugged his tea. You've got a real mouth on you, you know that, he commented after finishing. You're like some grumpy old lady from a galaxy far, far away. That comment left Patricia both completely stunned and furious. Excuse me, she screeched. I'm only 7 years old. Julius just shot back. In that case, you're just a kid with way too many grown-up thoughts. Now she was seeing red. You darn Ferrari, she started to yell, but he cut her right off. Okay, fine, you're right. There are definitely some people who think I'm a massive pain and would love to see me disappear. Look, Julius explained. My dad the king gives me the special treatment since I'm the legitimate queen's only son, but he doesn't actually value me that much. If I were to kick the bucket, it would make things complicated. Including our engagement, he dropped the bomb. When we were babies, they kind of talked about it, but I was the one who insisted on making it official. Patricia was floored, realizing that it was Julius himself who had locked in their engagement. He stood up, dropped to one knee in front of her and begged, please marry me. I swear I'll become king and make you my queen. Patricia's face went beet red as she turned away, the weight of it all finally sinking in. She glanced over at Deborah, who gave her an enthusiastic thumbs up, but Patricia was still too mad to care. Maybe I should just let Deborah decide for me, she thought. Julius, noticing she'd zoned out, asked, hello, are you even listening? Patricia snapped back. Yeah, I get it, but let's get real for a second. Do you have any allies, anyone in your country who's actually got your back and can protect you? Julius went quiet and looked down. After a moment, Patricia whipped out a set of keys. Fine, I'll protect you. This palace is basically a fortress, she explained. It can isolate people and keep them safe. Even the windows are ridiculously strong and the doors will only open with the right key. You can just lay low in here until your coronation day. Julius smirked. That sounds an awful lot like house arrest. But then Patricia gently lifted his chin with one finger. You managed to stay alive and I'll marry you, she declared. But Julius just threw his head back and started laughing hysterically, leaving Patricia totally perplexed. Before she could even ask what was so funny, Julius lunged forwards and grabbed a fistful of her hair. Deborah, who had been watching like a hawk, gasped in shock. Toto, who had just walked up instinctively, went for his sword. With a seriously chilling look on his face, Julius traced her cheek with his hand. You, he said, are absolutely fascinating. Then he let her go, adding, I'm going to hold you to your word. Patricia was mentally kicking herself for letting her guard down, but she had to admit the guy was strong. He'd actually caught her by surprise. She quickly composed herself and shouted, Deborah, Toto, stop! Little did Julius know both of them had silently drawn their weapons, pressing a sword and a dagger right up against his neck. Deborah immediately backed away. She bowed low, but Toto didn't budge. Patricia snapped at him again. Did you hear my order? Toto reluctantly stepped back as Patricia smoothed out her now messy hair. Julius, still reeling from the sudden appearance of a half-beast, stammered, Are they your bodyguards? She replied coolly, Nope, they're just a servant and a pet. He was completely dumbfounded. How could anyone keep a creature that fierce as a asterisk pet asterisk? Patricia's icy calm and total authority just made him more curious. He couldn't help but wonder who this girl asterisk really asterisk was. Well, it seems His Majesty is calling for me, Patricia said with a sweet smile. I'll just leave you two to get acquainted. I'm sure since you're both children, you'll get along just fine. Her words left both Julius and Toto completely stunned. As she turned to walk away, she added, But if you two start fighting, I promise you, it will not be any fun. Her spooky tone sent a shiver right down their spines. Once inside the palace, Patricia turned to Deborah. Be extra vigilant with the palace guards, she ordered. I have a feeling there might be some snakes hiding among them. Deborah just nodded, understanding completely, and promised to look into it for her. But Patricia, she was still seriously ticked off. Getting a wake-up call from her dad this early was super weird. As she got closer to his chambers, she heard a total uproar inside. Someone was screaming about the disrespect of an unexpected guest. Realizing it was her brothers, Patricia just knocked on the door, letting them know she was there. When she got nothing but crickets, she was like, "All right, I'm coming in," and just pushed the door open. Inside, her brothers were totally losing it on their dad, furious that Prince Julius got jumped by bandits in his own dang palace. They were screaming, "How could you even think about leaving Patricia with such a weakling?" The second the king saw Patricia walk in, though, he immediately waved her over. When she got closer, he asked, "So did you talk with His Highness Julius?" Patricia, cool as a cucumber, was like, "Yep," and mentioned she'd left Toto with him so they could keep chatting. The king glanced at her two brothers and then told Patricia, "Funny you should mention him. We were just talking about Julius. And you know how I've always wanted him to be your fiancé." Then he leaned in and asked, "So, did he, say anything to you?" With this little emotional smile, Patricia dropped the bomb. "He asked me to marry him." You could have heard a pin drop. Her dad and brothers were just frozen. And she wasn't done. She added, "He promised he'd make me his queen." Her brothers looked like their whole world had just ended, totally devastated, while her dad, still reeling, managed to ask, "What else happened? What did you say?" Blushing a little, Patricia confessed, "I told him I'd marry him, if he, makes it to adulthood." And at that, her father's face went ghost white and her brothers just broke. We're talking full-on ugly crying. They tried to say something, but it was just a mess of sobs and no's. Meanwhile, back in the garden, Prince Julius and Toto were trying to absolutely demolish each other. See, just a few minutes before, a maid had stopped Toto, telling him the king wanted to see Patricia in the inner palace, like right now. She was like, "Can you go get her?" And also mentioned some prince from the next country over was here, telling him to be on his best behavior. Toto agreed and took off to find Patricia. But as he got close into the garden, he started thinking about this prince dude, Patricia's fiancé, who was with her right then. And that's when Toto saw the prince grabbing Patricia by her hair. Oh, he saw red. He just took off sprinting, whipped out his sword, and was ready to end this guy. Look, Toto didn't care who his mistress married, but he swore that if anyone ever laid a hand on her, he'd take them out, no questions asked. So back to the present. And yeah, despite Patricia telling them to chill, Julius and Toto were going at it. That is until Patricia stormed in, screaming her head off, which finally put a pause on the action. She's like, "I literally just told you two to play nice." Julius, all cool and collected, just shot back, "We're just training, with a little intensity." Yeah, Patricia was not buying it for a second. She called their act ridiculous and was like, "Do you guys think I'm blind or something?" Of course she knew they were trying to kill each other. Toto trying to smooth things over casually throughout, "Hey, even friends fight sometimes, right?" Patricia just let out this massive sigh, totally unconvinced. She knew that was an excuse so lame even he didn't believe it. Her mind drifted for a second, thinking about that assassin she and Deborah took care of earlier. Man, what a relief it was to find out the killer wasn't after Julius, which was her first scary thought. Apparently the guy snuck in before they could get all the new security measures up and running. Realizing she'd gotten totally sidetracked, Patricia made a quick mental note, have Deborah's crew sanitize the building. But while she was zoning out, Julius spotted something weird. He called her over, pointing at her hand. It was covered in blood. Patricia jumped, looked down, and was like, "Whoa, when did that happen?" She hadn't even noticed the splatter. Julius walked over and gently took her hand, all worried she might be hurt. Toto just watched the whole thing, shifting awkwardly as Julius tied a cloth around her hand, telling Patricia to be more careful. He reminded her, "You're going to be my queen after all." She kind of reluctantly agreed, like, yeah, you're right. Later, back in her room, Patricia was trying to figure out what the heck Julius's deal was. She was just staring at her bandaged hand, totally lost in thought, when Toto's worried voice snapped her out of it. He asked if she was hurt and said he hadn't noticed anything. Weird when they were in the hallway, but the super strong smell of blood hit him as soon as they left. Patricia was curious, asking how in the world he could smell that even after Deborah's team had already scrubbed the place down. Toto just explained it was his superpowered sense of smell. A perk of his beastly side that let him pick up on stuff like that easily. Suddenly, the gears in Patricia's head started turning, and bam, she had an idea. She jumped up and asked Toto if he could tell the difference between the scent of one person's blood and another's. As she started unwrapping the cloth, she confessed, "I didn't say anything to Julius, but this blood isn't mine." Now she was really intrigued. She asked if Toto could tell her blood apart from a stranger's. Toto kinda hesitated and admitted he couldn't be sure without, trying it. Patricia just nodded like fair enough. And then to his absolute horror, she whipped out a dagger and just sliced her own hand open without even blinking. Totally stunned. Toto was shaking like a leaf, trying to even form a sentence, while Patricia just smiled and was like, "Chill out, it's just a scratch." Toto was still stammering, but Patricia completely blew off his concerns, holding up her bloody hand to him. She told him to take a good whiff, And remember that scent basically saying if he ever smelled that perfume again, he'd better come running ASAP. So Toto gets down on one knee, sniffing Patricia's blood like it's a new cologne. And get this, it smelled weirdly sweet, almost like a magical fruit punch. He looks up at her all wide-eyed and says in this super low, loyal voice, "As you wish, my princess." Fast forward a few days, and now Julius is crashing at the Sin family's royal estate. On the big day, both Patricia and Julius are decked out in their finest wedding outfits. As the king leads the ceremony, making the whole thing official between the Sin Nation and the Kingdom of Humans, he declares that he totally sees how committed these two are. And hey, if the human king gave it the thumbs up, then so does he. The king then tells Patricia and Julius to stick out their hands, and he ties them together with a fancy ribbon. With that little move, they were officially promised to each other, bound, not just as a future power couple, but as the guardians of their nation's futures. Talk about pressure. The king laid it on thick, reminding them that the weight of 2 whole kingdoms was on their shoulders, and that the vows they just made were basically superglued for life. The ceremony itself totally flawless. It wrapped up just as smooth as they planned. But right at the end, Toto's eagle eyes caught some sneaky movement off in the distance. Patricia just whispered to him, her voice all calm. "Dude, don't even worry about it." Toto, ever the loyal puppy, just nodded like he understood, even though his spidey senses were going wild. Outside, some mysterious figure in a hoodie slipped away from a window, hopped on a horse, and took off like a bat out of hell. It was pretty obvious to Mr. Hoodie that things were getting way more complicated, and they needed to go spill the tea immediately. As Toto shot a worried look toward the exit, Patricia again was like, "Seriously, it's not a big deal." She then turned to Julius and asked, "You agree, right?" Julius, cool as a cucumber, just nodded, explaining that the hooded figure was none other than a spy sent by his own brother. "Oh, we already know who he is," Julius said with a smug little smirk, "which means we can totally guess his next move." He then added almost as an afterthought that Patricia's dad was still seriously intimidating, mentioning how he nearly yanked his arm out of its socket the last time they met. Patricia, with a sly smile, just said it was probably just some kind of super aggressive blessing from her old man. Their little chat was cut short by a knock on the door. In walked Deborah, announcing that the promised individuals had finally shown up. As 2 figures walked in and knelt before them, Patricia introduced them as Cat and Fox. She pointed out that Raposo Fox had been a bodyguard before, and she was pretty sure Julius would remember him. Julius was looking at them like, "Are we starting a zoo?" He kind of recognized Raposo, but was totally confused why a maid and a servant were getting such a formal introduction. Patricia then laid out her master plan. "I'm trusting you with them," she said, dead serious. "You can count on them for anything. They're loyal to me, and more importantly, they've got Deborah's 5-star seal of approval." Then came the big reveal. Cat and Fox weren't just any old servants. They were basically her personal secret agents. Patricia had been dying to have them on her team for a while, but couldn't just bring them in without making everyone suspicious. Now disguised as simple household staff, she could slip them onto the team without anyone batting an eye. But even with all her confidence, she paused and admitted, "But Julius, I really want to know what you think about this." Julius, totally lost in his own world, was rubbing the bruise on his wrist from his father-in-law's blessing, thinking hard about everything she'd said. Realizing he could probably use the extra protection, Julius finally thanked Patricia and agreed to take Cat and Fox into his crew. With a charming smile, he called her his dear bride and offered her his hand. He then mentioned that for now he had to head back to the land of men because he still had some family drama to clean up. "I mean, a future king's work is never done right." Patricia smiled right back, promising they'd see each other soon, and the two shared a solid handshake before he took off. Meanwhile, over in the neighboring human country, Reign was hammering down on the first prince's palace. Inside, Alfonso von Lazar, Julius's half-brother, slammed his hand on a table, totally freaking out and demanding to know if Julius's engagement was actually a done deal. His informant confirmed that the King of Sin himself had officiated the ceremony, and this news sent Alfonso into a full-blown rage. Absolutely seething. He screamed about what on earth his spies were even doing, questioning why they completely failed to stop the engagement. The informant, looking super nervous, explained that all the agents under his command had been permanently removed from the payroll, completely wiped out. Stunned, Alfonso sputtered in disbelief. "All of them." The informant confirmed it, adding that Julius's pursuers had been eliminated before they even stepped foot on Sin territory. "It's like there's some kind of monster living in the Sin royal castle," the informant whispered. "Every single assassin sent after Julius just vanished, one after the other." That little tidbit sent a massive chill down Alfonso's spine. He was literally trembling at the thought, wondering if a creature like that could actually exist. His freak-out session was interrupted when a servant walked in, calling him "Your Highness," and dropping some seriously disturbing gossip. He told Alfonso that the Princess of Sin just hired a half-beast, and get this new guy was probably the one who took out his men, for totally wrecking Alfonso's squad. The servant then tried to play it cool, saying the creature was just a kid, and probably wasn't even on their radar as a real threat at first. Alfonso let out a huge dramatic sigh of relief, totally buying it. "Oh well, that makes sense," he muttered. "It's only a half-beast. Phew, crisis averted, right?" The servant just nodded along like, "Yeah, just don't poke the wild kid and we're golden." But Alfonso's brain was already spinning. He figured that when his brother Julius came back, he'd totally bring a bodyguard, maybe even that exact half-beast. So he ordered his spies to go on a little scavenger hunt, find any half-beasts in Julius's crew, and make them disappear. Permanently. Alfonso then turned to his go-to knight Era, who was just chilling in the background. They call him the Wolf Knight, and he's basically the prince's most competent employee. Alfonso, having complete faith in his boy, was like, Era, my dude, handle this carefully. No screw-ups. Era just bowed, basically saying, I got this, boss. Consider it done. For Alfonso's personal benefit, and also for his master's benefit. With that, Alfonso leaned back, looking super smug about his plan. No matter what, he was going to absolutely crush Julius and his little posse. Whatever it took. Asterisk scene change asterisk. Now we're in a shady, dimly lit room with an assassin. He's just watching a big old stack of papers go up in smoke. The flames are doing their thing, eating up the evidence, making all these spooky shadows dance on the walls. He's just standing there frozen, watching the papers turn to ash. Meanwhile, over in the kingdom of Skyn, in a place that's all about tradition, things were getting super tense behind the fancy palace walls. Here comes Prince Julius, power walking through the halls like he owns the place, with his loyal servant trailing behind him. He's rocking his serious face, totally weighed down by all his royal duties. The only sound was their footsteps echoing off the walls as they headed for the king's room. So dramatic. Julius was totally lost in thought, stressing about politics and personal drama. And then, bam! The silence gets shattered by this super smooth, super mocking voice. Well, if it isn't my beloved brother, came the totally sarcastic greeting. It was Alfonso, Julius's stepbrother, strutting over with a smile so fake it hurt. I can't believe you're back. You don't even say hi to your dear old brother, tisk tisk. You know what they say when you're the legitimate kid, you grow up spoiled rotten with absolutely zero manners. Julius stopped dead, his servant right behind him, as he locked eyes with Alfonso. His voice was pure ice. I'm not here for you. I'm seeing the king first. Alfonso just smirked. Of course, gotta say hi to daddy first. How noble of you. He leaned in a little, his eyes sparkling with mischief. But before you go, I heard a little rumor. You're engaged to a princess, aren't you? Julius tensed up but didn't say a word. Oh, come on, Alfonso cooed, his voice just dripping with condescension. I always figured this was just a boring political move to snag some easy power. But I gotta admit, I didn't realize she was so clueless. I mean, she'd have to be to get engaged to someone like asterisk you asterisk. And that's when Julius froze. The roast was just nonstop. The tension in the hallway was getting thick. And just like always, Alfonso sneered, you're still such a grumpy pants. In a blur, Julius spun around, his eyes blazing with pure fury. Before Alfonso could even process what was happening, Julius grabbed his collar and wham slammed him against the wall. The hit knocked the wind out of him and that smug little smirk vanished instantly. Oh, what are you mad because I told the truth? Alfonso gasped, trying to sound tough but totally failing. Julius's grip on his collar just got tighter. Yikes. The death glare Julius was giving him was enough to shut him up. Alfonso had never seen his brother this furious, and for a hot second you could see the pure panic in his eyes. Julius just glared, not even blinking. The silence was so awkward you could choke on it. Alfonso, trying to get some swagger back, managed to croak out, You can't treat me with such disrespect. Just you wait and see what happens to you. But before this family drama could get any crazier, one of Julius's servants, clearly not reading the room, pulled out a knife. The shiny blade immediately caught the eye of Alfonso's personal assassin, who'd just been lurking in the background the whole time. Without a word, the assassin was on the move. With a face that was a total blank slate, he stepped forward. In this super creepy, quiet voice, Alfonso's assassin said, My apologies, Your Honor, he said to Julius with a disturbing lack of any emotion. And then in one smooth move, he plunged his dagger right into the servant's chest. Julius whipped around in total shock. The rage in his eyes instantly turned to horror as he watched his loyal guy just crumple to the floor. His heart was pounding, his brain totally short-circuiting. And the assassin, his face was still completely blank as he turned back to Julius. Your Holiness, he began, cool as a cucumber. I suggest you train your staff a little better. That one just tried to assault His Highness. Oh, snap. Julius practically choked on his own breath, his eyes darting from the very not-alive servant to the assassin. His whole body went stiff, hit by that classic, oh, I'm in deep trouble feeling. Just then the maid burst in, and her eyes went wide as saucers at the sight of Julius's ex-servant decorating the floor. Alfonso used the distraction to slip out of Julius's grip, shaking off the whole vibe like it was lint. With a super dramatic mocking flair, he strolled to the door, tossing one last jab over his shoulder. Oh my goodness, I'm clutching my pearls. Are you threatening your dear big brother Julius? Alfonso snarked, chuckling to himself as he vanished down the hall, his voice and footsteps fading into a smug echo. Julius just stood there for a sec, letting the sheer awkwardness of it all sink in. Slowly, he shuffled back to his quarters, escaping into the sweet, sweet silence of his room. His mind was a total blender of rage and flashbacks, all starring his world-class jerk of a brother Alfonso. Huddled in the dim light, Julius balled his fists, a cold fury simmering just under his skin. Yeah, I've never once thought of you as a brother, Alfonso, Julius grumbled to the empty room. His eyes got all stormy as old memories bubbled up, memories of Alfonso being a professional stuff stealer. "That's your whole deal, isn't it? Just taking whatever's mine?" His voice dripped with poison. "Before they get me, I'm getting you first." Julius's thoughts then jumped back to the assassin and the slick, almost robotic way he'd taken out his servant. Man, that guy's got some serious skills, Julius thought. He was yanked out of his thoughts by a red-haired guy who suddenly appeared leaning against the door with a sneaky grin. "You got that right," the man said, all cocky. His vibe just filled the room with a weird sense of déjà vu. "That dude is a total lone wolf," the redhead went on. "I thought he dropped off the map for a while, but nope, guess he was just chilling here, hiding out in this country." Julius tensed up, the little gears in his brain starting to click. The redhead leaned in, showing him the assassin's blood-soaked clothes. "But this," the red-haired man said, tapping the stain with a smirk. "This isn't the real deal. It's a blood pack, a classic movie trick so he could make a dramatic exit without getting in trouble." Julius squinted at the stain, not quite buying it. "A blood pack." The redhead nodded, his face getting serious. "Your life is on the line, Your Honor. If I want my old job back, it's a pretty good reason, right? They wouldn't have thought twice about turning me into a kebab last time." Julius froze, his eyes bugging out as it all clicked. The red-haired guy in front of him was his old servant, the one Alfonso supposedly had offed. He faked his own demise with the exact same blood pack gag. The absolute madman. The redhead's expression went a little soft, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "I really didn't think they'd just try to slice me up without even a how do you do," he said, his voice a mix of salty and sad. The red-haired man looked down. "I had to bounce, to continue living." Julius just zoned out for a second, trying to compute everything. The sheer absurdity of the situation started to bubble up inside him until, bam, he just burst out laughing. The sound bounced around the room, totally freaking out the redhead. "Whoa, wait!" the man stammered, panic flooding his voice. "Don't get all comfy, this isn't over." Julius just held up a hand, shutting him up with a look that was both calm and terrifying. "I get it," he said, his voice eerily level. "It's not what you think. I get everything now." A seriously dangerous smile spread across his face. "There won't be a next time, right? I've been playing it way too safe for way too long." Julius got to his feet. A cold, hard determination washed over him as he stared out the window at the twinkling city lights below. "Oh, I'm going to survive," he whispered, his reflection staring back with the same fiery look. His voice got louder, full of conviction. "I'm going to be standing right at the top of this country with you." He cracked a small smile, probably already picturing his future victory lap with Patricia by his side. As the red-haired man listened to Julius's big hero speech, something inside him just flipped a switch. His normally chill eyes suddenly started glowing a bright, menacing red. A totally normal sign that he's connected to something way more intense than he lets on. Meanwhile, in another wing of the palace, you could hear the sweet sounds of butt-kicking. Patricia, with deadly grace, had just finished mopping the floor with a whole crew of assassins. Her moves were like a dance, her focus was laser-sharp. As the last goon hit the deck, Deborah, who'd been watching from the sidelines, carefully walked up to her. My bad," Deborah said with a little bow. Patricia, looking totally unbothered, just shook her head. "Nah, don't sweat it. It looked like Toto was starting to have fun." "The whole vibe is changing." She glanced at the pile of snoozing bodies on the floor. "Besides, you did great, Toto. Now all the dominoes are set up." She casually wiped her blade clean, her expression never changing as she stared off into the distance. "Time to go meet our destiny." And we flash forward 3 years after the engagement ceremony. The once little Patricia, now a whole 10 years old, was standing tall over a mountain of bodies, her hands perfectly steady as she wrapped things up with the last of her attackers. The air filled with their final dramatic gasps before everything went quiet. One guy let out a last groan before his lights went out. For good. Patricia, splattered with red but cool as a cucumber, just called out Toto. Toto, who was already on cleanup duty after their little scuffle, immediately straightened up, at her beck and call. "You got it, Patricia," he shot back, no hesitation, already making the bodies disappear with the skill of a pro. "And hey, clean this mess up too," she ordered, her tone super bored, like this was just another Tuesday chore. Toto just nodded, scooping up the bodies like they were nothing. "Man, the number of annoying people is really spiking lately," Patricia muttered, her eyes narrowing at the disaster zone in front of her. "It's been 9 whole years since I got stuck with the Protect the Family gig, but if things had just gone my way from the start, I wonder who would have kicked the bucket first." She trailed off, getting lost in some not-so-great memories. Ever since that whole gods appearing thing, they went quiet for a bit, but now they're popping up like weeds. Patricia stood there staring at an old family pic on a table. Her expression softened a little as she thought about her brothers. "Why is it," she whispered to herself, "that my brothers are always the ones in the crosshairs?" She let out a sigh, the weight of her job feeling extra heavy. "Okay, fine, they're after me too," she added, her voice turning to ice. "Leonard and Gilbert. My number 2 brother Gilbert is second in line for the throne, but honestly it doesn't seem like he's even trying for it. My oldest brother Leonard is pretty much the next king in waiting." Her voice got a little softer, a tiny crack of emotion showing. "Their mom was Dad's one and only wife. You'd think my brothers would be super tight, but according to the intel, the bad guys want to take us out before I can get hitched and have any kids. As Patricia's mind raced, a bitter taste filled her mouth. But those two, they're just so ridiculously optimistic, and it drives me crazy. She cringed, remembering how her brothers always brushed her off with the same old line. Every time I warn them, it's always, "You worry way too much." Yeah, well, that's a great way to get yourselves unalived. She bit her lip, thinking, I need to see if anything's actually changed. Decision made, Patricia yelled, "Toto!" He was by her side in a flash. "I need to know. Is anything different?" Toto blinked, trying to read her mind before she kept going. "Let's go for a walk. I need to see this for myself." The two of them strolled through the palace in silence until they saw Gilbert, Patricia's second oldest brother, standing in the hall, totally wrapped up in a conversation. When Patricia walked up with a rare, sweet smile plastered on her face, Gilbert's whole face lit up. "Patricia!" He shouted, pure happiness in his voice. He started walking right for her, arms wide open. Patricia, totally caught off guard by his energy, quickly tried to backpedal. "Oh, sorry, is big bro busy?" Gilbert just grinned, shaking his head. "Nah, I just wrapped up." And before Patricia could even think, Gilbert swooped her up in a hug. "What's wrong, Patty? Are you feeling down?" His voice was all warm and fuzzy with concern as he held her tight. Patricia froze for a second, the hug feeling totally weird. "I was just taking a walk. You can put me down now." She wiggled a bit, her voice trying to sound annoyed but failing. Gilbert just chuckled, his eyes sparkling. "Same as always, you're light as a feather, little sis." Patricia, now beet red and totally flustered, called out a little louder. Gilbert, still laughing, finally let her go. "You haven't changed a bit, Toto," he said, glancing over at Toto, who had been watching the whole scene with a majorly annoyed look. Toto heaved a sigh. "Dude, we literally just saw you this morning." You could practically hear the eye roll in his voice. Gilbert shook his head with a sly smile. "Ah, but that's not what I mean. This guy's undying love for..." Her little sister had absolutely zero chill. Patricia's inner monologue, meanwhile, was getting real dark real fast as she watched her brother. Which, sometimes came in handy. But it's not exactly shocking that people in charge want to send him on a permanent vacation. Her thoughts got even snarkier. My brothers, they share a single brain cell, I swear. All that brotherly love makes them completely clueless, and no matter how awesome I am, they just won't get it. She shot Gilbert a look, wondering if his brain could even compute the mess they were in. Or worse, they'll try to wrap me in bubble wrap to protect me, even if it means letting the whole world burn. Patricia balled up her tiny fists, absolutely refusing to be benched. 'Cause if they do, they'll totally block me from doing all the fun, dangerous stuff. But her brain wasn't just dissing her brothers. There were other baddies lurking in the shadows, just waiting to pop out. I'll just crank up the patrols for now, she decided. Just a temporary fix, she thought, her eyes drifting to the trees outside. Suddenly something shiny caught her eye. A little glint between the branches. She wondered, narrowing her eyes. It took her all of 2 seconds to realize what it was: a rifle. The boomsticks from this era tend to go off by accident and can't hit the broadside of a barn. Patricia mused, her genius brain kicking into overdrive. It'll be a while before they can crank these out like cookies. But I don't have time for a history lesson right now. Her eyes zeroed in on the barrel of the gun. I gotta do something before this clown gets a lucky shot. And just then, Leonard waltzed in right as Gilbert was still giving Patricia a squishy hug. He glanced at his little bro and sis, but his attention got snagged by something else. "What you looking at?" Leonard asked, his gaze following Patricia's. His face went from chill to concerned when he spotted something weird in her hands. Patricia, meanwhile, was doing lightning-fast calculations on the shot. It's too far. I can't get a good look, she thought. But just as the shot cracked through the air, she zipped out the object in her hand and deflected the bullet, moving so fast her brothers probably thought a bug just flew past. The wannabe hitman in the trees was probably thinking, "Are you kidding me? I missed again?" You could practically feel his frustration before he started to scram, realizing his target wasn't just some little girl. Gilbert, sweet, clueless Gilbert, gently set Patricia down and asked, "Patty, what was that?" His voice was full of real concern, but Leonard, hanging back a few feet, was way more suspicious. Leonard was thinking, trying to process the instant replay in his head. His gut screamed that something was way off, but he couldn't see a weapon. Then Patricia turned toward him, and her eyes burned with an intensity that sent a literal chill down Leonard's spine. Her stare was razor-sharp, almost hungry, like a predator about to pounce. The absolute ice in her expression seriously freaked him out. Leonard took a step back without even realizing it, his mind just spinning. "I always knew you were a smart cookie," he thought, trying to figure out this whole new terrifying side of his sister. "Patricia, are you hiding something?" He just kind of started backing away to where he came from. But as he turned, Patricia noticed something, a tiny piece of cloth. She frowned, her mind racing. Oh crap, did Leonard see it? As Leonard disappeared down the hall, Patricia's eyes stayed locked on that spot, her suspicion meter going haywire. If Leonard caught even a tiny glimpse of what really happened, this whole charade could come crashing down. Patricia, feeling the weight of a major uh-oh moment, was lost in thought. The recent attempt on Leonard's life was a total curveball, making her face a scary thought she might have messed up big time. For so long, her whole strategy was, keep Gilbert's enemies away from Gilbert. But this latest attack aimed right at Leonard, that just blew her whole theory to smithereens. A super annoying question started buzzing around her head. Who on earth would want to mess with Leonard? Her mind flashed back to the day of the incident. The one where she had to take out the trash while literally in Leonard's arms. It was Toto, her super snoot doggo, who first sniffed out that something was wrong. A smell that was way too familiar. A smell that made Patricia's stomach do a flip. The owner, Gilbert, Toto had warned, basically saying Big Bro was in the area. But when Leonard and Toto checked the hall, it was ghost town empty. Not a trace of Gilbert. A bone-deep chill washed over Patricia. Did Gilbert actually see her mid-takedown? The thought was living in her head rent-free. Ever since that day, she'd been playing an Olympic-level game of dodge Gilbert. Every time he got close, her heart would start doing the Macarena, and she'd just make up some lame excuse to get away from him. Patricia, I want to ask you something, Gilbert had tried one day, his voice all full of innocent curiosity. Gotta go, super important meeting with Mom, she'd blurted out, practically leaving a Patricia-shaped dust cloud as she bolted before he could say anything else. Every single time after that was the same frantic song and dance, make up a wacky excuse, then zoom off. But today, her luck had officially run out. Gilbert had her cornered, and he had his super serious face on with a voice that was not messing around. Are you hiding something from me? He asked, straight up his eyes, practically trying to read her mind. Patricia's cool composure just shattered into a million tiny pieces. She started shaking her face, a total mask of, oh crap, I'm busted, and she couldn't even look at him. Gilbert, instantly spotting her meltdown, switched to gentle brother mode. Hey, I'm sorry, Patricia, he said softly. Seeing this tiny window of opportunity, Patricia, with the lightning-fast reflexes of a secret agent, decided to completely flip the script. And cue the waterworks. Her eyes got all big and shiny as she launched into this super dramatic, over-the-top apology for the heinous crime of eating Gilbert's cake. This sudden, unexpected avalanche of pure weaponized cuteness was just too much for poor Gilbert. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to fight it, but her syrupy sweet voice and that who me look on her face totally steamrolled him. He just couldn't bring himself to grill her about the real asterisk issue, so Gilbert totally caved to her master-level mind games. He actually knelt down in front of her, his tough guy act completely melted by her charm. Gilbert, his face going all soft, just tilted his head and cooed, "So sis, was it yummy?" And Patricia, keeping that innocent little angel face going, chirped, "Oh, super yummy." Gilbert, who seemed to have completely forgotten what he was mad about, just went, "Okay then." And Patricia, having pulled off the ultimate diversion, was internally sighing with relief. Man, she was really hoping that little show would be enough. But deep down, she knew this was getting tricky. Dodging Gilbert was starting to feel like a full-time job, like Mission Impossible level. Toto, who could always read her like a book, gently asked, "Is something perhaps grinding your gears, Patricia?" Patricia was like, "Yeah, just a little." Then bam, subject change. "Oh, speaking of Toto, any hot goss on that guy who was hiding in the tree? You know, the wannabe assassin who went after Leonard?" Toto nodded, all business. "Yes, ma'am. Deborah snagged the weapon he dropped. I have a buddy who's a total weapons nerd, so I gave it to him to check out." But then he dropped the bad news. The weapon was squeaky clean, like not a single fingerprint or smudge to give us a clue. Patricia let out a huge sigh. "Well, that's a bust. If that's all we've got, we're totally stuck," she moaned. Her own digging had turned up zilch too. The guy was buried in so many leaves it was like trying to spot a ninja in a salad. Then a little light bulb went off over her head. She turned to Toto with a hypothetical. "Okay, Toto, riddle me this. Say you have to hide something major, and the person you're hiding it from is asterisk this close asterisk to figuring it all out. What's the best move you could possibly make in that spot?" Toto's face went from helpful butler to stone-cold killer in like 0.5 seconds. He said super calmly, "I'd neutralize the problem. I'd, take him out." Patricia's jaw hit the floor. "Toto! Oh my gosh, who have you been hanging out with?" Then she scrambled. "Okay, besides, asterisk that asterisk, what's plan B?" Toto thought for a second, then launched into a story. "Well, I once heard about this servant working at some fancy-pants nobleman's house. So while he's doing his servant thing, he clumsy-dumsily drops a candle and whoops torches a little spot on a super expensive tablecloth." Patricia immediately got it, asking, "So the big idea was to just hide the evidence of his little oopsie?" Toto nodded. "Precisely. See, as a servant, he was toast. So fearing for his job, he cooked up a new plan. Later that night, he sneaks back in and sets the asterisk entire mansion asterisk on fire. In all that chaos, the little burnt tablecloth just looked like part of the bigger mess. His mistake, poof, gone." Patricia was just soaking in the sheer terrifying genius of Toto's story. She thanked him for the, very unique perspective. And while she thought his methods were, a tad on the aggressive side, she had to admit they'd probably work if you were really in a bind. Her mind snapped back to Gilbert's nagging question. "Are you hiding something from me?" That question was just hanging over her head like a big stormy cloud. And that's when a wild, crazy, and seriously manipulative idea sparked to life. Instead of running from Gilbert's questions forever, what if she gave him a little peek behind the curtain? A totally fake peek, of course, designed to lead him exactly where she wanted him to go. "Toto!" she called out, her voice suddenly full of purpose. "Get me Deborah on the double." Then she laid out her brilliant bonkers plan. "That's it. If my brother thinks I'm hiding something, then I'll give him something juicy to find. A perfectly crafted bite-sized piece of a fake secret. Her voice dropped to a dramatic whisper, as she officially named her scheme Operation Patricia's Deep Dark Secret. Meanwhile, Gilbert was staring at Patricia's letter, reading the last line. Today I will wait for you in the yard at sunset. Her name written all fancy-like was basically screaming at him. His brain was doing backflips. He just stood there totally confused. The yard of all places, why the yard? A weird feeling started creeping in. The yard wasn't just any old patch of grass. As far as he knew, that was Patricia's training ground where she practiced sword fighting and all that other noble lady stuff. Okay, hold up. Something about this is totally fishy. Is this connected to all the weird stuff she's been up to? Seriously? Gilbert mumbled to himself, completely unable to shake this gut feeling that Patricia was mixed up in something way over his head. And when Gilbert showed up, his confusion meter just exploded. There was Patricia practically glowing with happiness, as she gave him a huge welcome. The scene in front of him was just what Leonardo Toto Deborah and a literal mountain of party food. Patricia, what in the world is all this? Gilbert asked, his brain totally short-circuiting. With a killer smile, Patricia explained she'd heard these surprise party things were super popular, and just asterisk had asterisk to throw one for her favorite big brother. Oh, and Deborah, she added, was her partner in crime for the decorations and the cake. Okay, but what were you doing sneaking around here a few days ago? Gilbert pressed, remembering their other run-ins. Patricia just got this sneaky little glint in her eyes, and admitted that he'd totally caught her in the act of party planning. I had to secretly borrow Brother Leonard's shoulder to get the right height for the decorations, she explained. Her voice as sweet as a candy store. Leonard, playing his part, acted all clueless, which just sold the whole thing. For me, Gilbert stammered, completely blown away. He couldn't stop staring at his ridiculously adorable little sister. All those doubts that had been bugging him just poofed into thin air, replaced by this warm, fuzzy feeling. Asterisk, man, I'm such an idiot. How could I ever doubt her, asterisk, he thought. Totally overwhelmed. Gilbert dropped to one knee right in front of Patricia, holding out his hand. As a token of my undying gratitude for this awesome surprise, he declared, dead serious, Patricia, will you do me the honor of this dance? With a smile that could light up the entire city, she gracefully accepted. As the music swelled, Gilbert and Patricia started waltzing, looking like something out of a movie. Toto watched the whole thing, his tail wagging like crazy in approval. Was this a huge pain to put together? Gilbert asked, his eyes sparkling. Not at all, Patricia replied, cool as a cucumber. Toto and Deborah were a massive help. But underneath that cheerful smile, her eyes flashed like cold steel. Asterisk, yeah, especially after I had to take out the trash, asterisk, she thought to herself, her gaze drifting over to the edge of the garden. Meanwhile, in a castle far, far away, a real storm was brewing. Prince Alfonso, absolutely furious, slammed his fist on a table. That attempt to get rid of Patricia's brothers failed again. He roared, his voice echoing like thunder. My lords, we need a new strategy. His assassin began, only to get shut down by a glare that could freeze lava. Keep it down, Alfonso hissed, his voice practically dripping with poison. I don't care what it costs, he snarled, grinding his teeth. Julius, I am going to ruin everyone who stands by you, he vowed, his eyes blazing with pure hatred as lightning cracked outside. Back at the party, the happy mood hit a major speed bump when Patricia's brothers told her about Prince Omnis's upcoming engagement. Celebration. Wait, a party to celebrate Prince Omnis's engagement? Patricia asked, the gears in her head already turning. And it's being held in his kingdom. That's the one, Gilbert confirmed. We have to go as Dad's representatives. Yep, Leonard added. We're both filling in for the old man. Well, I'm pretty much just Gilbert's +1. This whole thing is being put on by Prince Alfonso, Gilbert continued. You know, Julius's older brother. Patricia's mind went into overdrive. Alfonso, Julius's super vengeful big bro, was behind this party. She knew she had to think of a plan like yesterday. I hope we still have some time, she said, trying to keep the panic out of her voice. When exactly is this thing happening? And Leonard, ever the cheerful guy, dropped a piece of news that sent an icy shiver down her spine. Oh, it's like the day after tomorrow, or maybe the one after that. And just like that, Patricia's perfectly laid plan went up in smoke. There was absolutely no time to pull off the master-level trick she had planned for Gilbert. Panic was bubbling up inside her, but she slapped on a sweet and innocent face and called her brothers over. She started laying it on thick about how worried she was. Patty is so scared for you. Please take Toto with you, she pleaded. Leonard and Gilbert were both totally moved. Ah, thanks for caring, they said together. But then Leonard explained that the guest and servant list was already set in stone, making it impossible to add Toto at the last second. Gilbert, noticing how upset Patricia looked, said, Wow, it seems like Patty is a real worrywart. Patricia was fuming internally. Asterisk, you absolute buffoons, asterisk, she thought. You're not worried enough about yourselves, asterisk? She knew the kind of danger they were in. A lot of people had been having accidents lately, and accepting an invitation to a palace practically in enemy territory was just asking for trouble. Asterisk, I had a bad feeling about this, asterisk, she thought. Asterisk, they both messed up big time saying yes to this. The thought of her brothers walking into the lion's den without any real protection was terrifying. Her gut was screaming that something horrible would happen if they went alone. So with a burst of pure desperation, Patricia made a wild suggestion. "If you can't take Toto," she said, her voice shaking just a tiny bit, "then can you please take me with you?" Leonard and Gilbert just stared at each other, totally stunned. Before they could even protest, Patricia went on, putting on her shyest face. "Omnis is Prince Julius's home country, right?" she asked, her voice all soft and dreamy. "I want to see the country where I'm going to live after I marry Julius." And bam! The thought of their little Patty living so far away with Julius hit them right in the feels. Oh man, you could practically hear Leonard's heart hit the floor, and Gilbert looked like his puppy just ran away. Leonard, pulling himself together, slapped on a fake smile. "Yeah, that's fair. He gets where Patricia's coming from. I'll go talk to Dad." Patricia's face totally lit up with a huge grin as she thanked her brother. Heck yeah. Now I can keep an eye on these two goofballs, she thought, feeling super smug. Toto and Deborah can totally handle mom and dad duty. Then her mind wandered over to Julius. "Man, it's been, 3 years? Hope you're doing all right, buddy." Flash forward 2 days and boom, Patricia's chilling in a super fancy carriage heading straight for Omnis. All right, let's see if this country is all that in a bag of chips, she thought to herself, her eyes practically sparkling with adventure. But plot twist. Their road trip hit a snag when a bunch of bandits decided to crash their party, which really screams, this border area is getting a little dicey. "You glad we made it in one piece?" Leonard breathed, totally relieved. "And it's already dark out," Gilbert moaned. "Just great." "Patty's gonna be so bummed. Guess you're not meeting Prince Julius tonight." Patricia was secretly doing a happy dance inside. The bandits totally saved her. But on the outside, she put on her best pouty face. What can you do?" she said with a little shrug. "I'm sure we'll run into each other eventually." Cut to a swanky palace in Omnis, where the party planners for the engagement bash were going full throttle. "Ahem, Your Highness," a servant called out. "The party's all set." When she got no answer, she tried again, a little worried. Hello, Prince Julius?" Julius was totally zoned out, just staring out the window at like a cloud or something. But then a little smile crept onto his face as he finally turned to the servant, looking all cool, calm, and princely. Just then, at the big shindig, Prince Alones practically exploded into the hall, looking way too excited and just a little bit evil.
"Welcome, party people," he bellowed, his voice bouncing off the walls. "I'm super stoked to see the special guests I've been waiting for. My pals Prince Leonard and Prince Gilbert from the Land of Shine."
Alone strolled over to Gilbert, his eyes darting around the group. He spotted a girl hiding behind him and put on a big fake show of surprise. "Well now, and who is this lovely princess?" he asked, laying the phony charm on thick. "I don't think we've had the pleasure, my lady." Patricia stepped out and dropped a perfect curtsy, smooth as butter. "So nice to finally meet you," she said, her voice dripping with sweetness. "I'm Patricia." Gilbert's whole vibe soured the second he heard her name, but he still managed to crank out a smile. "Welcome, Princess Patricia," he said, sounding like he'd just swallowed a lemon. "Come on, you three." Alones waved them in. "Let's get this party started." Patricia's inner assassin senses were screaming, "Danger, Will Robinson." She could totally feel the bad vibes hiding under Alones' slick smile. Yikes, this guy is up to no good, she thought, her heart thumping like a drum solo. Alone stopped, and this creepy grin spread across his face. "Oh, by the way," he said, all casual-like, "I heard you guys had a little run-in with some bandits. Bummer." Leonard just laughed it off, waving his hand. "Nah, it was nothing. Just a little traffic jam horse style. We got held up for a bit, that's all." Alones faked this super concerned look. "Oh, I'm just so glad you're all safe. We were terrified something might have happened to Princess Patricia. I mean, can you imagine if Shine's national treasure got swiped?" But underneath that phony, concerned face, Alones was absolutely raging. "Ugh, my plan was to get rid of them on the road," he thought. "Why are these people so freaking lucky?" But then a little evil glint appeared in his eyes. "Still, I did manage to lure Princess Patricia out. So score." He'd been waiting for this. Up till now, that little monster's been cooped up in the royal palace, which made her impossible to get to. If I can just take her out of the picture, Julius loses all his backup, and so does Shine. Just like that, Alones sneakily dumped a vial of something nasty into Patricia's drink, hiding the little pouch before handing her the glass. "All right, first things first. A toast to our meeting tonight," he announced, raising his own glass. "Why, thank you so much," Patricia said, all polite and calm. "Don't worry, it's non-alcoholic," Alone said smoothly while thinking. "It's actually a one-way ticket to the afterlife." She took a little sniff. "Oh, this smells amazing. Is that a hint of light fruit I smell in there?" she asked, playing totally innocent. "Wow, you've got a great nose for this stuff," Alone said, trying not to look shocked. "This is just heavenly. You like it too, right, Your Highness?" Patricia asked, staring right at him. "Oh yeah, totally, it's my favorite." Alones lied through a super tight smile. "Oh, in that case, you first," Patricia chirped, sliding the poisoned glass his way. Actually, I don't like fruit, so I can't drink it," Alone stammered, trying to backtrack. "But you just said it was your favorite. Come on, Your Highness, you should enjoy it," Patricia insisted, with the sweetest smile, nudging the glass closer to him. Go on, just a little sip. A single drop of sweat rolled down Alone's face. Oh crap. He was totally cornered. His own genius plan was blowing up in his face. If he said no, he'd look super suspicious. But if he said yes, he'd be drinking the get rid of Patricia juice himself. His eyes bounced between her innocent little smile and the deadly drink, his brain going into absolute overdrive trying to find a way out of this mess. Patricia slid a drink over to her brother-in-law Alone's, flashing a smile that was all kinds of mysterious. Here, have a sip, she cooed, her voice sugary sweet but with a hint of something spicy. Alone's totally froze up. You could practically see the panic sweat forming. He reached for the glass like it was a ticking time bomb, his hand shaking a little while this super awkward silence fell. Meanwhile, everyone else is just chit-chatting away, totally oblivious to the drama llama in the room. Patricia, sensing he was chickening out, leaned in and whispered all sweet and sneaky, "Oh, don't be shy now, brother-in-law." Oh, snap. Alone's panic turned to anger, and he shot back, trying to sound all high and mighty. Wow, talk about rude, he sneered. Who gives back a gift? How dare I? Patricia's grin got even wider, like she was loving every second of his squirming. Oh yeah, she knows something's up with this drink. She tilted her head, playing all innocent, and put on this fake sorry voice. You're so right. My bad, I totally crossed a line. My sincerest apologies, your highness, She paused, her eyes twinkling with mischief right before Alone's could even think of a comeback. Her brother Leonardo swooped in, looking all worried. Hey Trish, everything cool here? If you don't want that, I'll totally take it off your hands. Whoa, Patricia shot him a look that could freeze fire. Her eyes went ice cold. Nope, bro. This is a special gift personally from His Highness Alone's. She raised the glass again, and stared Alone's down, practically daring him to say otherwise. Isn't that right, your highness? And Alone's is busted. You can see the moment he realizes his master plan just blew up in his face. Patricia was flipping the script on him big time. She held that glass up for everyone to see, super dramatic. Listen up, everybody. This is a personal gift to me from His Highness Alone's, she announced to the whole room, who were now totally tuning into the drama. With a super sly grin, she looked right at Alone's and laid on the sarcasm thick. Oh my, how sweet of you, your highness. So thoughtful to your little bro's fiancé, even though we barely know each other. She let that hang in the air for a second. Such a kind brother-in-law. Alone's eyes went wide. The gears in his head were grinding, and then, ding, oh no, he thought. This girl is onto me, she totally figured it out. A single drop of sweat rolled down his face. He couldn't believe she was that sharp. The crowd started whispering, their curiosity totally piqued. Hey, isn't that Princess Patricia the one engaged to Julius? Someone muttered. Then another person chimed in. Yeah, and I heard Prince Alone's gave her that drink. You think he put a little something extra in it? That whisper hit Alone's like a ton of bricks. He started to panic, realizing with pure horror that if she takes a sip of that special recipe and keels over all fingers are pointing at him. Patricia, he squeaked out, his voice cracking. Hey, maybe let's not do this right now. But Patricia just held up a hand like, talk to the hand, bro. Her smile got even bigger, and her eyes were just sparkling with, I'm about to cause some trouble energy. She brought the glass right up to her lips and said in this super calm, sweet voice, Don't you worry, your highness. I'm happy to drink it. Alone's looked like he was about to faint. He lunged forward, his hand shaking. Patricia, no, wait. And just as the glass touched her lips, bam! A hand shot out and stopped her. Patricia looked up, totally surprised to see her fiancé, Julius, holding her wrist. He looked super serious. Don't drink that, Julius said, his voice low and serious, his eyes locked on hers. That's a one-way trip. Patricia just blinked. Wait, he knew. Ugh, she had this whole epic takedown planned for Alone's, and Julius just waltzed in and totally ruined her moment. So annoyed, she grumbled his name under her breath, but Julius just calmly took the glass from her. Then, smooth as anything, he put it on a passing servant's tray, getting rid of the evidence. And that's when Alone's completely lost it, his voice cracking with rage and desperation as he started screaming at Julius. He's all, You're not invited. How'd you even get in here? But Julius just smirked, a little bit of that old family drama showing in his eyes. He glanced at the maid holding the, spicy beverage, gave her a tiny nod, basically saying, make that disappear. Then he turned back to Alone's, his voice smooth as silk but loaded with sass. Well, half-brother, he said, really dragging out the word. How could your foolish little brother possibly miss his own big bro's engagement party? Julius was practically radiating you're in deep trouble vibes, staring daggers at Alone's. Or could it be that my invitation got lost in the mail? Ooh, burn. Alone's face went white as a ghost, as everyone in the room turned to stare at him, the whispers starting up again. He was totally speechless, completely cornered, with all his guests watching. Julius, who was clearly having the time of his life watching his brother squirm, kept that intense stare locked on him. Then he made this big flowy gesture over to where Alone's fiancé was sitting, and said in this ridiculously polite voice, Your lovely fiancé is waiting, brother. We shouldn't keep the ladies waiting now, should we? You could practically hear Alone's grinding his teeth. He was so mad he could spit, but he plastered on a fake smile and started walking to his fiancé's table. As he passed Julius, though, he leaned in and hissed, Don't get too cocky. Julius, you unaliver. Oof. Julius's whole vibe shifted. His face went stony as he just stood there taking the hit. But Patricia, who was watching this whole soap opera unfold, definitely caught that last word. Felt my ears perk up. Wait, what's he talking about? Leonardo, who totally heard it too, stomped over to Alphonse with a serious frown. Excuse me. Did you just call your brother a murderer? He demanded. His voice was low, but you could tell he meant business. Alphonse just busted out this super fake laugh, waving his hand like it was nothing. Oh, my silly little brother, he's got the weirdest sense of humor, he said, trying way too hard to be smooth. Just a joke, obviously. Yeah, right. You could totally see the panic in his eyes. Anyway, let me introduce you to my fiancé. Leonardo shot him a look that said, I don't believe you for a second, but he nodded anyway, playing along for now. So Alphonse led Leonardo and Gilbert over to a table, acting all prim and proper, but you could just feel the steam coming out of his ears about Julius. Meanwhile, as Julius started to peace out, he ran right into Patricia again. She was giving him this intense look, her eyes all squinty like she was trying to solve a super complicated puzzle about that whole murderer comment. It was like Julius could feel her staring. 'Cause he stopped dead in his tracks, and in this quiet, serious voice said, Patricia, can we talk for a second? Patricia just tilted her head, this sneaky little smile creeping onto her face as she looked him up and down. But of course, Your Highness. As Patricia agreed, she shot a quick look back at her brother Leonardo, who was basically burning a hole in them with his stare. His eyebrows were all scrunched up with worry as he yelled, Patty, where are you going? You want Gilbert to come with you for backup? Patricia just gave him a little smile to chill him out. Nah, I'm good, bro. I've got His Highness Julius with me, she said, cool as a cucumber, side-eyeing Julius. Right, Your Highness. Julius looked right at her, his face a total poker mask, and just nodded. Yeah, don't worry about a thing, he said, his voice totally even. Leonardo's big brother danger senses were tingling as he watched them walk off. Gilbert, seeing him all tense, leaned in and whispered, So, are we gonna follow them or what, little bro? Leonardo thought about it for a hot second, his jaw clenched, but then he shook his head. Nah, let's just let him be. Patricia can totally handle herself. Meanwhile, Patricia and Julius were in the middle of an awkward silence world championship as they walked to a totally gorgeous fountain in the gardens. You could hear the water splashing and the moonlight was making everything look all sparkly and magical. You know, perfect for a super tense conversation. Patricia finally broke the silence, her voice super chill but curious. So, been a while, Julius, she said, giving him a little smirk. You could see in her eyes she was feeling a mix of remember when and oh, this again. I mean, they were engaged and all, but there was some serious distance and a whole bunch of drama they never really talked about. But before she could even get into it, there was this crazy flash of movement. Patricia barely had time to blink before swoosh Julius whipped out his sword all smooth and dramatic. The moonlight hit the steel just right as he pointed it right at her chin. Talk about a mood killer. She froze her heart, probably doing the cha-cha, but her face was pure ice. Julius leaned in, his eyes all squinty and suspicious, and got all intense. Are you here to take me out too? He whispered. His voice was like super quiet but also super scary, and he was staring a hole through her. With that blade way too close for comfort, she just sighed his name Julius. But nope, that just made him tighten his grip. He pushed the sword even closer, like hello personal space. His eyes were blazing with this crazy fire, a whole tornado of anger brewing in there. I'm gonna ask you one. More. Time, he said, his voice dripping with ice. The way he said it was so intense it made her heart do a little flip-flop. Are you also here to kill me? The question just hung there, and Patricia could tell this dude was 100% serious. Not a single flinch. It was like he was ready to slice and dice if she said the wrong thing. Don't move, he ordered, his voice all low and bossy. My dear fiancée, Patricia Bonuka. For just a second, Patricia actually felt a little shiver of fear. Okay, she hadn't expected him to go this asterisk hard. But just as she was about to say something, she stopped, took a deep breath, and was like, all right, game on. She closed her eyes for a sec, getting her game face on. And when she opened them again, oof. All the softness was gone. She was giving Julius a look so cold it could freeze fire. It was the stare of a pro, someone who's seen it all and done it all. Julius von Lazar, she said, and her voice was so calm it was terrifying. Oh, he was in for it now. Hearing his full name totally threw him off, and before he could even process it, Patricia grabbed the freaking sword blade with her bare hand. A little blood started to drip, but she just held it tighter, her face not even flinching. Who do you think you're talking to? She whispered, and it sounded like she was actually enjoying this. Then in a blink and you'll miss it move, she was all up in his personal space with the kind of speed that screams, I do this for a living. Julius tried to back up, his eyes wide like saucers as Patricia moved like a ninja ballerina, completely blowing his mind. Next thing he knew, her hand was clamped around his neck. Not choking him, but definitely getting his attention, forcing him to look into those killer eyes. With a quick twist, yoink, she snatched the sword right out of his hand, and before you could say plot twist, she had him flat on his back with his own sword at his throat. The tables have turned, buddy. She held him down easy, her eyes all dark and serious. Look, if I actually wanted to kill you. Julius, she growled. Your head would be rolling around on the grass right now. Julius was just lying there, completely stunned by how ridiculously skilled she was. Dang, this girl was fierce, and it was kind of breathtaking. Her inner assassin was on full display. And you know what he did? A slow, goofy smile spread across his face. He was totally digging this. Patricia, he breathed out like he was completely smitten, still pinned to the ground when he just started cracking up this deep, real laugh that bounced around in the dead of night. He looked up at her with this wild glint in his eye, like he was both super impressed and thought she was hilarious. See, this is why you're the only one I can trust, he said, his huge laugh simmering down to a little chuckle. The only one. His hands came up real slow, reaching for her face. You're just full of surprises, aren't you, Patricia? My one and only drop-dead gorgeous fiancé. Patricia finally let him go, hopping up with a totally annoyed look on her face. She dusted herself off like he was a pesky fly, staring down at him with a perfect mix of, "Are you kidding me? And I can't believe this guy." Julius, did you hit your head or something? She asked, genuinely ticked off by his complete 180. Julius, still grinning like an idiot, pushed himself up and brushed off his clothes, his whole vibe softening. Hey, we're giving this a real shot again, right? Building something good, he said, still a little out of breath from laughing. Patricia let out a massive sigh, rolling her eyes so hard they almost got stuck. Is this asterisk what you call a good relationship? She just shook her head completely over it. One second you're ready to send me to the great beyond, and the next you're acting like some lovesick puppy. But Julius just kept smiling, his eyes going all soft. I missed you, he said, plain and simple, all the anger just melting off his face. Patricia sucked in a deep breath, forcing herself to chill out as his honest-to-goodness expression kind of got to her. Fine, she grumbled mostly to herself. But if you ever pull a sword on me like that again, I will 100% return the favor, pointy end first. As Julius gently wrapped a bandage around her hand, she glared at him. You know this isn't exactly a welcome home party, Julius. He finished tying the knot and looked up, his face all soft again. I was just testing you, he admitted. Patricia just raised an eyebrow, looking completely unimpressed. After a beat, she asked, So speaking of, did you know your half-brother slipped something into that drink he gave me? Julius shook his head. No, I didn't know for sure, he said. But I can take a pretty good guess at what my dear brother was thinking. He stopped, giving her a long look. You seemed awfully confident there was something nasty in it. Patricia's face was a total poker face, like she was talking about the weather. Of course I was, she shot back instantly. Julius, though, gave her a look that said, I see right through you. But you were still gonna drink it, weren't you? His words totally threw her for a loop. Busted. She couldn't exactly tell him her body was basically immune to most poisons thanks to years of assassin training. So she did what she did best, she made something up fast. I was just going to fake a sip to mess with his head, make him sweat a little, she said, smooth as silk. It was all to protect my brothers. After a stunt like that, Alphonse won't dare lay a finger on them or me. If anything happens to us, he's suspect number one. He's not gonna risk it. Julius nodded, looking like he was actually thinking it over. I get it. That's how you keep them safe. A tiny smile played on his lips. In that case, I should probably go say a proper hello to both of your brothers. Patricia's eyes narrowed just a little. And please stop with the pop quizzes, okay? She said, her voice dripping with warning. She was so done with his trust issues and his little games. Julius just let out a soft laugh. You're the only person I can trust, he whispered, his gaze getting all warm and fuzzy. But there was something else going on in his eyes, a heaviness like he was secretly carrying the weight of the world. Patricia saw it, and her forehead crinkled with worry. Man, you are making things so complicated right now, she thought. She paused, then finally asked, Did something happen after we split up? But before Julius could even open his mouth, something moved in the corner of his eye. His whole face changed in a flash, his eyes blowing wide with panic. Patricia, look out! Before she could even blink, a gloved hand slapped over her face, pressing a cloth soaked with some knockout stuff right over her nose. She fought back for like a second, but whatever was on that rag hit her like a ton of bricks, and her whole body went limp. Her vision started to swim, and the last thing she saw was Julius totally freaking out, screaming her name while getting jumped by other assassins. One of the goons slammed him onto the ground, yanking his arm behind his back and pinning him down with some serious brutal force. As Patricia was getting dragged into dreamland by that sketchy handkerchief, Julius was on the ground, desperately trying to get her to wake up. One of the assassins looked at his buddy. What about the prince? We grabbing him too? He asked in a gravelly voice. The second guy just stood there for a second, not saying anything. As Patricia was drifting in and out, she started to hear bits and pieces of what her new friends were saying. One of them was talking in this weird dialect, telling the others, Yo, when we're done here, make sure you smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell for notifications. The northern dialect. Patricia realized her brain fighting. Through the sleepy fog. The words were super weird, but she recognized the accent. These guys were mountain tribe soldiers, you could tell by their crazy strong builds and those unique muscles. But why were they talking like they were filming a YouTube video? Like this was some kind of unboxing of her. Her assassin brain kicked into overdrive, and all the weird pieces started to snap together. Okay, he's a soldier, definitely not from around here, and he's not after Julius. A horrible thought started to form in her head. I'm the prize! Her eyes flicked over to the ballroom. Not a single person was freaking out. The party was still going like nothing was wrong. Deborah's people are already inside the hall, she thought, trying to calm herself down. At least my brothers are safe. As the sleepy time meds started to kick in, Patricia figured her best move was to just go with the flow, at least for now. Fine, if they want me this bad, they can have me. Let's see who's really running this circus. In her loopy state, she mumbled to herself, if you want to get rid of weeds, you gotta pull them out by the roots. She knew these guys were just the hired help taking orders from some big shot. Whoever set up this whole kidnapping thing seriously underestimated who they were messing with. She'd just play the part, soak up all the info, and then when they least expect it, bam, turn the tables. Nearby, Julius was still putting on a one-man shouting show fighting his captors. Giving him one last look, she whispered, okay, for plot purposes, let's just say I've been captured. Flash forward to a crazy dream where some young woman gets thrown to the ground like a rag doll. She's gasping, trying to scramble up and screaming, stop! Oh my gosh, please stop! Her voice is totally freaking out as she looks up and sees who grabbed her. Patricia! She whimpers, pure terror in her eyes, as she stares up at the ultimate party crasher standing over her, ready to make a mess. Patricia's expression is pure ice as she lifts her knife, gearing up to strike. In her last moments, the girl stammers, of all the people, you! But before she could get the dramatic line out, the dream fizzled and Patricia jolted awake, her head feeling all fuzzy. The knockout drugs were still doing their thing. She felt super out of it, her vision all blurry as she peeked through a tiny window. Okay, where in the world am I? She wondered, trying to put the pieces back together. She remembered the ambush, the surprise attack, and the ridiculously fast kidnapping. Yeah, she and Julius got totally owned, drugged and tossed into this carriage. Patricia scooted closer to Julius, her voice a low hiss. Okay, Jay, I'm betting these guys are professional problem solvers from out of town, and I doubt we're on their long-term guest list. She scoped out their little prison on wheels. We'll act like we're totally helpless for now, and the second we see an opening, we bolt. Her gaze landed on Julius, who was still conked out against the chair. His eyes were still closed. She gave his shoulder a little shake, whispering, Julius, wakey, wakey. When he didn't move, she tried again a little louder this time. Julius blinked his face, going from confused to super annoyed as he remembered their predicament. You said you'd escape, Patricia? He grumbled, his voice dripping with sarcasm. But it looks like you were too busy having a nice little nap. Patricia shot him a death glare. Hey, I was exhausted. Okay, a girl can only take so much kidnapping and drugging in one day, she shot back. She was maybe a little embarrassed. Julius sighed, giving the room a quick once-over. Well, these guys locked us in and are talking about bringing in their master. So I guess they want us alive for the big villain monologue, at least for now. Patricia nodded, her brain already in overdrive. If they're taking us to the big boss, that's our shot? Freaking out now is pointless. We'll just watch, wait, and then completely wreck their plans when the time is right. As Patricia sat there, her mind wandered back to that bonkers dream she had. You know, thinking back, that dream was seriously creepy. Gave me the heebie-jeebies. But her thoughts were cut short by Julius, who was giving her a look that was half concerned, half exasperated. What if those goons come back while you're off in dreamland? He asked, a little snippy. I can't exactly play bodyguard if you're sleeping like a log. Patricia gave him a look that screamed confidence with a side of annoyance. I can take care of myself, thank you very much. You don't need to worry about me, she said flatly. Julius just raised an eyebrow, a skeptical little smile on his face. Wow, you really are a princess, aren't you? She frowned, totally confused. What is that supposed to mean? He sighed like he was explaining something to a toddler. I'm being 100% serious. You're a princess. Your parents love you, your brothers love you, the staff loves you. You've been wrapped in bubble wrap your whole life. Protecting yourself for real isn't as easy as you think. He said, his eyes getting a little distant, especially when it involves permanently canceling someone's subscription to life. Hearing that just made Patricia's stomach do a backflip. She flashed back to those secret files she'd read, the ones that hinted at Julius's shady past. The report she got after 3 years was definitely the G-rated version to keep things from getting out. Julius's 2 super loyal minions delivered it on the down low. We hadn't heard a peep from him. This guy was no stranger to the rough and tumble life. He basically lived in the danger zone. She took a deep breath, trying to act casual. So Julius, have you changed at all in the last 3 years? He smirked, a little spark of defiance in his eyes. As you can see, I'm still breathing. Patricia narrowed her eyes, not falling for that. So that's a no. He just shrugged, looking totally over it. My enemies have been on vacation for about half a year, ever since we got engaged. But I'm not dumb enough to think it'll last. I'm just wondering how long this quiet spell will hold. How long till they try to take me off the board again? When do I finally get to win? Patricia gave him a small, reassuring smile, refusing to let him get all dark and broody. Well, you're still alive, Julius. I'd call that a pretty major win. She pointed out, all the chipper. So that means for now, they keep getting an F for effort, and we keep winning. Julius actually let out a little chuckle, the stress on his face vanishing for a second. Yeah, that's one way to put it. If Patricia says it, then it must be gospel. She shot him a side-eye, trying to decode his tone. Okay, was that sarcasm? Is my reading people app crashing again?
I totally don't get it,
She thought, a little wave of doubt washing over her. But then the sound of heavy footsteps, asterisk, thump, 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 asterisk, came from outside the door, totally killing the quiet vibe. Someone was definitely on their way, and they weren't trying to be sneaky about it. Julius tensed up, his expression going from 0 to 100 as he turned to her. Patricia? He murmured, his voice low but super intense. He stared right into her eyes, dead serious. Real talk. Have you ever had to take out 3 people? She felt a sudden chill, but he just kept going, his eyes locked on hers. I mean, have you ever done it with your own 2 hands? Not because someone gave you an order, not for a mission, but just you. As they sat there in the creepy, dimly lit room, Patricia gave Julius a look that could cut glass, her voice soft but loaded. Let's flip that question, Julius. Have you ever had to take down someone you were close to? Julius's face went dark, and for a second he looked totally lost in a really bad memory. He took a long, slow breath before he spoke, his voice low and just full of sadness. There was this woman, my nanny, who basically raised me as a kid. She was my mom's best friend. After my mom died and I had nobody, she was the only one who stuck by me. She never bailed. He paused, his eyes glazing over as he replayed the whole thing in his head. But one night she slipped something in my drink. She tried to, in my sleep. I woke up just in time to see her standing over me with a knife, the same woman who used to rock me to sleep. Patricia's eyes got a little wider as she listened, feeling how heavy this story was. I knew the drink was off earlier that night, Julius went on, his voice getting colder. So I decided to play dead. Just to see who'd show up for the grand finale. When she came at me, I fought back. I had to defend myself. He paused, his face twisted with pain. I will never ever forget the look on her face. The shock, the hate, the despair. And weirdly, she looked almost relieved as she was bleeding out. Julius's voice dropped to barely a whisper. She was always thinking about me. I still wonder what made her snap. What pushed her to turn on me after everything? While he was talking, Patricia, being the absolute pro-assassin she is, was casually slipping out of her ropes like a magician. Feeling a totally unexpected punch of empathy, she moved in and just wrapped him in a huge hug. Julius went stiff as a board, completely caught off guard by the move. Why are you hugging me? He asked, his voice dripping with confusion. Patricia just buried her face in his shoulder and mumbled, I don't know. But in that split second, she understood his pain in a way that almost no one else could. As a professional hit woman, she'd seen her share of betrayals and had her own goodbye innocence moments. This kid, she thought, he basically had to kill his own mother figure. A woman who raised him, only to betray him. You of all people. The phrase echoed in her head, a nasty flashback to something someone said to her right before she had to eliminate a person she'd once trusted with her life. In a low whisper, she admitted it. Yeah, once. I had to take out someone I trusted. Julius just looked at her, a little spark of understanding in his eyes. She held up a hand to stop him, her voice firm. Let's put a pin in this conversation. We've both got baggage we don't need to unpack right now. Those goons will be back any second. Let's focus on the here and now. A smirk played on Patricia's lips, a bit of her usual swagger coming back. Come on, Julius. Let's get a little payback and blow this popsicle stand. As they got themselves ready, ditching the ropes and making a silent game plan, the scene cuts to a dark, spooky corridor somewhere else in the castle. 2 guys, both with ridiculously shiny golden hair, were walking side by side, their shadows stretching out all dramatically against the stone walls. One of them, a tall dude with a permanently smug look on his face, said with way too much glee, So the news about snagging Princess Patricia is the real deal, right? His sidekick, a guy with shifty calculating eyes, nodded. Absolutely, Your Excellency. It is 100% confirmed. The first guy grinned, his face a billboard of slimy ambition. Awesome job. As long as I can wife up that princess, my spot at the top of this country is locked down. She's a prize worth paying anything for. His servant, a guy with a cold, I'll do anything you say look, bowed his head a little. By the way, Your Excellency Duke, what's on the agenda for Prince Julius? The Duke let out a classic evil villain laugh, the bad vibes just pouring off him. Oh, it would be such a shame to just kill him, he cooed with pure malice. No, I'm going to drug him and gift wrap him for Lord Alone's. He threw open the door to the room where Patricia and Julius were, only to stop dead in his tracks. Instead of his 2 captives, he saw Patricia standing there, protecting Julius like a mama bear, completely untied. The Duke spun around to his servant, fury flashing in his eyes. Didn't you tie her up? He hissed. What did you go soft on her because she's young? The servant started stammering. No, Your Excellency, there's no way. As he swore up and down that she was tied up tight, the Duke's gaze slid back to Patricia. His expression got darker, but you could see he was a little intrigued. Well now, he thought. She doesn't seem to have a clue what a mess she's in. I wonder how she's going to react when she finds out the truth. Patricia, meanwhile, could totally sense the danger, but was playing dumb, hiding her true power level. Decided it was time for her one-woman show. She put on her best puppy dog eyes, which started to well up with crocodile tears, and slapped on a look of pure, unadulterated innocence. Oh please, where are my brothers? She whimpered, her voice trembling like she'd just seen a ghost. The Duke sauntered forward, flashing a smile so fake it could have been made of plastic. Good afternoon. You must be Princess Patricia of the Skynan Kingdom, I presume? She gave a slow, dramatic nod, her voice barely a squeak.
Why, yes, that's me,
she replied, making sure a little flicker of fear danced in her eyes. The Duke let out a little chuckle and gave a bow that was 100% mockery. "I am your humble servant, Tasker," he said, his voice practically dripping with phony charm. Patricia managed a tiny, hopeful smile. "Oh, for real?" she asked, her voice just dripping with innocence. "But of course," the Duke replied, his eyes glinting like a cartoon villain. She tilted her head, absolutely nailing the role of a clueless damsel. "I see." But then, bam, the Duke's whole face twisted as he dropped the act. With a seriously creepy grin, he lunged, pinning her to the ground like a wrestler. "But before we get to the boring formalities," he sneered, his weight pressing her down as he gripped her shoulders, "let's cook up a little story based on, let's say, real events." Patricia's face contorted in pure disgust. As she squirmed under him, her voice laced with venom. "Get off me, you disgusting old creep," she spat. He just ignored her, laughing as he spilled the beans on his super vile plan. As the world's worst Duke laid out his genius plan, he said, "If you play along, I'll give you a handy-dandy memory erasing pill. When I'm done, you'll just be the poor tainted princess kidnapped by bad guys. Then I'll swoop in to rescue you like the noble hero I am, marrying the damaged goods out of the kindness of my heart." He grinned, starting to loosen his clothes as he leaned over her. "You'll have no money, no prince, and your only value will be as a little prize for me. I'm taking everything, princess. Don't you get it?" But instead of cowering, Patricia's expression flipped to deadly serious, her eyes narrowing into an ice-cold glare. "Yeah, I really doubt that's enough to make them stop loving me," she said, her voice low and full of you-messed-up energy. The Duke actually faltered, totally thrown by her sudden personality switch. What in the world are you?" Before he could even finish, Patricia's hand moved like a blur. She whipped a thin needle out of her sleeve and with surgical precision jabbed it right into his neck. The Duke's vision started going fuzzy, and his body felt like a wet noodle as the sleepy time juice spread through him. His eyes went wide with horror as he saw Patricia standing there. No longer the damsel in distress he'd imagined, but a stone-cold assassin with a look that could kill. She stood up straight, poised and dangerous like a lioness about to pounce on a very, very dumb gazelle.
Did you really think you could play me?
She murmured, her voice dripping with contempt. "You really should have done your homework, Duke. Pro tip, Google me next time. I am not some helpless little princess you can just push around." The Duke's henchman, who was just walking up, saw his boss crumple to the ground, grabbing his neck. "Your Excellency, Duke," the servant yelled, rushing over. But he didn't get 2 steps before, surprise, Julius was free from his ropes, holding a knife and ready to crash the party. The henchman's eyes bugged out as he stammered, "This kid!" But before he could even process it, poof, Patricia was right beside him. With a practiced flick of her wrist, she stuck another needle right into a weak spot on the guy's neck. The henchman dropped like a sack of potatoes, totally immobilized and out for the count. Julius shot her a look that was a perfect mix of, "Whoa, that was awesome," and "Okay, I'm slightly terrified." "Are they, taking a dirt nap?" Patricia just shook her head. "Nah, I only use sedatives. It's just self-defense," she explained, cool as a cucumber, though her eyes had a mischievous glint. "But honestly, at this rate, even if I don't finish him, my dad will. Or maybe one of my brothers." She expertly removed the needle from the Duke's neck, leaving 0 evidence. Her movements were so clean, so cold. Besides, if I take him out now, the paperwork I'd have to do for my brothers would be a total nightmare. She muttered to herself, a dark little cloud passing over her face. Julius just watched her, remembering what she'd said earlier. "Oh yeah, I've definitely sent someone to the great beyond before." He felt a weird cocktail of respect and, "What did I get myself into, Patricia?" He started, his voice a little shaky. "So ending someone's life means—" She turned to him, cutting him off with a look that meant business. "Julius, listen up. If you've got questions, just shoot. I'll tell you the non-classified stuff." She said, her gaze steady. He hesitated, then asked, "Wait, there's a classified version?" "Yep," she said simply, her expression softening just a tiny bit. "But I need you to know this. I will always protect you, and I trust you, Julius. I swear on my life I will never hurt you." Her words were rock solid, carrying a promise that felt way deeper than he could wrap his head around. Julius just stared at her, completely speechless. A little blush started to creep up his cheeks as he processed the weight of her words. "I see," he finally whispered. With a new fire in his eyes, he took her hand in his grip gentle but sure. "Okay, I won't ask anything else. I trust you, Patricia." He brought her hand to his lips and gave her knuckles a soft, sweet kiss that was both respectful and super affectionate. "I told you before, you're the only person I can count on." Patricia felt a funny little flutter in her chest. She was used to strategy, survival, and cold, hard facts. But this warm, fuzzy feeling was a totally new program for her. "So tell me whenever you're ready," he said, his gaze super intense and sincere, all of Patricia's secrets. How strange, she thought to herself, having no idea what this weird swelling feeling was inside her. But just our luck, another guard waltzed into the room, and his eyes went wide. "Hey, the princess and the prince," he yelped, his voice cracking with alarm. But before his hand even got close to his sword, Patricia moved like a blur, flicking a needle that hit him square in the neck. He just folded like a cheap suit, joining his buddies on a one-way trip to dreamland. Julius just stared at her, his jaw on the floor at how chill and crazy skilled she was. She had the moves of a super spy way more than he ever thought possible. He gulped and then super awkwardly asked, Patricia? Patricia glanced over at him, raising an eyebrow like, "What's up?" Can I ask you something?" He stammered, his voice all shaky, a wild mix of, "Whoa, that was awesome. And I'm so confused. Are you, for real, 10 years old?" And as we see Patricia basically sending that dude's soul packing the scene, zips over to a super dense moonlit jungle where Patricia and Julius were booking it through the wilderness. The giant trees were doing this spooky dance in the breeze, blocking out most of the moonlight from way up high. You could hear leaves rustling and bugs chirping, but the silence between our two escapees was so loud it was practically screaming. It had been like not even an hour since they pulled off their crazy escape from those goons. The spooky forest was suddenly lit up by the shaky glow of torches, as Deborah and her knights rolled up their shadows, looking all long and creepy between the trees. Deborah, who had found Patricia and Julius just wandering around in the freezing cold after their getaway, took off her own heavy cloak and wrapped it around Patricia's shoulders. The air was totally frosty, and Patricia's little fingers were trembling as she pulled the warm cloak tighter. "Thanks," Patricia mumbled, her voice surprisingly steady. But before she could get another word out, she heard her name being shouted. Two voices yelling together, getting closer and closer. Patricia turned and her whole face lit up when she saw her two big brothers, Gilbert and Leonardo, sprinting towards her. A huge smile spread across her face. "Brothers!" she cheered. But then, to her absolute shock, these two super proper dudes, known for being all prim and dignified, just completely lost it. They literally dropped to their knees and threw their arms around her legs, clinging to her for dear life. It was so out of character that Patricia just froze, blinking like, "What is happening right now?" "Sister!" Gilbert cried out, his voice all wobbly. "I told you not to go far by yourself. Do you have any idea how much we were freaking out?" Leonardo, who pretty much never showed his emotions, gently stroked her hair and said, "I was so scared for you. You could have died, Patricia." His voice had this weird little shake to it, showing just how rattled he really was. Patricia, not really sure how to handle this level of drama, just let out a little laugh to lighten the mood. "You guys are such worrywarts," she teased. "I'm not gonna die that easily. But I gotta admit, it's kinda nice to see you care so much." Even though she was trying to calm them down, it didn't seem to be working at all. Patricia stood up straight, practically glowing with confidence despite everything. "Let me make this perfectly clear," she announced, her voice totally sure of itself. "I'm fine, brothers. You really don't have to worry about me this much." Gilbert and Leonardo just stared at her, half in disbelief, and half in awe of how cool she was being. But then, just to rub it in, Patricia added with a cheeky little smile, "I kinda figured this might happen. That's why I asked Deborah to hook me up with a little something for self-defense." Leonardo's brow crinkled, his sharp eyes squinting as he thought about what she said. "For self-defense?" he asked, his voice low. Patricia nodded like it was the most obvious thing in the world, holding up her hand to show off some random thing. "Exactly," she said, waving her hands around as she told the story. "That's how we totally kicked the kidnappers' butts. Patty is super strong, you know." Her happy vibe was lighting up the whole forest, but Leonardo's sharp gaze spotted something she didn't mean for him to see. His eyes locked onto her hand, which was wrapped in a bandage with a little bit of red blood soaking through. Leonardo's face went dark in an instant, all the worry in his eyes turning straight to anger. Gilbert, who saw the injury at the same time, gasped. "Sister!" he cried out. "You're hurt!" Patricia, though, just waved it off with a big smile, totally not bothered. "Oh, it's nothing," she said breezily. "It's like, go ahead, kidnap me as much as you want." Her voice was all fun, and games like this whole terrifying experience was just another Tuesday for her. As she was telling her brothers, "Just go on back to the party and stop worrying about me." But before she could finish, the sharp crack of Leonardo's hand hitting her face cut her off completely. The slap echoed in the freezing night air, making everyone freeze in total shock. Patricia's head snapped to the side from the force, her cheek already stinging as a bright red handprint started to appear. She stared at Leonardo, unable to believe it. "What are you doing?" Gilbert screamed, horrified, his voice shaking with fear. Patricia looked at Leonardo, pure shock in her wide eyes. This was her calm, cool, and collected brother, the one who never ever lost his temper. But there he was, his face a thundercloud of rage, his jaw clenched so tight it looked like it might break as he glared at her. Leonardo's voice was ice-cold and hard, dripping with a fury he was barely holding back. "Don't say things like that," he growled, his words slicing through the silence like a knife. "Even if you're joking, don't you dare talk about your own life like it's some kind of joke." "Whoa, whoa, whoa, don't you dare joke about that ever again." And just like that, Patricia's face went from uh-oh to, "Oh, I get it." These guys weren't just mad at her little quip. Nope, they were absolutely 100% petrified of losing her. I mean, they just saw her asterisk, this close asterisk to being a goner, and the thought of their precious little sister disappearing for good. Yeah, that sent them straight to Freakout City. So Patricia's gingerly touching her cheek where Leo totally tagged her, and then bam, his hand is right over hers. Super soft, like he's trying to apologize with his fingertips. And his voice is all shaky. I can't even tell you how worried I was when I heard you were You know. His voice was so full of feels, and before Patty could even get a word in, he yanks her into this massive hug. We can't just leave our little sis, Leo mumbled into her hair, squeezing tight. Especially after she just got snatched and saved that party. Piffed. No way I'm going back. Not after this mess. And Patricia, our super cool deadly assassin, totally short-circuited. All this brotherly love and genuine worry was like a total system overload. It was weird for sure, but kinda nice. Then Gilbert, not wanting to be left out, gives her a gentle little head pat. He's right, Patty, he chimed in. His voice was a total mix of, I'm so sorry and we love you. This is all on us. We let them take you. Please let me say I'm sorry. Leo pulls back just enough to look her in the eye and jumps on the apology train. Forgive me, Patty, he said, sounding like he'd just committed a cardinal sin. I messed up. I shouldn't have looked away for a second. You're just a baby. I should have been a better bodyguard, brother. Patricia was just frozen for a sec, and then Gilbert dives in for a hug too. It's a brother sandwich. I mean, this is an assassin who's used to being a lone wolf relying on nobody but herself. She's not exactly used to getting this much warm and fuzzy love. But hey, with her bros wrapped around her saying all this sweet sappy stuff, she just closed her eyes and decided to soak it all in. This feeling was new, but honestly kinda cozy. Nope, she finally managed to say, her voice quiet but firm. It's not on you guys. It's on me. I got sloppy. She opened her eyes and gave them a tiny smile. Trying to calm them down, she added, seriously, you don't need to apologize. And while all this Hallmark movie stuff was going down, Julius was just standing there. Poker face on, but inside his brain was running a marathon. Man, these siblings are super tight. He thought, his eyes glued to the family huddle. Patty's got everyone wrapped around her finger, mom, dad, the bros, even the staff. It's like she's the sun they all orbit around. And then whoops, here comes Julius's depressing backstory montage. He's remembering his family's icy glares and his half-brothers who were all, you're a killer. Oh, and let's not forget the maid who tried to slip him a little something extra in his soup, her face all twisted with hate. Yeah, compared to Patricia's warm and fuzzy world, his childhood was an Arctic tundra. We are not the same, he thought with a side of salt. His fist clenched without him even realizing it. She has no idea what it's like to be on your own, to get stabbed in the back by your own freaking family. But just as he was about to put on his favorite sad boy playlist, while Julius was taking a nosedive into his pit of despair, Patricia's voice cut right through the gloom. Julius, she chirped, all bright and happy. He blinked like, huh, what? He was totally caught off guard when she just reached out, snagged his hand and yanked him into the group. Her smile was like a space heater, and for a second Julius felt the ice fortress around his heart get a little melty. Why do you look like a lonely little rain cloud over there? Patricia teased with a huge grin. Get in here. Julius went completely still. This was new. He wasn't used to being included like ever. But that smile, it was so real, and it sent a little pink blush creeping up his face. He actually let her pull him in, and his ramrod straight posture even loosened up a tiny bit as the whole crew made room for him. Gilbert gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder, and Leo even gave him a nod of approval. The whole thing was super weird, but also nice. And for the first time in forever, Julius felt like he actually belonged. Deep inside, a little spark started to flicker in his chest. He looked over at Patricia, whose smile was basically outshining the moon, and made a promise to himself. All right, new plan, I'm gonna be king of this whole country, he thought with crazy-eyed determination. Just to make you happy, Patricia, and give you everything you could ever want. And with that, the camera gracefully floats away from the forest. Our next stop, a giant sparkly mansion glowing under the stars. You can practically smell the roses from here. Inside, we find Prince Alfonso sitting by a huge window doing his best deep thinker pose. His hands are clenched behind his back, and his usual cool guy vibe is starting to crack. He's totally stressing. His quiet moping session gets cut short when a ninja-looking dude in all black pops up, bows super low, and goes, Your Highness. The assassin's voice is all low and respectful. We found Princess Patricia. Alfonso whips around to face him in a flash. His eyes narrow to little slits. Is she, gone? He asks, his voice tight. The words sound harsh, but you can tell he's actually worried, like the thought of her being toast is really freaking him out. The assassin, picking up on the royal jitters, immediately calms him down. Nope. Your Highness, the princess is totally fine. You can chill. Alfonso lets out a quiet breath, and for a split second you can see pure relief on his face. I mean, can you imagine the paperwork if she'd actually kicked the bucket? Not only would it be a political nightmare, but everyone would be pointing the finger straight at him. He'd be in some seriously hot water over the whole protecting the princess thing. All because of that disaster of a party. He was off the hook. For now. But that good feeling lasted about 2 seconds. So, are we gonna have to go to war over this? Alfonso asked, looking like he was about to cry. You could practically hear him freaking out on the inside. He knew this whole diplomacy thing was about to go kaboom. The assassin, cool as a cucumber, just said, Hey, chill. We snagged the kidnappers too. It's gonna be super obvious the king had nothing to do with it. The proof is crystal clear. Alfonso nodded, but he still looked like his puppy just got stolen. He's doing the whole thinking man pose, stroking his chin. Ugh, but are Leonardo and Gilbert even gonna buy it? He whined. That dude was pissed when he couldn't find his sister. The assassin ever the professional just replied, Look, since the king's hands are clean, they're not gonna want to start a huge thing for no reason. It's just bad for business. Alfonso, still spiraling, mumbled, But won't they be like super suspicious of me now? The assassin didn't even blink. Just like you said, Your Highness. After someone tried to snatch the princess, as security around her and her brothers is gonna be cranked up to 11 for a while. We're talking Fort Knox level. Alfonso let out a massive sigh, burying his face in his hands. The assassin laid it out. I mean, if someone tried to, take out the princes right now, everyone would immediately point the finger at the king. The timing would be way too sus. Yeah, who knows? Alfonso mumbled, looking like the weight of the world was crushing his very soul. So dramatic. His position was sketchy, and he was one wrong move away from total disaster. The assassin's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. Since we're kinda backed into a corner, Your Highness, I say we pivot. Time for plan B. Alfonso's head shot up, his eyes wide with curiosity. I'm listening, he said, suddenly all ears. The assassin leaned in, a wicked little glint in his eye. The real prize, Your Highness, is King Skynan, he started, his voice smooth as silk. So get this. The kingdom of Skynan is about to have its big birthday bash. They throw this huge festival every year. It's a whole thing over there celebrating how awesome they are. The assassin's voice got all spooky and cool as he dropped the bombshell. And that's where we make our move. Right in the middle of the party we, retire King Skynan. Alfonso's eyes practically bugged out of his head. The assassin just stared at him dead serious and was like, once King Skynan is out of the picture, it'll totally wreck the power balance with all the other kingdoms. And in all that chaos, bam, we swoop in and take total control. What a plan, bold, crazy, and super dangerous. It was the kind of thing that would shake everything up for sure. Meanwhile, Patricia's dad, the king, is just trying to enjoy a peaceful cup of tea. Can a guy get a break? But of course there's some creepy shadow person lurking outside his window. Classic. The king's spidey senses start tingling, telling him something's up. He doesn't even think, just snatches his sword and zips over to whack the intruder. But as he gets to the window, and nobody's there. Awkward. The room's totally quiet except for the curtains doing their spooky little dance. The king's just like, man, the evenings sure do get dramatic around here. Cut to Toto, one of the king's top bodyguards, literally dragging a very ketchup-stained bag. Yeah, he just took out the trash. The assassin-shaped trash that tried to get the king. As he walked, footsteps echoed down the spooky hall. A voice called out, Totu! He turned, and it's Deborah, another one of the royal family's certified badasses. She strolled up with that classic smirk of hers and goes, Taking out the trash again, Toto? She said it so casually, like she was asking if he remembered to buy milk. Deborah's got her own little goodie bag, which she just yeets into a basin of weird silver water. She's like, man, we've been getting a ton of these guys lately, right? It's like a roach infestation of people trying to off the king. She's so chill about it, it's actually kinda terrifying. Toto just gave a grim nod, probably having flashbacks to the fight scene. Then Deborah got all serious for a sec. Listen, Patricia's orders were clear. Keep the king safe no matter what. She made it crystal clear if we slip up, and another one of these clowns gets through, we're in deep trouble. We've handled the little guys for now. But there's always another one waiting in the wings. Toto couldn't help himself and blurted out, I wonder what Princess Patricia is up to right now. Ah, you can tell he's worried about her. Deborah immediately pounced, a sly grin on her face. Ooh, Toto, are you worried about our little princess? Of course, Toto just got all grumpy, which totally proved he was super concerned. Deborah just chuckled. She was teasing, but you could tell she meant it. Dude, she's way tougher than you think, she said, full of confidence. Seriously, if Patricia heard you worrying about her, she would laugh so hard right in your face. Toto just sighed, looking even more like a kicked puppy. She is stronger than me, he mumbled. Deborah got a little closer, and her voice actually got a bit soft for once. Yeah, maybe in some ways she is. But that doesn't mean she doesn't need you big goof. And then get this, she actually patted him on the head, a rare moment of niceness from our resident ice queen. That's what Patricia likes about you, dummy. You're strong, loyal, and you actually give a crap about her. That's why you're so important. Not just as some meat shield, but as someone she actually trusts. Then Deborah stepped back, looking all deep and thoughtful for a second. You know the princess is one of a kind. But girls like that, the super strong ones, they get lonely, real lonely. It's like they're always the ones left standing by themselves. Whoa, she totally zoned out for a sec, like she was thinking about some ghost from her past. Someone who was a dead ringer for Patricia. She didn't say who, but man, you could see the whole sad movie playing in her eyes. Then snap she shook it off. Deborah yanked her hand back from Toto's head. All right, let's move it, she barked back to her usual bossy self. Come on, Toto. As they tiptoed through this creepy underground tunnel, Deborah got this wicked grin on her face and warned him, Don't you dare fall in the water, Toto. A little guy like you would be a one-gulp snack for whatever's down there. Yeah, I get it, Toto grumbled, rolling his eyes so hard they almost fell out. So the two of them scurried out of that underground room, trying to be sneaky fast in this ridiculously dim underwater cave. The air was so thick and gross you could chew it and you could hear this super creepy sad-sounding laughter bouncing off the walls. Yikes. This freaky mist was swirling all around the underground water, probably hiding all sorts of nasty surprises. And out of the dark you could hear these faint evil chuckles from things like gators and who knows what else. Nightmare fuel. So the assassins were taken care of for the time being. A couple days later, bam, Princess Patricia strolls back into the royal estate. She had this total boss lady vibe, but her voice was super gentle when she said, "Awesome work, you two." Deborah gave a perfect little bow and was all, "Oh no, thanks necessary, your highness." Toto, puffing his chest out next to her, added, "Just doing my job protecting the fan princess." Deborah, who misses Asterisk, nothing. Asterisk looked super relieved and asked, "So glad you're back in one piece, your highness. How's old Julius doing?" Patricia, looking totally wiped, just kinda leaned on a chair for a second before elegantly flopping into it. Deborah let out a little snicker, totally amused by the whole thing, and said, "Heh, a little birdie already told us what went down. Our spies are way too good at their jobs. But seriously, princess, that exhausted look on your face is just adorable, even for a total powerhouse like you." Patricia shot Deborah a look that screamed, "I am so not amused!" But she didn't say anything. Instead, she just ordered Deborah tea. Now. Deborah bowed again and responded, "You got it, your highness," and zipped off to go make it. Patricia, still running on fumes, closed her eyes for a sec, melting into the chair. But Toto, who's always on high alert, crept a little closer, 'cause he spotted something weird. His eagle eyes zeroed in on a tiny mark on Patricia's hand. He dropped to one knee, gently took her hand, and his face just crumpled with worry. "Princess Patricia?" Toto's voice went ice cold, but you could hear the panic in it. Why does your hand smell like blood? I know it's your asterisk blood." He stared at her hand like a detective. The cut was already healed, but that smell, no mistaking it. Patricia blinked, totally caught off guard. She looked at the little scar and thought, wait, it's already healed. How can he still smell that? Oh man, Toto's face got dark. His jaw clenched and it was like this scary dark energy started pouring off of him. "Who did this to you?" He growled, his voice dangerously low. He gave her this death stare that basically screamed, "Tell me now!" Patricia calmly slipped her hand away and reassured him. "Chill out, Toto, it's nothing. Just a little something that happened with Julius, not a big deal." Toto's frown could have cracked concrete, and he squeezed his fist so tight his knuckles turned white, and he just hissed, "Julius!" under his breath, barely keeping himself from exploding. Just the idea of someone laying a finger on his princess was making his blood boil. Patricia could totally see the hurricane forming inside him and quickly put her hand over his to calm him down. "Toto," she said super gently, "you're such a good boy. It's okay, don't worry. This little scratch actually got me Julius's trust. It's all part of the plan, see?" But Toto just couldn't shake it. His head hung low and he looked so heartbroken. "Princess Patricia?" He mumbled, his voice all shaky. "Why do you have to go through all this for a guy like him? Why do you always have to carry the whole world on your shoulders by yourself?" Seeing his sad puppy dog face, Patricia sighed and thought, oh boy, he's really down in the dumps. I gotta snap him out of this. And then a light bulb went off over her head. She hopped to her feet with this sneaky little grin and held out her hand to him. "Toto," she said all cheerful, "it's been way too long since we crossed swords. How about a little sparring match?" Toto just blinked like, "What?" "Let's go," Patricia said, already dragging him towards the garden. "Grab a sword and come at me. I mean it. Any angle, any move you want. No holding back." Toto paused, grabbing the practice sword like it was a hot potato. His brain was going a mile a minute. "Point a sword at my master? Are you kidding me? After everything she's been through?" But there was Patricia looking cool as a cucumber, holding her sword like it was nothing. Her boss lady voice sliced right through his worrying. "Toto, stop overthinking it and show me what you've got." Toto, still not totally on board, tightened his grip on the sword and got ready. He stalled for another second, his hands shaking a tiny bit as he held up the sword. But before he could even twitch, Patricia's voice, sharp but totally playful, cut in. "Well, if you're not gonna start this party, Toto, I guess I will." A killer smile spread across her face as she launched herself at him, her sword flashing in the sun. She closed the gap between them in like 0 seconds flat, moving smooth and fast like a panther on the hunt. "Shadow Fang Strike!" she yelled, calling out her move as her sword whipped through the air at lightning speed. Toto's eyes bugged out of his head as he barely got his sword up in time to block it. The shock from that hit just about rattled his teeth loose. Whoa, she's a powerhouse, way stronger than I thought, Toto thought as sweat started pouring down his face. Patricia was moving like a blur, her technique was straight up flawless. The clang of their swords echoed like crazy, and she hopped back for a second, flashing a grin that said, "Round 2. "You're totally holding back, Toto." Patricia teased, her eyes sparkling with a challenge. "What's the deal? You lose your mojo. Come on, show me what you've really got." Oh, that did it. Fired up by her taunt. Toto planted his feet, his determination kicking into high gear. With a new glint in his eye, he swung back trying to close the distance, but Patricia just danced back, dodging his attack like it was nothing. Seriously, she was as light and quick as a feather. The vibe between them ramped up, turning their little practice session into a full-blown epic showdown of skill and pure grit. "Hey, you're getting better," Patricia chirped with a smirk, ducking another one of his swings. "But if you think that's gonna be enough to beat me, dream on, buddy." Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the castle, a cozy fireplace lit up a quiet room. Some shadowy figure was at a desk writing a letter like their life depended on it. The fire made the shadows on the wall look like they were doing a spooky little dance. "Princess Patricia," the letter started. "Sorry to drop in on you like this, but this is super urgent." The writer paused, clearly not thrilled about what they had to write next. Their face got all dark as they kept going. "So I've heard that Prince Alfonso, the guy who's supposed to be your dad's big ally, is actually making a move against him. I'm so sorry to tell you this, but it looks like your father's life is in major danger, and the threat is way closer than you think." And bam, we cut back to Patricia and Toto, who are still locked in their crazy intense duel as the sun sets. The training ground was their stage, and they were putting on one heck of a show. Nearby, Deborah was just leaning back, watching the whole thing unfold. Just as Toto was telling a story about Deborah, he asked a question that really made her stop and think. Toto, staring at Patricia like she hung the moon, said to Deborah, "She's just so much stronger than me. Even if I went all out right now, there's no way I could win." He sounded super bummed, adding, "Besides her being a natural and working her butt off, there's this huge gap between us that I just can't seem to close. And even when I'm giving it 110%, she's not even breaking a sweat." Whoops, wrong thing to say. Deborah's mood soured instantly, and she shot him a death glare.
Are you trying to say you doubt Lady Patricia's power?
Toto jumped, looking totally horrified. "No way, I would never ever doubt her skills," he said, shaking his head frantically.
I know how unbelievably strong she is, stronger than anybody. I'd never question her."
Deborah, still looking annoyed, let out a big sigh and offered some advice. Her voice was dripping with sarcasm. "Then maybe you should fight her for real, Toto. Stop holding back and you might actually get it. After all, what's more motivating than realizing just how hilariously far behind you are? Besides," she added with a sneaky grin, "it's just so much fun watching Lady Patricia prove to everyone that she's basically invincible." Back to the action, Patricia and Toto were still going at it full throttle. Toto was dodging for his life, backing up as Patricia's attacks came at him with pinpoint accuracy. Patricia, completely unfazed, was back on her feet in a nanosecond, ready to go again, and closing the gap like a pro. Toto's brain was practically smoking, trying to keep up. "It's not that I doubt her," he thought desperately, "but she's my master. How can I go all out against her?" As Patricia's sword came slicing toward him again, Toto lifted his own to block. But plot twist. The force of Patricia's hit completely shattered his sword into a million pieces. He just stared at the broken hilt in his hand, dumbfounded. His heart just sank. How am I supposed to protect her if I can't even keep my own sword in one piece? But Patricia didn't give him a second to mope about it. In a flash, she leapt into the air, her sword glinting in the sun as she prepped another massive attack. Toto looked up to see her coming down on him like a freight train with one single-minded goal. "This is why I have to get stronger," Toto thought, a fire igniting inside him. "It's the only way I can ever protect her." And in that exact moment, something inside him flipped a switch. His eyes flashed red for a hot second, and a jolt of pure energy surged through him. Patricia's sword came down in a massive arc, cutting through the air with terrifying power. The ground literally shook from the impact, and the poor flowers nearby got sliced clean and half-petals flying everywhere. But Toto, running on his newfound determination, dodged it just in time. He skidded to a halt, digging his heels in and getting ready to strike back. For the very first time, he felt a real glimmer of hope in his chest. Hope that maybe one day he could actually stand next to Patricia as her equal and be the one to protect her. As Patricia landed, she took a quick breath, sizing him up. Pretty good, she thought to herself, but still a little clumsy. Before she could even finish her thought, she realized something was off. Huh, where did he go? Patricia's eyes scanned the field, suddenly on high alert. But poof, Toto was gone. The field went dead silent, with nothing but some tiny claw marks left on the ground. Then a massive shadow just appeared behind her. It was Toto in full-on beast mode, creeping up like a total ninja, his claws out and ready to pounce. He zeroed in on Patricia's back, making his move. But right as he was about to land the hit, Patricia whipped around in a flash. Wham! A huge smack echoed across the field as Toto went flying. He hit the dirt hard, groaning and grabbing his side. Ow, okay, that's gonna leave a mark! His beastly eyes widened with worry as he yelled, Miss Patricia, are you okay? But the words got stuck in his throat when he saw her just lying there on the ground, not moving a muscle. Miss Patricia? Toto screamed again, pure panic in his voice. He scrambled over to her, his heart about to pound out of his chest. But before he got there, two hands shot up and snatched him right by the scruff of his neck. In a heartbeat, Patricia leapt up and pulled him into a giant bear hug. You're getting so much stronger, she yelled with a huge grin, practically bursting with pride. Toto's face went completely beet red, totally ambushed by the hug. Miss Patricia? He sputtered, completely flustered. Patricia just beamed, still squeezing him. I'm so proud of you, Toto. You've leveled up big time, and I seriously can't wait to see what other crazy moves you pull off. You could just hear the genuine awe in her voice. She let him go and gently took his hand, giving it a little squeeze. You're getting tougher every single day. You've got the stuff to be even better than I ever was. Toto, totally floored by all the praise, puffed out his chest and
Tried to play it cool.
Ahem. Thank you, Miss Patricia, he said, trying to keep his voice from shaking even though he was still blushing.
You know, you surprised me. I really didn't think I'd get that close. Patricia let out a little laugh.
You surprised me too. I did not expect you to use those beast skills so well. You almost snuck up on me completely.
She crossed her arms, thinking it over.
Man, he used that beast form to close the gap in a split second. I almost didn't react in time. A proud smile spread across her face.
Yep, Toto's definitely going to reach the level I was at
back in the day. He might even blow past it. For a second, Patricia's eyes softened, filled with so much hope for him as their training match wrapped up.
A huge eagle soared overhead, circling once before swooping down.
Patricia's eagle eyes immediately spotted a letter tied to its leg, and you could just feel things were about to get interesting.
With a serious case of the heebie-jeebies,
She reached out and snatched the message. She ripped it open, her eyes darting across the super sloppy handwriting. The ink was a mess,
but the message was loud and clear.
Yo, Princess Patricia. Sorry, this looks like a chicken wrote it, but we got a major problem. There's a nasty plot against your dad. His life's on the line, and I'm hearing some shady gossip about traitors in the palace.
Act fast, 'cause the clock is ticking.
Patricia totally froze, clutching the letter like it was the last slice of pizza. The idea of her kingdom going up in flames was just like the worst vibe ever.
Her heart was doing the cha-cha as her brain went into overdrive.
If this was the big plot twist, then Patricia's face went into full-on game mode as she did the math.
I've only got 1 year until I'm 12. 1 single year before our kingdom totally bites the dust.
The thought hit her like a dodgeball to the face. In other words,
the universe is finally done playing around.
Her eyes got that super intense anime character look as she yelled, "Toto, get your butt over here, stat!" Toto poofed into existence,
totally picking up on her frantic energy.
"Miss Patricia, what's the emergency?" he asked, his face a perfect picture of uh-oh.
"We're bouncing. Get back to the spooky castle like yesterday."
She balled the letter up in her fist, the paper screaming in protest as she muttered, "Nobody is kicking the bucket on my watch. Not this time. I'm putting everyone in a protective bubble." Her gaze sharpened, her whole vibe shifting from princess to secret agent about to wreck someone's day. She was radiating pure determination, getting ready for the showdown. No tragic reruns for her, thank you very much. Meanwhile, across the castle, Leonardo was kicking back in his room, sipping tea like he didn't have a care in the world. Super chill scene, right? Wrong. The peaceful vibe was totally ruined by the sound of blood dripping.
This puddle of red was just spreading all over the floor, looking all shiny and gross in the dim light.
His golden eyes had a chilly glint as he side-eyed the growing mess. He just casually wiped his mouth, his face giving away absolutely nothing. As the drip 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 continued, the room got super tense. It was like the furniture itself was holding its breath, waiting for the next crazy thing to happen. As Patricia strutted into her mansion, the maids all bowed like she was a rock star. Stomping through the fancy hallways, she had one thought on a loop. I will not let anyone mess with my family. The dyeing department is officially closed for business under my management. Yeah, she was not playing around. She knew the big party coming up was super important. And wouldn't you know it, Leonardo and Gilbert were in charge. Both the fun and the not getting attacked parts were on them. She really hoped they hadn't messed it up. When Patricia got to Leonardo's door, she lifted her hand to knock. I need the tea, literally, she thought. Step 1, find out if they've actually planned this party. If not, I'm drawing up blueprints for a full-on fortress complete with traps to catch any party crashers with bad intentions. When nobody answered her knock, her patience evaporated. Getting a bad feeling, Patricia's expression soured. She just shoved the door open, sending it flying with a dramatic bam. Leonardo, why are you ghosting me? She snapped, her voice bouncing off the walls. But her anger poofed away and was replaced by pure shock. Her eyes shot to the floor where Leonardo was sprawled out, not moving. Red gunk was pooled around his mouth and dripping onto the floor. Her breath caught in her throat. Leonardo! She shrieked, scrambling over to him in a panic.
She scooped him up, hugging him tight. Leonardo, wake up. Don't you go into the light.
Her hands were shaking like crazy. Her brother's face was so pale she was freaking out. But just when she thought it was all over, Leonardo's body twitched, and huge dramatic tears started rolling down his face. He cracked his eyes open and looked up at Patricia. In a tiny, wobbly voice, he whispered, "Why, how could you do this to me?" Patricia froze solid, her brain just buffering. Wait, what? Why is he saying that? What happened? What does he mean? Why did *I* do this? Her eyes zipped around the room as a tidal wave of panic and worry washed over her. Her gaze landed on a busted teacup right next to where Leonardo had dramatically collapsed. A deep red puddle was spreading out from the broken pieces. Patricia's mind started racing. That tea! It was red tea! Oh my god, Leonardo is allergic to red tea, isn't he? For a split second, she was flooded with relief because, hey, not blood. But right after the relief came, a massive dose of confusion and guilt. Did he drink it by mistake, or did some jerk give it to him? And right then, Gilbert walked in and Patricia felt a tiny bit of hope. Patricia? Gilbert said as he strolled in. Patricia looked up, her eyes all shiny with tears. Gilbert, she cried, her voice a mix of help me and I'm so glad you're here. Something is seriously wrong with Leonardo. He just conked out. Gilbert rushed to his brother's side to check things out. Well, he's still breathing, he said, which was a start. Patricia grabbed Gilbert's arm. Brother Gil, you gotta tell me what happened. Did someone give him red tea? He's allergic, he's allergic. Gilbert let out a massive sigh, his voice dripping with disappointment. Patricia, this whole mess. Yeah, this happened because of you. Because of me, she squeaked. Her voice a total mix of huh and oh no. Gilbert kinda stalled for a sec before asking, remember earlier when you were going all-out warrior princess on Toto like super intense? Patricia's face totally dropped as it started to click. She replayed the whole thing in her head, the lightning-fast moves, the crazy powerful hits. Yeah, the skills she was asterisk, not asterisk, supposed to have. So this whole mess wasn't some big deal. It was just because Leonardo thought I was acting sketchy. Wait, did someone see that fight, she thought. Gilbert gave a grim nod, seeing the oh crap look on her face. Yep, one of Leonardo's servants caught the whole show. They saw everything and were like, that ain't right. So this servant tattled to Leonardo, telling him how you were all buddy-buddy with Toto, and even gave him a casual hug after basically trying to take his head off. Patricia just blinked, totally floored. What does that have to do with anything? She shot back. Gilbert rubbed his temples and let out this huge sigh. Apparently, it was such a shock to Leonardo that he actually choked on his tea, and get this asterisk, that's asterisk why he passed out. Gilbert shook his head like he couldn't believe how dumb this all was. Your brother's imagination went into overdrive, and he literally worked himself into this. What a drama queen, he said, totally rolling his eyes. Patricia just stared down at Leonardo, who was still out cold on the floor. She was feeling a mix of, are you kidding me, and oops my bad. She managed to crack a smile even if it felt super fake. So, he fainted because of a misunderstanding. Great. Gilbert just nodded, and Patricia let out a huge breath. But before she could spiral in comes Toto balancing a tea tray like a circus pro. He quietly poured tea for everyone, including a very groggy Leonardo, who is now slumped on the sofa. Leo finally coming to let out a little groan before looking at his sister. Patricia, he started, his voice all weak as he rubbed his head. Why in the world were you messing around with something so dangerous? Do you have any clue what could have happened? He was obviously talking about the whole Toto smackdown. Even though Leo was usually Mr. Cool, his voice was all, I'm worried but also you're in trouble. He could still see flashes of her crazy fast moves. Every single hit packed with so much power. Gilbert jumped in super fast. Whoa, Leo, chill out, they were just having some fun. Yeah, okay, it looked intense. But it was totally under control. Patricia opened her mouth to say something, but nothing. She wanted to tell them it was fine to explain, but this feeling in her gut just screamed, nope! So instead, she just stared into her teacup, watching her reflection ripple. And in that tea, she saw the old her, the asterisk, real asterisk her. The version her brothers knew nothing about. You know, the master fighter with insane skills. What if they found out? Would they totally avoid me? She wondered. Would they be freaked out by me? Would they never trust me again if they knew I was more dangerous than anyone they've ever met? The thoughts were eating her up as she squeezed the poor delicate teacup. Deep down, she really wanted to just tell them everything, but she was just too scared. With a soft clink, Patricia set her cup down, breaking the awkward silence. She looked up at her brothers, a brand new determined sparkle in her eyes. I'm already 11 years old, guys. You don't have to baby me anymore. I'm growing up and I can take care of myself. Then Gilbert's voice cut in super gentle. Patricia. His voice was so soft as he gently touched her cheek, a totally unexpected move that was all comfort and worry. What's wrong? What's going on in that head of yours? He asked, his warm eyes trying to read hers, trying to figure out the huge secret she was hiding. Patricia was completely thrown by how sweet he was being. I mean, as a top-tier assassin from her past life. Her instincts just went into red alert at the touch. In one crazy fast move, she yanked back, slipping out of his grip like a ninja. It's nothing, she snapped, her voice totally guarded. But inside, she was seriously rattled by how nice Gilbert was being. Gilbert just stared at her, completely stunned. Patricia realized she'd been feeling on edge lately, like whenever her family touched her. Her brain would just short-circuit. She grabbed her chest, this weird burning feeling spreading inside her. It was sharp and totally new. What is this feeling, she wondered. This burning. It's so intense. It's nothing like any emotion I ever had as an assassin. Shaking it off, Patricia took a deep breath to get it together. She decided to talk, hiding all her inner chaos behind a sweet, innocent mask. I just want to protect my brothers. Her voice was all soft and fragile. But that old assassin's mask slipped on perfectly. A super cute, playful look spread across her face, hiding everything. Then she flashed this sweet smile, tilting her head in that way that always made people melt. You guys have always protected me, so if you're ever in trouble, I want to protect you too. Isn't that what family is for? Leonardo and Gilbert just froze, letting her words really sink in. Patricia's smile, so charming and somehow so real, totally pulled at their heartstrings. They were literally blushing at how cute she was being. Leonardo, scrambling to get his cool back, let out a super awkward cough. Wow, that's really sweet of you, Patricia, he mumbled, refusing to make eye contact. But then his voice dropped and boom, Big Brother mode activated. Look, it's not cool for you to be dueling. With a powerhouse like Toto, it's way too risky, and honestly, you're totally outmatched. A mischievous grin spread across Patricia's face. She leaned in super close to Leonardo, tilting her head like a confused puppy. Oh, brother dear. Is this asterisk really asterisk about my little practice session with Toto? She chirped, her voice dripping with playful sarcasm. Leonardo's eyes narrowed, trying so hard not to fall for her whole cutesy act. Patricia let out a little giggle, the sound practically sparkling with mischief. But Leo, did you forget Toto is just my plain old regular pet? Her tone was pure bait, and she was loving every second of it. Patricia, don't you dare change the subject, he warned, trying to sound stern. But Patricia's grin just got wider, her charm cranked up to 100. What subject? She asked, batting her eyelashes, her voice a sugary sweet whisper. That deliberate cuteness was his kryptonite. He let out a massive defeated sigh. You know what, never mind. Gilbert, who was watching this whole train wreck from the sidelines, was trying desperately not to snort laugh into his hand. Seriously, Patricia could wrap Leonardo around her little finger like nobody else. 1 minute Leo's all stern and serious, and the next he looks like he can't even remember his own name, let alone what he was mad about. Seeing her victory, Patricia did a little internal happy dance. She had masterfully steered the conversation into a ditch. Mission accomplished. But she couldn't celebrate for long. Okay, fun time's over. There was something way more important she had to bring up. Taking a deep breath, her whole vibe shifted from sassy to somber. Hey guys, she started, her voice a little shaky. I've been hearing some really bad rumors about what might go down at the festival this year. And just like that, Leonardo and Gilbert went stiff as boards, the playful mood instantly vanishing. Patricia's hands balled into fists, her knuckles white as she gripped her dress, trying to stop the shaking. Even for her, this was scary. I don't have all the details, she admitted, her voice trembling. But my gut is screaming that something is seriously wrong. For the first time, a real crack showed in her tough girl armor as she looked at her brothers. What would we do if someone took out Dad? The question hung in the air like a 10-ton weight, smashing the silence. Her brothers looked like they'd been struck by lightning. Even Toto, who'd been chilling in the corner, shot up his ears, twitching with alarm at the panic in her voice. After a painfully long pause, Leonardo let out the fakest, most nervous laugh ever. Ha, ha, Patricia, you and your crazy theories. Come on, something like that would never happen. It's all good, you'll see. Gilbert quickly jumped in, nodding like a bobblehead. Yeah, totally, Dad's got more security than a fortress. The chances of that happening are like 0. But that just made Patricia snap. She shot out of her chair, slamming her hands on the table with a loud asterisk bang asterisk that made everyone jump. How can you even say that? How can you just blow this off? She yelled, her voice cracking with desperation. What if you're wrong? What if we actually lose him? Leonardo finally got up and walked over to her. His whole expression softened as he put a steadying hand on her shoulder. In a quiet, firm voice, he said, If anything like that happens, Patricia, I will protect everyone. I will protect asterisk you asterisk. I swear. Patricia just stared at him, his promise taking the wind out of her sails for a second. But deep down a voice screamed, If only you knew the truth. There was no way she could tell them her secret, the intel she had, the dark arts level skills she'd learned. They'd freak out. They would never let her do what she knew had to be done to save them all. Taking a shaky breath to calm her racing heart, Patricia gave a tiny defeated nod. Okay, she whispered, the word sounding hollow. She pulled away from the table, turning her back onto them as she walked out. As the door clicked shut, Gilbert just watched her go, a million worries on his face as he took a long, slow sip of his tea. The mood in the room was officially dead. Over by the window, Leonardo stood like a statue, the sunlight making him look extra dramatic and broody. Not even looking back, Leonardo broke the heavy silence. Gilbert, he said, his voice low and dead serious. I need you to run a full background check on Patricia's every move lately. Something is way off. Gilbert set his teacup down with a clink, his usual chill vibe completely gone, replaced by a stone-cold seriousness. Consider it done, he promised. No matter what it takes. Leonardo vowed, his voice like steel. We protect Patricia during the festival. Period. Gilbert's jaw tightened, mirroring his brother's intensity. It was an unspoken promise, even if they had to start a war, even if the whole world was against them. They would do anything. Leonardo pressed his hand to the window, his reflection showing the heavy burden in his eyes. But their mission was crystal clear. No one was going to touch their little sister. If it meant fighting and clawing their way through hell, they'd do it to keep Patricia safe. Cut to the next scene. Patricia is slumped in a chair, totally lost in a flashback. She's replaying the whole cringy conversation with Gilbert and Leonardo, remembering how they basically patted her on the head and dismissed a plot to kill their dad like she was talking about bad weather. Ha! Judging by their totally clueless faces, she figured they hadn't noticed a thing. Just then, an eagle swooped in for a landing, a little message tied to its leg. Oh yeah, Patricia knew that bird. She reached out super carefully for the note. She was all about keeping her chats with spies on the down low, strictly urgent mail only. So if this guy was pinging her directly, she thought, okay, this has got to be like 5 alarm fire levels of important. Patricia's playful mood totally fizzled, thinking about the recent flood of attempts to, unalive her. And even with all those crazy attempts, her spies hadn't sent up any red flares. It was crystal clear this wasn't just your average run-of-the-mill threat. In other words,
Patricia was thinking, well, this danger is like the final boss level compared to everything else. She zipped her eyes over the letter's contents. The note spilled some major tea. The big plan was set for the upcoming country founding celebration. The attack was going to go down right in the middle of the festival. Classic party foul. Her contact was smart enough not to write down all the juicy details probably so he wouldn't get caught. Instead, the note basically said, hey, it'd be way safer to talk about this face to face. Patricia put 2 and 2 together real quick. He was probably stuck on his own investigation, so it was just way more natural for her to pop over for a visit. Deciding to jump on it, Patricia started scribbling a reply. Her message was simple. I'm on my way to get the scoop in person. Once the letter was done, she called out Toto, who immediately perked up like he'd heard a treat bag open. Patricia handed him the letter, saying, Toto, my dude stick. This card in the little tube on the eagle's leg. Toto nodded and gently strapped the note on. While he was working, he glanced back at Patricia all curious and asked, So, does the guy who owns this bird work for you? Patricia, still a million miles away in her thoughts, gave a tiny nod. He doesn't exactly work for me, she said, being all mysterious. But let's just say he's a key player on Team Keep Us Safe. Patricia sat there deep in thought, while Toto stood by, listening like a champ. She finally confirmed for him, You got it. The owner of this bird is one of my guys. She explained that she had planted spies in other countries a long time ago, playing the long game and gathering intel. She sent them to every single country that had ever even thought about sending assassins our way. Every single one, she repeated, her voice getting that super serious don't mess with me edge. Patricia pointed a thumb toward the eagle just chilling nearby and added, This particular feathered friend is from Omnis. And besides them, there aren't a whole lot of other people crazy enough to cook up something this nuts right now. Toto, trying to connect the dots, started to ask, So you mean... Before he could even finish, Patricia cut him off. Yep, she confirmed. The bad guy is probably Julius's awesome brother-in-law, Alonso. Toto's whole vibe just tanked when he heard Julius's name silently, trying to figure out what that whole mess meant. Patricia, feeling the mood drop, shot up to her feet and announced, Right, I need to go meet the sender of this letter like yesterday. She turned to Toto and asked, So buddy, you know how to ride a horse? When Toto just kinda stared into space, lost in his own world, Patricia snapped his name. Startled, Toto coughed and admitted, It's complicated. There are some horses I can ride and some horses I really can't. Patricia raised an eyebrow. It depends on the type of horse, Toto replied. Nope, it depends on the horse itself. Some are freaked out by half-beasts. Patricia, her mind already racing with plans, started mapping out their trip. She thought about taking something faster, but then again, that could just open a whole new can of worms. Her train of thought was totally derailed when the eagle came soaring back, landing like a total pro right on Toto's arm. Toto grinned, petting the bird like an old friend. A horse that isn't afraid of a half-beast is a horse with some serious courage, he said, puffing out his chest a bit. Before long, Patricia and Toto were on their horses, all set for their road trip. The horses took off across a huge super green field of grass, with their eagle GPS flying overhead, guiding them. Patricia's mood actually started to lift a little as she took in the awesome weather, just enjoying the breeze for a second. Toto broke the comfy silence. From up here, the eagle should be able to catch the updraft and fly us all the way to Omnis, he said, sounding like he knew his stuff. Patricia shot him a sideways glance. Well, look at you. Somebody's been hitting the books even though I know you hate it. Toto went bright red, scratching the back of his neck. Hey, that means I'm growing up, right? He asked with a goofy, shy smile. Patricia just smirked. Not a chance. You're still a kid, she teased, which only made Toto blush even more as he whined her name. Patricia's face softened up. I'll do anything to protect you, she said, and it sounded like a promise straight from the heart. As they got closer to a town that looked like it was straight out of a postcard, the horses slowed down to a walk. Patricia checked out the buildings with a mix of, wow, cool, and uh-oh. If she messes this up and her family dies, she whispered to herself, this entire country is going up in flames. The sheer weight of that thought was crushing. All the memories of past scares came flooding back, the fear of losing her family, the absolute chaos it would unleash. She made a silent promise to protect everyone she loved, no matter what it took. For a second, it was all too much, and Patricia just covered her face with her hands. Seeing her mood swing so fast. Whoa, Patricia, you good? Toto yelped in surprise. Dropping her hands, Patricia managed a smile that looked a little forced. Totally fine, she said, sounding exhausted. Let's just get to the city, okay? As they started walking again, she couldn't stop thinking about her brothers Leonardo and Gilbert. Patricia was mentally running through the festival plans when she noticed a security flaw so huge you could march an army through it. A little worried, she decided she'd better check it out herself. As she turned to go, Toto, ever the loyal sidekick, asked, You got it, Patricia? Are we heading out right now? Patricia just nodded, but her mind was a total mess of pros and cons. She paused for a second, thinking, Okay, real talk.
How long would it take to get to the capital of Omnis from here? And is dragging Toto along on a stealth mission the brightest idea? She gave him a quick look, then reconsidered. Yeah, probably better if I go solo, she thought. She could zip around way more freely that way. As a professional problem solver in her past life, Patricia was used to being a one-woman show. Depending on how things went, she figured she could always confront him, or if he got really annoying, just retire Prince Alonso. If he acts up, I'll just send him on a permanent vacation, she promised herself coldly. Above them, an eagle let out a sharp cry as it soared through the air, carrying a letter from Patricia. Somewhere far, far away, that letter landed. A man cloaked in shadows took it, a sneaky little smile spreading across his face as he read. He actually whispered Patricia's name while he read it. Nearby, an orange-haired kid who was giving the man some serious side-eye asked sarcastically, "What's so hilarious?" The shadowy man turned to him, a playful glint still in his eyes. "Your dear Princess Patricia," he said, totally mocking him. "She's decided to pay us a visit." The orange-haired kid instantly flared up, clenching his fists so tight his knuckles turned white. "Is that a threat?" he growled, his eyes practically shooting fire. "Are you seriously going to betray your master?" Right next to them, a wolf that looked like it ate nightmares for breakfast stood silently, its piercing eyes watching the whole dramatic scene. It was obvious this was no regular doggo. It was one of Patricia's most trusted spies. Him and his eagle buddy were basically Patricia's personal intelligence agency, all set to help their boss uncover the shady schemes cooking up in Omnis. As night fell on the castle, Princess Patricia figured it was time for a quick breather. But her mind was still racing with her plan to sneak off to Toria, the super-secret meeting spot for her second group of informants. Back in her room, moonlight streamed in, making everything look all peaceful. Patricia was lying in bed, breathing all deep and even like she was completely knocked out. But Patricia wasn't the type to sleep peacefully, especially not with all this going on. Suddenly, her super senses went off. Her eyes snapped open in a flash, and they were glinting with a mix of clarity and danger. Without even thinking, she turned towards the window. "Fox," she said, her voice sharp and unimpressed. "How much longer are you going to lurk out there like a creep?" For just a second, the shadow outside froze before slipping silently through the window. The intruder, who thought he was being so slick and sneaky, realized Patricia had seen right through his act. Smiling faintly, he commented, "Just like my master, you never miss a thing." A young man with the grace of a cat landed lightly in her room, his lips curling into a sly grin. "Well, that's one thing that never changes," Fox said, his voice all smooth and casual, though you could see the admiration in his eyes. "You're as sharp as ever, Lady Patricia." Patricia slowly sat up in bed, looking cool as a cucumber, but radiating pure danger. She locked her piercing gaze on Fox, who, for all his usual swagger, started to sweat under that intense stare. She folded her hands in her lap, giving off the vibe of a queen about to scold a very naughty subject. "You were told not to leave Julius alone," Patricia said, her tone clipped and final. Her eyes never left his. Fox winced a little, but tried to play it off with a lazy shrug. "Hey, chill out, Lady Patricia. Wolf is keeping an eye on him," Fox said. "Actually, I'm doing Wolf a huge favor. I figured it'd be better if I handled things instead of making the lady do all the dirty work." He told her not to worry, saying he already knew every little detail of their plans. But when Patricia said his name in a tone as sharp as a razor, it sent a jolt of fear right through Fox. Her deadly glare made him tremble. All that confidence he had gone. Fox's cool guy slouch disappeared, and he stiffly tried to stand up straight like a butler trying to look formal. Patricia's voice cut through the tension, cold as ice as she repeated her order, her tone deadly serious. "Let me make myself perfectly clear. Do not leave Julius alone." Patricia's face was calm, but her eyes held a terrifying promise of what would happen if he disobeyed. With a jerky bow, Fox explained nervously, "Julius is already with Wolf. His safety is totally guaranteed," he added, shaking. "The cats and the other guardians have all been sent out to keep watch." As Patricia stood there, her presence was just overwhelming. A scary reminder of her old self, the expert problem remover she used to be. Fox could see it plain as day, and it terrified him. For a second, he honestly thought she might just make him disappear. Finally, Patricia let out this tiny sigh of relief, just like, "Okay." But then, bam! She flipped a switch and was all, "What in the world are you even doing here?" and gave him a death stare. She was not messing around, and Fox got the memo. He was still shaking in his boots, nodding like a bobblehead. Patricia laid it out. "Fine, but I swear if one hair on Julius's head is harmed, I will end you. No questions asked." Fox, bless his heart, is still nervous, but then this sneaky grin just pops onto his face. He lets out a little chuckle and remarks teasingly, "Ooh, you've got a major crush on His Highness Julius, don't you?" Whoa, Patricia's whole face just changed. She shook her head like, "Don't be ridiculous," but you could totally tell she was flustered. Fox looked totally stunned by how she reacted, like half shocked and half dying of laughter inside. "Stop saying dumb things," Patricia snapped, trying way too hard to play it cool. "Just deal with the letter, okay?" And just like that, Fox was all business again. "Got it." Then he started spilling the tea he got from Wolf. "So get this, apparently Alfonso is plotting to take a shot at the king during the big founding of the Shining Party. You know the one where all the royals from everywhere show up every single year?
And Alfonso's thinking, hey, perfect time to cause some chaos. Patricia's brain went into overdrive hearing this. I mean, duh, she totally saw something like this coming. But she was still missing some pieces of the puzzle.
Wait for real, Alfonso is gunning for my dad, she asked. Fox just gave her a super serious nod.
That's the word from Wolf,
he confirmed. And apparently Wolf got this intel himself. Hearing Wolf's name totally sent Patricia down memory lane. She was remembering the first time she met Wolf, this dude who used to be her super loyal servant. He was basically her family's go-to guy, but ages ago he just decided to bounce.
He left the country to work somewhere else.
And now he's Alfonso's knight. Talk about a career change. He's been doing that way longer than he ever worked for Patricia. Anyway, back to reality.
Patricia looked right at Fox and said,
Okay, you did good. Tell Wolf I said nice work. But listen, you are not leaving Julius's side again. Got it. Fox gave a respectful nod, said understood, and poof, he was gone.
With Fox gone, Patricia stepped out into the gorgeous moonlight. The night air felt amazing as she started thinking about everything coming up. I mean, she's about to turn 11 and the whole country is throwing this massive party.
But her to-do list for the festival was a mile long and she was seriously feeling the pressure. She knew if she messed up even a little bit,
the whole thing could just totally collapse.
And that's when her thoughts got kinda dark. It wasn't just Alfonso who was after her. Nope, there were other creeps lurking in the shadows,
who wanted the same thing.
Patricia even started wondering, wait, was Alfonso the guy who wrecked the shining royal family back in Edward? After all, plot twist, she wasn't even born a royal.
She kinda just fell into the whole situation.
Then her mind flashed back to that super creepy poisoned glass thing. It looked like a small-time attempt to get her, but oh no. The truth was way, way worse. That poison was meant to take out both her and Julius. And speaking of Julius, her brain suddenly replayed Fox teasing her about her crush on him. And that thought made her face turn beet red. She literally slapped her hands on her cheeks to cool down as her brain just short-circuited. Ugh, Fox is so weird, she mumbled. And while she's having this internal meltdown, someone totally snuck up on her. Her life is literally on the line. And here she is totally clueless about love, and suddenly in the middle of a fight.
This dude just lunged at her out of nowhere, a blade flashing in the moonlight.
But like a total pro, Patricia instinctively threw up a hand to block and dodged back, locking eyes with the idiot who tried to attack her. She gave him a look that could kill, and straight up declared, if you're coming after my family, I'm not letting a single one of you walk away from this. The assassin just froze solid, totally freaked out by what she said, and by this freaky red glow that flared up in her eyes. Before the guy could even blink, Patricia moved like lightning. And bam! He was down for the count! As his body hit the floor, Patricia gripped the knife she'd snatched from him. Her mind was already spinning like, oh great, is this just the appetizer? For all the crazy stuff that's about to happen. And scene change. We're back in the Shining Kingdom, and the festival prep is in full-blown party mode. The night before the big day was all music and crowded streets. There were colorful decorations everywhere, as the kingdom got ready for all the royal guests. Then Patricia, totally distracted, pointed at a flag way off in the distance and was like, ooh, what's that thing? Leonard, one of her brothers, explained. Oh, that's just a flag for a country that couldn't make it to the party this year. But before they could even get into it, Gilbert jumped in, all worried. Patricia, you gotta be more careful, trying to remind her that hello assassins. But did she listen? Nope. She completely blew him off. Instead, her eyes got huge because she spotted an ice cream stand. She got this wicked little smile and was like, ice cream, and just bolted for it. Gilbert just groaned and yelled after her. Patricia! He yelled, already losing the race. But her giggles just bounced off the walls, and that megawatt smile of hers, it could stop a charging rhino. By the time she skidded to a stop at the stand, Patricia spun around, flashing a grin that was pure trouble. So, who wants ice cream? That smile was basically a superpower, and her brothers just caved, nodding like a couple of bobbleheads.
Never mind that they were just complaining 2 seconds ago. Yep, that was Patricia for you, officially 11 years old and already a master negotiator. But hey, when your main weapon is pure unfiltered joy, who's gonna argue?
Both brothers just looked at each other like, man, this kid's gonna rule the world someday. Patricia, meanwhile, was happily accepting her ice cream cone from the vendor, who handed it over with a knowing smile. Hold on tight there, little lady, the vendor warned, probably having seen a few too many ice cream casualties in his day. Patricia gave him a polite, you got it, mister, clutching that cone like it was the crown jewels. The vendor just chuckled and went back to work. Patricia was in a state of pure sugary bliss when suddenly her whole vibe changed. She heard a voice behind her. And just like that, the party was over. Ugh. Alfonso was here. Leonardo, completely oblivious, called out, hey, Trisha, while juggling his own cone. Nearby, Gilbert stood there silent as usual. He had his normal cool-as-a-cucumber look, but he shot Patricia a secret smile that basically screamed, all right, game on! Patricia turned back around, and the way she was licking her ice cream suddenly looked, well, terrifying. It got even weirder when she smiled, using her tongue in a way that was way too dramatic for a simple dessert. In her head, she was thinking, oh, this is so not just a friendly hello. The Cold War has officially begun. With the steely resolve of a kid who just had her ice cream moment interrupted, she vowed to protect her family from whatever lame plan Alfonso had cooked up. And,
Scene change to the Grand Royal Palace inside the throne room.
Patricia's dad, King Julius, was working the crowd. "Thanks for coming, everyone," he boomed warmly. Alfonso, standing there with his crew, was trying way too hard to look cool.
He gave this super extra bow to the king. "It is a tremendous honor to be here," Alfonso said in a voice that sounded like he'd been practicing it for weeks. "Unfortunately, my father Christopher has a bad case of can't-travel-itis, so he couldn't make it.
As the eldest and, dare I say, most dashing prince of the Omni Kingdom, I am here in his place." Patricia's dad just nodded, looking thoughtful but probably thinking, "Right, dashing, sure kid."
"We're thrilled you could make it, Prince Alfonso.
This whole summit is a pretty big step towards making sure our kingdoms stay friends." Alfonso put on a polite smile.
But his inner monologue was pure cartoon villain. Yes, smile all you want, King Julius, he thought,
Probably twirling an invisible mustache. "Very soon your kingdom will be mine," the king,
totally unaware of the supervillain tryout
happening in front of him, just kept playing the gracious host. He motioned to his staff. "Hey, let's get the Omni crew to their rooms. You guys should rest up for the banquet tomorrow,"
he said, oozing hospitality.
Alfonso thanked him again while secretly plotting his next evil move. And poof! We're suddenly at this gorgeous mansion covered in roses and bathed in sunshine.
Alfonso was sitting all by himself on a ridiculously fancy chair, trying to look smart and sneaky.
His personal assistant, Wolf, materialized in front of him with a respectful bow.
"That was a quick trip, but I'm still wiped,"
Wolf commented.
Alfonso just waved a hand like, "Spare me the small talk. What's the deal with our spies in this kingdom?" he asked, trying to sound super cold.
Wolf paused for a second before answering. Well, Your Highness, the latest reports say that Leonardo and Gilbert have basically found all of them.
Like every single one is either in a jail cell or, retired. Permanently.
Those two are freakishly good at their jobs." Wolf sounded genuinely nervous, sitting on his throne wannabe chair.
Alfonso lowered his head, looking defeated.
Wolf stood there thinking, "Oh great, he's about to throw a tantrum." But then Alfonso's head snapped up, and a massive evil grin spread across his face. "Excellent. It's all going exactly as I planned," he said, his voice dripping with fake calm. Wolf immediately mirrored his boss with a creepy smirk of his own.
"Precisely,"
Wolf replied, his tone all spooky. "It's exactly what we wanted. Them getting caught was just the bait to make those two think they're winning." Alfonso's eyes twinkled with evil genius vibes as Wolf continued. "By letting them catch all our decoy spies, we've sent Leonardo and Gilbert on a wild goose chase. They're going to spread their guards all over the city looking for ghosts, and they'll completely ignore our real target." With a wicked grin, Wolf made a vague, threatening gesture. "We'll even feed them some fake tips about suspicious guys on the other side of town to keep them busy. They'll have no clue they've already stumbled right into our trap." Alfonso leaned back in his chair and tended his fingers, looking incredibly smug. "Which means the palace will be wide open. Leonardo and Gilbert will have all their men looking in the wrong direction.
And they'll completely miss our real prize."
Alfonso said this casually while pouring himself some wine. "Speaking of which, I've been meaning to ask, can I still trust you, Wolfsy, on my way here? A little birdie told me that you used to work for Princess Patricia, and that naturally makes me wonder if you're playing for both sides." Wolf just bowed slightly, his face impossible to read. "Oh, get a load of this guy! My prince," he cooed all smooth-like. "I'm your #1 fan now. Team Alfonso all the way." This reminded Wolf of a little chat he had with Fox, another one of Alfonso's fan club members. When he turned to Wolf and asked, "So is the rumor true? Were you really gonna double-cross Princess Patricia and the whole kingdom for your own little come-up?" Wolf's grin got like 10 times bigger. "Duh," he replied, with this super creepy, calm voice. "From now on, Prince Alfonso is my one and only boss. Patricia and her little kingdom, but whatever." Meanwhile, Patricia, hiding in the shadows like a total ninja in her white cloak, was tuning in to the Villain Hour podcast starring Alfonso and Wolf. She caught Alfonso being all dramatic, like, "I trust Wolf, my totally faithful knight." And oh boy, her heart started beating faster than a hummingbird on an espresso binge, as her brain went a mile a minute planning her next move. But then, trying to get a better peek, she pulled a classic movie oopsie, and her foot made a tiny little asterisk scuff asterisk sound. Just loud enough to be a problem. Alfonso got this wicked little smirk and turned to Wolf. "So about tomorrow's lunch menu, we're still on for the special seasoning for everyone at the banquet, right?" Wolf was all, "Yep, Your Highness. Everyone's gonna get a one-way ticket to Dreamland during the party." Suddenly, Alfonso froze like he'd seen a ghost. His supervillain senses were tingling. His eyes darted toward the sound. "Hold up, did you hear that?" he asked Wolf, his voice all tight, but also like totally evil. Alfonso's smirk came back like he was just asterisk hoping asterisk someone was spying on them. Well, looks like our little princess might want to play the next round ahead of schedule," Alfonso sneered, his voice just oozing with sass. Then for dramatic effect, he pulls out this little knife and starts twirling it like he's in a movie. He even did the classic villain head tilt, knife in hand, trying to look all menacing. He was like, "But what if we just speed things up? Why wait for tomorrow when we can get this party started today?" Wolf, who is never not chill, just gave him a spooky smile. "You got it, Your Highness. If we gotta do it sooner, we'll do it sooner. Excellent, Alfonso replied, his voice dropping 10 degrees. Just spitballing here, but if our little princess were to say get lost in this giant palace, could you take care of her?
You know, real quick before it gets messy, he said, trying to sound casual but failing miserably. Hiding nearby Patricia was probably thinking yikes and clutching her cloak for dear life. Then he just shouts, "Oh, Princess Patricia! Want to play a game? You look so bored just wandering around. Don't worry, your big bro Alfonso is here to play with you."
His tone was so fake nice, it was practically dripping icicles.
I mean, the guy was laying the cruelty on thick. He had no clue where Patricia was, but he knew she was close. So he turns to Wolf, his trusty evil sidekick, who was just silently trotting along next to him.
She really thinks she can get away, huh? Alfonso scoffed, making the ugliest face ever. Go ahead, let her try. This little game of ours is almost over.
Alfonso dramatically paused at a garden entrance, pushing the fancy gate open with a little asterisk creak asterisk. You could smell roses and fresh-cut grass. A perfect setting for, evil stuff. Patricia had booked it into that garden to get some space from these weirdos. He turned to Wolf and dropped his voice all low and spooky. All right, Wolf, time for the loyalty challenge. Show me you're on Team Alfonso. Alfonso said, clearly getting a kick out of this. Go rough Patricia up a bit, but don't unalive her. Just enough to make her really sad. I want her back in one piece. Mostly. Wolf just gave a little bow, his face a total blank. Whatever you say, boss, he replied. Alfonso then made a whole production out of slowly putting his dagger away like he was the star of his own action movie. Alfonso, who was clearly off in his own little evil la-la land, told Wolf in a super creepy voice, "Hey, you could even pop off a couple of her limbs." "No biggie," he said with a totally psycho grin. "Then you can gift wrap it for one of her favorite brothers." He leaned back all proud of himself. "And we'll let Julia have a little sleepover in a cage with her before the big send-off. Talk about a bad time, right? That'll totally wreck any fight they have left in them." Wolf, cool as a cucumber, just stood there listening to his boss's completely bonkers TED Talk. But then Alfonso grabbed his fancy robe, and you could see a whole new level of crazy in his eyes. "Nope," Alfonso hissed, going full-on snake mode. "Here's the kicker." He paused for a super villainous smile, his words practically stabbing the air. "I'm gonna leave just one of them standing. I just want to be my little storyteller. I want everyone to know their whole family got wiped out by yours truly and only me. Then bam, instant king of the castle." This absolutely gnarly grin spread across his face as he added, "Can't have my little bro checking out before he's even been to the big dance, can we?" He let out a gross laugh and pointed at Wolf, giving him his final command. "Get to it! You're the best in the biz, Wolf! Don't mess this up!" Wolf just dipped his head all robotic and said, "As you wish, my highness." "Good," Alfonso mumbled, shooing Wolf away like a fly. But just as he was strolling back to his room, a super spooky voice cut through the silence. "Your highness," it called out, dripping with sarcasm. And bam, that shut him up real quick. Alfonso went from Mr. Big Shot to a deer in headlights in half a second. He whips around looking like he's seen a ghost. And guess who's just chilling in the hallway, Patricia? Looking like an absolute queen of darkness. My, someone's in a good mood today," she said with this little evil smirk of her own. And just like that, all of Alfonso's bravado went right out the window. His hands started shaking and he was sweating buckets. The big bad prince suddenly looked like a scared little bunny. He started to stammer, totally confused. And then he gasped when another person stepped out of the shadows. Dun dun dun. And boy, was she giving him the creeps. But wait, it's a 2-for-1 special. There are 2 of them. One is all mysterious in a cloak looking super confident, while the other is just sitting there with this sweet little smile. She's got this whole, "I'm so done with your drama" vibe, like a mom watching a toddler flip out in the cereal aisle. Meanwhile, Alfonso's eyes are ping-ponging between them, his brain totally blue-screening on him. He's probably thinking, what in the world is this magic trick? The sitting Patricia gives a little ta-da wave, telling the other one to take off her hood. And plot twist, it's not another Patricia. It's Toto. The white-haired beast man is now giving Alfonso the ultimate death stare, her eyes practically screaming, "I'm about to turn you into a chew toy." Yet Toto's vibe was, let's just say, a little intense. You just can't ignore that kind of "I eat guys like you for breakfast" energy. The air is practically crackling, and she's got this grin that is definitely not friendly. More like, "I'm gonna enjoy this friendly." Patricia lets out a little chuckle, propping her chin on her hand like she's watching her favorite TV show. "Oh, my dearest brother-in-law," she cooed, her voice dripping with fake sugar. "Didn't you say you wanted to come out and play?" Her laugh was one of those creepy cute ones like a music box in a horror movie. She glances at Toto. "Since you're just dying for some fun, I'm gonna tag in my friend here. You two have a blast." Toto cracks her knuckles, asterisk, crack, asterisk, never taking her eyes off the quivering mess that is Alfonso. "Yeah, playtime with me isn't exactly all fun and games, buddy." She growled, her voice so cold it could give you frostbite. And that's it. Alfonso's brain officially left the building. He stumbles back, sweating buckets and squeaks. Where is that totally useless wolf guy? He's looking around like a lost puppy, but his big scary bodyguard is totally MIA. And you can see the gears grinding in his head like, hold on, how did she get a superpowered sidekick and I'm stuck with nobody? Patricia, with the biggest, happiest, most terrifying smile, ever calls his name like she's about to end his whole career. For that little comment, she said deadpan, I'm gonna have to unalive you. Alfonso, who is fresh out of backup and courage, just stammers, Princess, I am so not in the mood for games right now. But Patricia is just ice cold, staring him down like he's a bug. Princess Patricia just looks at him with this wicked grin. You didn't really think I was just gonna sit around while you went after my dad, did you? She says, getting up. Yeah, no. My plan is way simpler, I just need to get rid of you. That one hits him like a ton of bricks. You can see the little loading symbol over his head. Noticing he's buffering, Patricia adds with a grin, and honey, the trap is already set. Then poof, Toto just vanishes, gone. Alfonso's panic meter just shattered the glass. Now it's just him and Patricia who's looking like a total boss. Her voice drops 10 degrees. Your Highness? She says, her voice all deadly serious. Let's wrap this little game up, shall we? Alfonso is practically melting into a puddle of fear when Patricia says, I'll give you a head start. Run. Because if I catch you she gets to finish the job. Patricia gives him the stare and slickly palms a knife. Oh, don't worry, it won't be quick, she says sweetly. But it will be a real bad time for you. Her lips curl into a smile that could freeze lava. Her death glare gets so intense, I swear the flowers in the background literally started to wilt. Talk about dramatic flair. Trust me, you'll be wishing you were someplace much, much warmer, Patricia added with a little taunt. It finally clicks for Alfonso, he is in so much trouble. Without another word, he is gone. Just pure panicked sprinting. He's pumping his little legs as fast as they'll go, but my dude clearly skipped cardio day. He's already wheezing. He's totally gassed, thinking, wait a second, who is this girl? Why am I the bad guy running for my life from her asterisk? Then he gets a flashback of that psycho smile and is like, oh, right, that's why. It hits him if she catches him, it is game over, man. And right on cue, like something from a horror flick, her voice echoes from behind him. Oh, Alfonso! That voice just cuts right through him and his panic goes to 11. He's practically crawling with fear as he fumbles at a palace door, just banging on it like, let me in, let me in. Why is everything locked? He's muttering, his brain fried with panic. And then poof, Deborah just appears next to him like she's been watching the whole show with popcorn. She gives him this chilly little smile and says, Your Highness over here. Alfonso, who can barely breathe, let alone think, just turns to her and asks, Who even are you? I'm with Wolf, Deborah replies with that same creepy smile. He sent me. And Alfonso's face lights up like a Christmas tree, all that fear gone. Wolf sent you? Oh, thank goodness, excellent, he yells. He's so happy he found his get-out-of-jail-free card. So Deborah leads him to this super sketchy underground tunnel. This way to the palace dungeon, she says, guiding him down a spooky dark hallway. Nothing suspicious here. Just follow the spooky burning lanterns and you'll get to the basement. There's an emergency exit down there. Alfonso's all like, ooh, a secret level. The hallway, of course, is super dark. The only light is from these creepy little lanterns. As he starts down the stairs, he turns back to Deborah, trying to sound like a big shot again. You stall Patricia even if it costs you your life. That's an order. Bro read the room. Little did he know Deborah was totally on Team Patricia. Her face went from 0 to I'm gonna end you real quick. And then bam, Wolf pops up behind her like a scary ninja, flashing a smirk that screamed, You're toast. She shot Wolf a glare that perfectly matched his own psycho grin. It was like they were having an evil stare-off. Wolf, he purred all dramatic like, calling out Deborah's name like he was announcing the next contestant on a game show from heck. Well, long time no see, sunshine, he sneered, his words dripping with sarcasm. The vibe got super awkward. Meanwhile, Prince Alfonso was huffing and puffing his way down the stairs, totally out of shape. Dude was completely gassed. Each step felt like lifting a car. His brain was just a loop of are we there yet and OMG I'm gonna die. He was totally losing it. And then plop, Alfonso finally hit the bottom and just froze. Welcome to the dungeon's basement, buddy. Before he could even figure out where the light switch was, Patricia's voice just echoed out of nowhere. Alfonso, she cooed, and man, that voice was colder than my ex's heart. He whipped around and surprised there's Patricia holding a knife like she's about to carve a pumpkin, and that pumpkin is him. Oh yeah, she was totally ready to redecorate with his insides. Alfonso, bless his heart, just sputtered her name like a broken record. Patricia just gave him this icy little smirk and strolled over cool as a cucumber. Seriously, Alfonso, is this your whole personality? She asked, her voice just dripping with, I'm so over you. You just love bossing people around, sending them off on one-way trips, don't you? She popped an eyebrow, looking completely unimpressed. And the taxes, genius move. Just squeeze them till they pop, can't pay, whoops, guess it's punishment time. Alfonso's brain was doing gymnastics trying to keep up. Her eyes got all squinty. Oh, and let's not forget your favorite hobby, getting rid of anyone who annoys you. Just poof, gone. She lifted the knife right up to his chin, so close he could see his terrified face in the reflection. Alfonso's heart was doing the cha-cha against his ribs as he scrambled back. I think you've got the wrong guy, he squeaked, totally losing his cool. Patricia just looked at him with pure disgust. Did you ever for 1 second think this might backfire? She asked. Just then, Alfonso heard footsteps approaching. He glanced over and, oh boy. Standing right behind Patricia was Wolf, looking like a total baddie. Patricia didn't even blink. Alfonso totally freaked out and yelled, "Wolf, get her, she's the bad guy." It was so pathetic. He was begging his own muscle for a bailout. Patricia just casually turned to Wolf. A sly little grin spread across her face. "Looks like you messed with the wrong lady's friend," she chirped, all sweet and psycho. "And poor Deborah was just so excited to see you again." Wolf cracked a smile. But he snapped back to business mode instantly. "Just to update you, my lady Prince Julius made it to the palace, no problem," he reported, giving a little bow. Talk about loyal. Patricia's eyes lit up. "Excellent," she said. Then she turned back to Alfonso, with this evil little twinkle in her eye. "You know, even if you just vanished, the party would totally go on without you," she said, her voice dripping with fake sympathy. Wolf chimed in, "Yep, Your Highness. Pretty sure nobody would even notice he's gone," he replied calmly. Alfonso's face went from shock to full-on rage mode. "You backstabber!" he shrieked at Wolf. "How could you pick her over me?" His voice totally cracked. It was hilarious. Wolf finally showed his face, and man, he was one handsome dude, but his eyes were totally dead. As we get our first good look at this hunk, he speaks with total confidence. "You're not wrong, Alfonso," Wolf says, his voice super chill. "My job was to follow you, sure. But the real mission was way cooler. I was supposed to go deep undercover and, take out the trash for Patricia." Meanwhile, Patricia was just watching this whole thing go down with a smile that could curdle milk. In his head, Wolf's probably thinking, "If I do this, she'll totally make me Employee of the Month." He gets all dreamy-eyed and goes, "Oh, Princess Patricia, my goddess of destruction." Alfonso hears this and just starts shaking like a leaf. Patricia, loving every second of it, gives him a little shh with her finger and adds, "Yeah, what he said." And just like that, yeet, Patricia gives Alfonso a little shove, and he goes tumbling right into a pool filled with some very, very hungry-looking critters. Alfonso's flailing around trying not to become Crocodile Chow, but those things were not playing. They looked at him like he was the main course. Long story short, it didn't end well for him. Flash forward almost a year and the whole Prince Alfonso became an appetizer thing is still fresh. Patricia's thinking back on it. Like, maybe it was an accident. A happy little accident. And hey, bonus way, fewer assassins have been showing up since then. She's musing on this while casually taking out some new loser trying to get her. Like one quick move and boom, he's down for the count. She's totally zoned out thinking about it and says, "But yeah, a couple of these clowns still pop up now and then." Patricia glances over at her trusty sidekicks, Deborah and Toto, with a little smirk. "So about Wolf," she starts. "His dad basically forced him to be Prince Alfonso's bodyguard. Awkward, right? He had to bounce back to Omnis." Deborah's face was a whole mood, clearly bummed that Wolf dipped, but she didn't say a word, and Patricia totally clocked her reaction. "I bet Wolf is going to be Prince Julius's new head of security." Patricia was just thinking, yeah, if anyone even thinks about messing with him, Wolf will go full-on shadow ninja. But her thoughts got cut short when she turned to Toto. "So what's the game plan for today?" she asked. Toto started to answer, but before he could even get a word out, Patricia jumped in with a huge grin. "Wait, don't tell me. It's almost my 12th birthday, isn't it?" she chirped, gazing out the window. Her mind totally drifted back to her past life, the day she had a one-on-one with God and got her mission briefing, build a new family. Patricia remembered God's main rule clear as day. No loving, nope, just create a family, hold the affection. She wasn't sure she could ever actually love them, but one thing was 100% certain. She would protect them no matter what. As Patricia walked up to her door, Toto suddenly swung it open, basically pulling her inside. Patricia stepped in, fully expecting a surprise party. Her family, Leonard and Gilbert, and her parents were all standing there smiling with bouquets and presents, all joyfully shouting her name. "Happy birthday, Patricia!" They cheered, their voices practically buzzing with love and excitement. But as Patricia's foot crossed the threshold, her stomach dropped through the floor. Her family members, Gilbert, her dad, her mom, and even Leonardo, were all dead. The shock hit her like a physical blow, and she just stood there frozen, her brain refusing to compute what she was seeing. How could this even happen? She wondered, her mind spinning out of control. She'd already taken care of Prince Alfonso. But this? Then it hit her, a flashback to her own past. Right. She was the reincarnation of some girl handpicked by God. A girl who got a miracle save from the big guy upstairs. Now she had a new name, Patricia. She'd earned the right to fight back against all the crap in the world, and her whole mission was to save this country from completely imploding. But before she could even get a grip on what her powers could do, the most terrifying sight imaginable unfolded right in front of her. Her entire family was just lying there, lifeless. Blood was everywhere. Her father, her mother, her brothers, all of them looked gone. Something deep inside Patricia just shattered into a million tiny pieces. Her whole body started to tremble, her lips quivering as she managed a faint whisper, "No, this can't be happening." Today was her 12th birthday. This was the one day she was supposed to keep them all safe until... As Patricia stood there completely paralyzed, her breath caught in her throat. The mansion, which was always so lively and warm, was now a twisted, gruesome scene, a graveyard filled with the people she knew. Her vision blurred, and reality itself seemed to be tearing at the seams as she tried to process the absolute horror.
Her family, her entire family, was dead scattered in pools of crimson that ruined the perfect marble floor. Her older brother Leonardo, always the strong one, always so fiercely protective, was sprawled out lifelessly. His sword, his other half, was just inches from his limp, unresponsive hand. And Gilbert, who despite driving her crazy with his teasing, she secretly adored, had fallen right beside him, his face forever frozen in an expression of pure shock and disbelief. A silent scream was just etched onto his face. Her mother, Julia, who was basically the definition of kindness and warmth, the gentlest person Patricia had ever known, had collapsed. Her lifeless eyes were still wide open, filled with a worry that wouldn't leave. A mother's concern that followed her even into death. And her father, Lawrence, the great and powerful Duke, her pillar of strength, was completely still, his hand stretched out as if he was reaching for something precious, something that was just out of his reach in his last moments. Patricia's whole body was shaking uncontrollably, a violent tremor rattling her small frame. "This isn't real," her mind screamed, completely rejecting the nightmarish scene, refusing to accept the brutal reality attacking her senses. "This can't be real. This is a nightmare, some cruel trick, not the home I love." But then, her gaze, pulled by some invisible force, shifted, and her stomach twisted into a sickening knot that made her want to throw up. Julius, her best friend, the boy she had spent countless days laughing with, was also dead. His bright white hair, once so full of life, was now streaked with red, clinging to his pale forehead like some kind of gruesome silky threads. And then she saw him. Toto. Her ever-loyal Toto, her faithful sidekick, the one who swore he would protect her no matter what it cost, no matter how dangerous it got, was covered in blood. His once perfect white fur, a symbol of his pure devotion, was now a matted crimson mess, a horrifying trophy of the violence that had happened here. His body was slumped protectively over Julius's still form, a final heartbreaking act of loyalty, even in death. Patricia could barely suck in any air, her breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps, as sweat dripped down her forehead, plastering her hair to her skin, while she desperately tried to figure out what just happened. What kind of cruel, twisted joke was this? Why is this happening? She had done everything by the book, meticulously followed every single instruction, every single step to change fate and stop this exact catastrophe from happening. And yet she had failed. All of a sudden, a deep, booming voice filled with some kind of cosmic power echoed through the silence, shattering it. Asterisk. Did you fail? Asterisk. The world around her blurred and went dark. The mansion just melted away into a formless void, and before she could even react, before she could even think of an answer, she found herself standing in a totally unfamiliar space, vast, empty, and filled with the strange, otherworldly glow. A figure stood before her, a being radiating so much power, golden light poured off him like he was his own personal sun. His expression was completely calm, unreadable, almost like he was entertained, a super weird contrast to the emotional hurricane tearing through Patricia. Asterisk you. You're the cosmic troll who sent me back. This was not part of the deal. Asterisk her emotions, a chaotic smoothie of grief. Anger and disbelief completely boiled over, and before she could stop herself, before her rational brain could scream, "Bad idea," she lunged forward, grabbing the god's ridiculously shiny robe, with some serious I-hit-the-gym strength. "Did you do this?" she snarled, gritting her teeth so hard it's a wonder they didn't crack, her eyes burning with a fury hot enough to melt lead. "Did you mess with my family?" The god remained infuriatingly silent, his gaze steady and unwavering as he watched her epic meltdown, her desperate little show of grief and rage. The dagger she had instinctively pulled out, a girl's gotta have accessories, was now pressed right against his throat, the cold steel giving off a nasty little glint. Patricia's hands were trembling with barely contained rage, but the god, this being of immense power, showed zero fear, not even a hint of concern. With a move so effortless it was almost lazy, a total power flex, he reached up and just grabbed the blade of the dagger with his bare hand, his fingers closing around the sharp steel like it was a toy. And then poof, the dagger just vanished, dissolving into thin air like it was never even there. A super obvious demonstration of his "I can do whatever I want" control. Her eyes widened in shock, her brain struggling to even compute what she just saw. The god sighed softly, a sound that seemed to carry millennia of dealing with drama, and his lips curled into an amused, almost pitying smirk. "Whoa there, calm down, little sinner." Patricia jolted out of her shock, snapping back to reality. She took a step back, her breathing all shaky as God slowly floated down in front of her. With a mischievous grin, he looked at her, his expression a total mystery. Asterisk. This guy, the one right in front of me, he's the one who wrote this entire messed up script for my life. She clenched her fists as she watched God smile cruelly, like he was enjoying her suffering a little too much. But then a deep voice that vibrated with power and authority echoed all around, cutting through her daze. "Well then, shall we get this party started?" All of a sudden, a powerful gust of wind whipped up from literally nothing, swirled around her, completely knocking her off balance. The world around her blurred, twisting into a chaotic vortex of colors and shapes. And in the blink of an eye, faster than she could even process, she was somewhere else, zapped to a new and seriously creepy location. She found herself standing before a huge, desolate mansion, a place that just radiated ancient power and spooky secrets under a creepy, starless sky. And sitting on a massive throne, a seat of ultimate authority, was God himself, his presence giving off an energy you could practically feel. With a mischievous, almost playful smile, God leaned forward, his gaze sharp and all-knowing, and said, "All right then, Patricia. Or should I say the soul of a great sinner. You really let your guard down at the very end. God continued, his voice a smooth, melodic baritone that somehow made his words even more chilling. I let my guard down. That's right. Patricia nodded. She had allowed herself one tiny moment of relief, one fleeting second of hope, and that single, unguarded moment had cost her everything.
And because of that, her entire family died. Patricia clutched her dress tightly, her fingers digging into the fabric, the physical pain a weak anchor to reality. But then God spoke again, his voice taking on a sharper edge.
Are you ready for your punishment? Patricia took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to brace herself for whatever was coming next.
You're sending me to hell, aren't you?
God's smile didn't falter, his expression staying annoyingly mysterious.
Yep.
Patricia had nothing left to say.
No arguments to make, no pleas to bargain with.
A storm of emotions was raging inside her. Grief, despair, anger, and a huge sense of helplessness. But then a thought.
A tiny spark of a what-the-heck idea struck her.
Those people, my family? Patricia's voice wavered, her throat tight with emotion. Are they actually for real dead? God seemed surprised for a second, his eyebrows lifting slightly.
In a show of genuine curiosity.
Then he asked, what do you mean if they died, are they gonna get into heaven? For the first time, God looked genuinely thrown off, his cool composure cracking for a moment.
But then he laughed. A deep, echoing laugh that filled the vast space, a sound that seemed to be poking fun at her grief and despair.
Patricia narrowed her eyes,
his callous amusement just reigniting her anger.
What's so funny? Still chuckling, God wiped a fake tear from his eye, a dramatic gesture that only fueled her rage. Humans, this is why you guys fascinate me so much.
Then he exhaled slowly, a long, drawn-out sigh, and looked at Patricia with a knowing, almost pitying gaze.
That was just an illusion, a warning for you. Your family is alive.
Patricia's breath hitched her mind, scrambling to process his words.
What? Yes, God confirmed, his voice now calm and matter-of-fact. It was just a little test to remind you. Never let your guard down.
The road ahead is long and dangerous.
Patricia's heartbeat was hammering in her chest, a frantic rhythm of disbelief and relief. But my 12th birthday was supposed to be the final deadline, she muttered, her voice still trembling from the after-effects of that horrible illusion as God continued to speak. That's right, he said, his voice smooth yet ominous,
lugging around some serious emotional baggage.
So fun fact, this whole country was supposed to go poof on your 12th birthday. Like totally wiped off the map. Surprise party canceled.
And yet here it is, still kicking.
But God just went, plot twist, destiny's been updated. Patricia's eyes narrowed. What's that supposed to mean? God's teasing smirk got even bigger,
his eyes sparkling with a mix of, this is hilarious, and I'm about to wreck your whole world.
Looks like I only managed to buy you a little more time on your subscription?
Patricia's jaw hit the floor, her brain totally short-circuiting from what he just said.
God let out a dramatic sigh like he was enjoying her meltdown, which really got on her nerves. Sorry, but there's been a change of plans. You're gonna have to play bodyguard for just a bit longer. A fire of pure rage, blazing hot, just exploded in Patricia's chest, torching all that fear and confusion. She balled her fists so tight her nails dug into her skin. You said I was done once I hit my
12th birthday. Now you're just changing the rules on me, you cosmic jerk. She launched herself at him, running on pure fury, ready to throw down. But with a lazy little flick of his finger like he was shooing a fly, she just froze solid in midair. An invisible wall just slammed on the brakes for her. She fought against it, straining with everything she had, but it was completely pointless. She was like a video game character lagging out against a hacker. Okay, simmer down, God said, his voice just dripping with amusement, making a noise that was just,
nails on a chalkboard. Suddenly, Patricia was getting yeeted backwards by like an invisible bouncer just floating there like a lost balloon. And God over here tilts his head, still rocking that I'm so brooding and mysterious look.
That little vision I showed you, that was just the free trial.
But don't get it twisted, that future can become a reality real quick. Patricia's blood turned to ice, a freezing chill spreading through her, even with all the anger boiling inside.
If you don't get your act together, your family gets deleted.
His smile never left his face, but his words were a stone-cold promise of what would happen if she messed up.
No doubt about it.
Then with a little boop of his finger on her forehead, a move that seemed so casual, Patricia went flying backward like a rag doll. Now God said, all cheerful, his voice bouncing around in the empty space. Protect them until you turn 17. Patricia struggled, flailing against the magic, yanking her away, twisting and turning, trying to break free.
But God just gave a little bye-bye wave, and that was that.
Darkness just swallowed her whole, a suffocating whirlpool that made the whole world just fade to black. As she was yanked back to reality, ripped away from that lying celestial bully, one last thought, a burning little spark of defiance blazed in her mind. That jerk is using threats to make me his personal bodyguard.
The next time I see his smug face.
Her eyes were glowing with a rage that wasn't going anywhere, her expression hardening into pure resolve. I'm going to wipe that smirk off permanently. Suddenly, a familiar, comforting voice called her name,
snapping her out of it and yanking her back to the party.
Patricia, you okay? She turned and saw her dad, Lawrence, looking at her with a super worried expression.
You're still not feeling 100%, are you?
Leonardo Gilbert and her mom were all staring at her too, their faces full of concern. Their love was such a huge contrast to that god's ice-cold attitude. Patricia slapped on a warm smile, hiding the absolute chaos going on in her head, and faked being totally normal. "I'm fine, Dad. I was just, totally blown away by this amazing birthday party." As she said it, her eyes landed on Julius and her heart did a little nervous flip-flop. With a polite practiced smile, "The kind you learn for fancy parties," she said, "I didn't realize His Highness Julius would be here too." Julius let out a soft, warm chuckle. How could I possibly miss the big day for my favorite fiancé? Before Patricia could even think of what to say, he leaned in and planted a gentle kiss right on her cheek. The gesture was sweet, but it sent a shockwave of awkwardness through the room. The vibe in the room went from 0 to 100 real quick. From behind her, she could feel this intense pressure, basically 2 sets of laser eyes burning into the back of her head. Leonardo and Gilbert looked seriously ticked off, glaring at Julius with a classic mix of, "He's touching my sister, and I wish that were me." Meanwhile, Toto, not even trying to hide it, just straight up stomped on Julius's foot under the table. A not-so-subtle back-off dude. "The formal birthday banquet with all the nobles is set for tomorrow," her father said, totally breaking the tension. "But His Highness Julius is practically family to us already." Hearing that, Patricia kept her smile perfectly in place, a total mask of calm. "Yes, thank you, father." But inside her brain was running a marathon, thoughts and suspicions flying everywhere. Julius's older brother died in this country. My dad is a great guy, but he's no dummy. Even with Julius being high up in the royal line, there's no way my dad would let a golden opportunity like this just slide. Why else would rumors be flying that he orchestrated the older prince's unfortunate accident to lock in my engagement? As Patricia thought it over, it hit her. In other words, the King of Shy is dead serious about this marriage. This rumor, real or not, had given her dad a total image makeover. He went from being seen as a kind, maybe even a pushover ruler, to a stone-cold boss you do not want to mess with. Even if my dad had absolutely nothing to do with Julius's brother's death, people are still going to give him the side-eye. They might think he's dangerous and, maybe add him to their personal revenge list. Patricia's brain radio was cut off by her dad's voice, yanking her back to reality. "Julius, my man, super bummed we couldn't, stop that whole oopsie with your brother," he said, trying way too hard to sound serious. His voice dripping with so much sadness. "Anyway, I did the thing I said I'd do." Julius, meanwhile, kept his cool prince mode fully activated, flashing a smile that was probably insured for $1 million. "Oh, you're just too kind, really. So are we talking about Alfonso's stuff?" Patricia's dad paused, doing a little uh-oh face. "Yeah, but I'm still trying to figure out why Lord Alfonso decided to go exploring in the castle's spooky basement. His crew said he didn't tell him why, just went on a solo mission." All this time, Julius is just listening with that smile still plastered on his face. But for a split second, his perfect prince face glitched, showing a little peek at the chaos underneath. Just thinking about it gave him the heebie-jeebies, like major danger ahead vibes. Then out of nowhere, someone gives Patricia's dad a gentle, "Yo, stop talking," tap on the arm. "Your Majesty, maybe let's not talk about doom and gloom in front of the kiddo." It was her mom, Julia, swooping in, jumping in with a voice that was all velvet and steel. Julius was nodding like a bobblehead, adding, "Yeah, totally. Let's table this chat for ever." Lawrence, Patricia's dad, just sighed and gave a little "my bad" smile, which was basically code for "oops, sorry." And just like that, poof, the doom and gloom cloud vanished and the room was back to being a 5-star performance of "everything is totally fine and happy." Everyone swarmed Patricia, their faces cranked up to maximum happiness, showering her with love while she's internally screaming. What a vibe. Then they all lifted their glasses for a toast. "Patricia, happy 12th birthday." The sudden burst of joy made Patricia jump, and she blinked like a deer in headlights as her cheeks went a little pink. Yep, she'd been secretly keeping them all safe this whole time. No biggie. "Thanks, guys, but welp, it is what it is. Guess my Protect Everyone subscription just got renewed." As Patricia lifted her glass to play along, the room exploded with laughter and good vibes. A super delicate bubble of happiness just waiting for a pinprick. Time flies when you're pretending to have fun, right? A total mirage of chill. But dun, the moment finally came. For Julius to peace out and go back to his kingdom, which was a total party pooper move. Patricia getting her frown back on was like, the party doesn't have to end. Standing nearby was Leonardo, who was totally over it, muttering, "Yeah, hurry up and leave already." Julius just laughed it off and shook his head, giving a look that was half aw shucks and half gotta go. And all business. "I wish I could, but I've got a note from my dad." For just a hot second, Patricia's smile did a little wobble, and you could practically see the question marks pop up over her head. Asterisk, wait, did my dad give him that order? Asterisk. Before her brain could spiral, Julius turned and gave her a wave. "Later, Patricia?" Snapped out of her thoughts, she quickly waved back, slapping on her best, "so happy to see you go" smile. "Yeah, totally, let's do this again." Julius flashed one last princely grin before hopping into his carriage, which was basically the fanciest Uber you've ever seen. And as the wheels started turning, taking him away, this super weird, "uh-oh, something's about to go down" feeling hit Patricia right in the chest. Things just felt wrong, and Toto, who's a very good boy, noticed she was totally freaking out on the inside. He tilted his head all concerned like, "Patricia, what's up?"
She just shook her head. Because how do you explain that to a dog? I don't know, but why do I have this horrible feeling I'm never going to see Julius again? Her gaze was locked on the carriage now, a tiny speck on the horizon, as a giant wave of "this is bad" washed over her. Meanwhile, back in the super-duper ominous kingdom of ominousness, Julius was doing the dramatic long walk down some grand empty halls, his footsteps making all the echoey sounds. He was totally dragging his feet, feeling like he was about to get the lecture of a lifetime, heading straight for his dad's office, the big scary room of power. And inside this massive gloomy throne room, the king was just sitting there, giving Julius the ultimate death stare. The silence in the room was so thick you could cut it with a knife, just full of "you're in big trouble" energy. Julius walked up and did a little bow, which is fancy for "please don't ground me. I'm back, father." Next to the king, some advisor dude was just standing there watching everything with a total poker face. The king looked seriously ticked off, and he wasn't doing a great job of hiding it, like a volcano of pure rage just waiting to blow. He leaned in, his voice all chilly and sharp. "So did you get the thing I asked for?" Julius nodded, looking about as relaxed as a board, trying to play it cool. "Yep, got it back, no problem. Here's Alfonso's stuff. They found the medal at the bottom of Lake Venini." The king's eyes narrowed, shooting daggers at him. "He kicked the bucket in that glittery underground castle, right?" Julius kept his voice steady, but his fist clenching was a total giveaway that he was freaking out inside. "That's correct. Lord Laz told me he just waltzed in there on his own." The king let out this super long, dramatic sigh, hiding whatever he was thinking behind his "I'm the king" face. "I see. Good job." Julius totally thought he was in the clear, like "phew, nailed it." He was all, "Awesome, thanks. Well, I'm just gonna head out." But right as he tried to make a slick getaway, his dad's voice just boomed, stopping him dead in his tracks. "Julius!" Oh man, the king gave him a look that could freeze fire, a stare so intense it sent a jolt down Julius's spine as he pointed to the floor like, gesture of "you're so grounded? I hereby strip you of your right to the throne." Julius literally choked his brain, doing the blue screen of death. "Wait, what?" The king's voice was all business. No takebacks, his words hitting like a ton of royal bricks. "The crime of teaming up with Sean to, unalive your own brother? Yeah, that's a big no-no. From this second on, Prince Julius is officially cut off." And bam, a bunch of stone-faced guards just swarmed him, giving off some seriously threatening vibes. The king's glare could have cut diamonds, totally unblinking and zero mercy. This is final. Julius was basically a statue, completely numb with shock as his dad's words did a cannonball into his soul, totally crushing him. Meanwhile, Patricia, with her ridiculously perfect blonde hair, was frozen solid, her face a perfect picture of OMG no way. Her eyes were as wide as saucers and her mouth just dropped open as she processed the insane news. "Julius has been kicked out," she yelped, the words practically punching their way out of her. "Narbi Toto," his little wolf ears twitching like crazy, and Katza, the mysterious cloaked person, just watched Patricia have a full-on meltdown, looking both worried and super curious. Toto asked, his voice full of concern, "What in the world is going on?" Patricia, still reeling, repeated the catastrophic news in a tiny whisper, "Kicked out." She slapped a gloved hand over her mouth, her knuckles turning white. She was practically trembling. Her voice all thick with drama begged, "Spill the tea. Tell me everything." Katza, the cloaked figure, finally started to talk, being all proper with Princess Patricia using her full royal title and everything. Katza was spilling all the deets on what went down, and it was some serious drama. Apparently, King Omnis popped back into the country, and after reading Julius's little report, he basically went nuclear on him for plotting with Sean to take out his big brother, the late Prince Alphonse. Then you see this super dramatic shot of King Omnis on his throne, looking super ticked off and holding these crossed spears like he's Judge Judy. Getting rid of your brother is a major offense, so yeah, he's out of the will. Patricia just exploded all over again, her voice screeching with disbelief. "That's ridiculous!" she yelled, her face all twisted up and her eyes blazing like she was about to breathe fire. Beside her, Toto just watched, his wolf ears drooping a bit. He looked worried, like he knew this was some next-level drama. Patricia was just trying to process the sheer craziness of it all. "Julius killed a lance. Are you kidding me?" She clenched her gloved hands into tiny, furious fists, her whole body buzzing with rage. "Hello, the day Alance died, Julius was 1,000,000,000 miles away in Shainan. That's called an alibi, plus nobody even saw what happened to Alance. They're just guessing on the time of death. It's all super sketchy. And the absolute worst part, poor Julius is all alone with no one to back him up." Patricia's face was just a total mess of distress. She was mentally freaking out over this whole lack of evidence thing. Panic started to set in. Even if I step up my story about Julius, and Shannon would just get tossed out as gossip, which is totally useless for proving he's innocent. Shaking her head, she felt a wave of hopelessness. "Besides, none of this makes any sense," she mumbled almost to herself, putting a hand to her forehead like she had a massive headache. She got a flash of Alance all happy and smiling, and then smash a broken picture frame. Oof, talk about a reality check. King Omnis only had 2 sons. With one gone and the other booted, the whole royal family tree is about to topple over. The kingdom is totally going to implode. Patricia, scrunching up her eyebrows, said what she was thinking. Even if Julius did do it, why would King Omnis go this nuts? She smelled something fishy, like there was a secret reason for the king's epic overreaction. I've literally never heard anyone say King Omnis liked Alance more than Julius, she said, pointing out how bizarre this all was. Then she added, fights over who gets the crown always end up as a total dumpster fire, pretty much predicting total chaos. Patricia then turned to Katza, looking for the inside scoop. Katza, she said, her voice super serious. You and folks have been glued to Julius's side for a while now. What's your take on this disaster? Katza, looking all deep and serious, replied, honestly, I have no idea. But then she dropped a little truth bomb that changed the game. The late Prince Alance was like openly trying to get Julius taken out, but King Omnis never even put him in timeout for it. This little tidbit hinted that maybe the king was playing favorites, or at least didn't care that Alance was being a total psycho to Julius. Patricia was processing this new info. So was King Omnis biased toward Alance? Katza immediately shut that down. Nah, I wouldn't say that. Instead, Katza offered up a whole different take. The vibe I always got from King Omnis was that he wasn't really interested in either of his sons, she explained, which might be why he was being so extra with Julius. If anything, he seemed to lean more towards Julius, who's first in line to be king. Patricia's mind was racing, and she fired off another huge question trying to figure this all out. So are there any other secret princes hiding in the woodwork? You know, an oopsie baby or something? Katza thought about it for a hot second before giving a firm, as far as we know, that's a big nope. She then went on to describe how the whole kingdom was basically running around like headless chickens. Seriously, even the big-shot ministers and nobles were in full-on panic mode. But then she brought it right back to Julius's epic mess. So what's the tea on Julius? She asked, her voice dripping with worry. And bam! The scene flips to Julius getting totally manhandled by royal guards, his face a perfect picture of agony as he screamed, "Father dude, why?" He thrashed around looking so confused and betrayed it hurt. Apparently just protesting his royal "you're fired" speech was enough to get him slapped with a treason label. Ouch. His downfall was so messy that even the maids got canned, caught in the royal crossfire. You could see the "I'm so over this" fear on all their faces, mirroring the whole kingdom's vibe. And there was Julius all alone, curled up on the floor like a sad little burrito, stripped of his title, his entourage, and his freedom. Yep, he was officially grounded. But Katza, ever the cool cucumber, dropped a little bombshell of hope. Oh yeah, folks has already slipped some of our guys onto his guard detail. He's got a secret protection squad. Patricia visibly relaxed, a wave of relief washing over her. You're a rock star, she breathed. Katza just shrugged it off with a casual, no big deal. Then she switched to boss mode. More importantly, Princess, I'm here for my orders. What's the game plan? Patricia looked up, her violet eyes blinking with a classic uh-oh expression. Orders, she squeaked, totally stumped. Her mind just kept replaying Julius all alone, and probably having a major emo moment in his room. I'm still calling him His Highness out of habit, Katza said, but let's be real, that boy is probably not your fiancé anymore. In fact, she added, I'm pretty sure he's been officially demoted. Then Katza leaned in and asked the million-dollar question. So do you still want to save him? Katza really drove the point home. I mean, he's basically just some random dude to you now, Princess. The contract is void. Man, Patricia felt those words like a punch to the gut. The official connection was severed, all expectations and duties just gone. Poof. Patricia's fancy-gloved hands clenched into tight fists, the fabric making a tiny, angry squeak. She lifted her chin, her expression hardening as she declared with total conviction, I get it. Without missing a beat. She laid out her plan, her voice surprisingly firm. If Julius has been disowned, then my engagement to him is officially cancelled. It's over. Unless Julius somehow climbs his way back up the royal ladder, my father will never approve it. And just like that, Julius was deleted from her life script. He was no longer getting a seat at the Patricia family table. Patricia's brow furrowed, her mind spinning. That word family suddenly felt so weird and hollow, like a bad punchline. She whispered almost to herself, what does family even mean anyway? She stared down at her clenched fists, looking all sorts of troubled and deep in thought. Her inner monologue was about to kick into high gear, a whole. Okay, let's be real. I'm totally lost here. If this was a simple A plus B equals C situation, my brain wouldn't be doing the cha-cha right now. She spun around to face Katza and Toto, her voice suddenly all business. Okay, game face on, people, get me Deborah on the line stat. Patricia's eyes were practically laser-focused as she bossed around Toto and Katza like she owned the place. All right, pack my bags, we're blowing this popsicle stand. The order was so final you could hear a pin drop. Then she looked over at Katza, and her voice went from general to BFF in a heartbeat. A rare peek at the sweet girl under all that royal glam. Hey Katza, go take a chill pill for a bit, Patricia said. We'll hit the road once we're all set. I mean, even when the world's ending, you gotta make sure your crew gets a coffee break, right? She knew her girl needed to be ready for anything. Patricia's face then went full on, I'm about to solve this mystery mode. Fine, I'll go get the receipts myself, she announced, her voice leaving no room for argument. Slicing through all the what-ifs like a hot knife through butter. And get this, the whole scene is set against this ridiculously gorgeous palace, all lit up by the sunset like a postcard. And boom, there's Patricia click-clacking her way across the shiny floor right up to the big cheese himself, King Omnis.
She gets right to the point, putting on her best "I'm a very serious princess" voice.
Trying to be all proper for the king, but you can totally tell she's about to drop a bomb. So sorry to, just pop in like this. She took a deep breath like she was about to ask for the Wi-Fi password and his son's location. Her purple peepers locked onto King Omnis's grumpy face, a perfect mix of "I'm gonna win" and "oh boy, I hope I don't get grounded." It was the ultimate showdown, princess versus king, ready to get some answers. She was here to call him out on his nonsense and get the real tea. Patricia stood there, sizing up King Omnis on his big fancy chair, her brain going a mile a minute. Yikes, so that's what Julius's dad looks like, she thought, basically scanning him for a world's worst dad mug. But nope, King Omnis just sat there giving her nothing. Total poker face. He was just chilling on his throne, looking like a super grumpy garden gnome made of marble. Then finally, his super deep voice rumbled through the room, totally breaking the awkward silence. He looked at Patricia like she was a bug he was about to squish. Almost like he couldn't be bothered. "Princess of the whatever place," he started, then paused for dramatic effect. "What are you even doing here? Isn't this like way out of your jurisdiction?" Ouch. He basically drew a big old keep out sign in the air. He was totally trying to give her the cold shoulder. But Patricia wasn't having it. "Excuse me, nothing to do with me," she shot back, her voice dripping with "oh no you didn't" energy. She leaned in, making sure he got the message loud and clear. "Hello, I'm engaged to your son, Prince Julius, ring a bell." But King Omnis just stared back, his face a perfect blank slate of "I don't care." "Prince Julius," he repeated, saying the name like it was some weird food he'd never heard of. He just kept going, completely unfazed. "Who's that? Never heard of him. In fact, I'm pretty sure your entire kingdom is just a myth." Whoa, talk about ghosting. He was trying to delete Julius from reality. Patricia's eyes narrowed to tiny little slits. Her disbelief totally turned into rage at this guy dissing his own kid. "Okay, you have got to be kidding me," she practically yelled, her voice getting higher with every word. She laid down the facts. "He's your son, right?" King Omnis's reply was like an ice bucket to the face. "The only son I have is a Lance, who's not with us anymore," he said. He basically just hit delete on Julius's family tree. He kept talking, and you could hear the bitterness when he mentioned Alance. "My other son, the one who had that little accident over in your country." The way he said "unfortunate accident" was dripping with so much shade. He finished by staring daggers at Patricia. "You remember that, don't you, Princess asterisk?" Patricia took a beat, trying to be sensitive to the whole grieving dad thing. "Yeah, I know," she said, her voice getting all soft and sad. "About the awful accident where Prince Alance passed away. Seriously, it was a total tragedy," she thought, getting a little misty-eyed. Trying to find some common ground, Patricia decided to share a sweet story about Alance. "Prince Alance was the best. He was always so sweet to me. Like, even though I was just engaged to his little bro, he totally treated me like I was his actual sister." You could hear in her voice she really meant it. And the fact that it all happened back home just sucks. She finished looking super bummed out. King Omnis just sat there quiet, but his gloved hand on the throne was totally giving away his stress. You could see it shaking just a tiny bit, like he was about to lose it. And then kaboom! The king's cool guy mask just completely broke, his face twisted up in pure rage. His eyes were practically shooting fire as he leaned in all up in her personal space. The one word he spat out was like an arrow aimed right at her. But Patricia? She didn't even flinch at his little temper tantrum. She met his rage with a perfect eye roll and a smirk. "Oh, you mean a dazzling yet powerless princess?" she shot back, basically throwing his own insults right back at his face. King Omnis literally scoffed at her. "Oh, please, you're just a kid. You have no idea what you're talking about," he sneered, talking down to her like she was in kindergarten, and going on about the dark complexities of the world. Patricia's eyes narrowed, and her look got steely as she shut him down. "Sorry, I have no idea who that naive girl is you're talking about," she shot back, totally owning it, making it clear she wasn't some clueless girl. King Omnis got all up in her personal space, his face just inches from hers, trying to pull a whole scary guy routine. "But either way," he started, dropping his voice into this low, super dramatic growl. He finished his sentence with a real zinger, and let's just say it was not a happy thought. "I mean, even you get that you can't exactly tell a corpse to be quiet." The room went dead silent except for Patricia letting out a huge gasp like, "OMG, did he really just say that?" Patricia, her voice a little shaky, but still holding it together, finally started to say the one thing everyone was terrified of. But of course, King Omnis had to cut her off, finishing the sentence with zero emotion like he was ordering a pizza. "Julius is already toast." The words just hung there, confirming all her worst fears, and basically painting a super grim picture. Patricia flinched, her eyes going wide with pure shock, but she snapped out of it real quick. Underneath all that sadness, a little spark of "oh no you didn't" started to glow. She stood up taller, her voice suddenly filled with this wild new confidence as she said, "He has to be." After a dramatic pause, she dropped the bomb. "In that case, Your Majesty, I'd like to call dibs on that corpse." King Omnis's one good eye just about popped out of his head. For a split second, you could see the surprise on his face. "And hey, No need to go to all the trouble of serving him up on a silver platter for me, Your Majesty. She leaned in, staring him down, and her voice got all low and secretive. Just a kiss seems like a pretty lame wedding gift, don't you think? A little lonely, even. Her words were so cold and gutsy you could tell she was playing a whole different game now. King Omnis, who was clearly intrigued by her sheer audacity, just gave a short, fine. Patricia stepped back, this super creepy but calm smile on her face, her eyes shining with this weird mix of being sad and totally winning. Then I'll allow it, but only if you stay right here by my side. His offer came with strings attached, a total power move, not like he actually wanted her as his queen. Patricia's eyes widened for real this time. What? She yelled like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. You have got to be joking, right? King Omnis, with a face like a stone wall, shut her down flat. I am not, he said, laying out his bizarre offer. You can be my side piece, or if you want, we can just tell everyone you married Allens, and I'll make you my daughter instead. Two totally bonkers options, and he added like it was no big deal. Having you around might spice up my boring life a little. Patricia's face was a mix of disgust and heck no. I'm gonna have to refuse that request, she announced, leaving no room for argument. King Omnis's eyes narrowed, his voice getting that threatening edge again. You're not my family, she pointed out, trying to put him in his place. He just shot back with a sarcastic question. Tell me, Patricia Bonuka, what even asterisk is asterisk family? Then he went on this whole rant about how bloodlines are overrated. If you go back far enough, we're all related anyway. Aren't we all just descended from a bunch of punks who stole some land from a bigger country? He totally scoffed at the whole idea of being noble, then just brushed it off. She was never one for history class. Suddenly, King Omnis changed his tune, getting all mysterious like he was about to reveal a big secret. Maybe I should tell you a way more interesting story. It's about a witch who's been around for 1,000 years. Patricia was not impressed. Sorry, but I'm way too old to believe in fairy tales. She snapped back, completely shutting down his attempt to mess with her head. King Omnis's face got hard again, his voice dropping to a final chilling warning. Then get out of here, you rare little princess. Before I decide to just take you anyway. The threat was real, making it clear she was in some serious danger. But even then, Patricia kept her cool, a little glimmer of understanding in her eyes. A random weird thought popped into her head. You know, that one kind of looks like you. A wicked little smile played on King Omnis's lips as he repeated the name. The witch. His last word just hung there, totally foreshadowing some crazy connection between Patricia and this mysterious witch. Meanwhile, Julius shot awake from a nightmare, sitting straight up in bed, his eyes wide with terror and confusion. Great, another dream, he thought as his shaky hand reached out and he whispered father, just like he did in the nightmare. He was stuck in this creepy abandoned mansion with guards posted outside and actual iron bars on the windows, really driving home the whole prisoner vibe. Julius's eyes full of pain took it all in. Yep, this is real. He was trapped, and he knew deep down that his dad, the king, never really gave a crap about his sons anyway. The king was just standing by a big window, his back to everyone, like he didn't have a care in the world, which made the kids start thinking about all their old fights. He remembered this one time he claimed his big brother pushed him and his brother totally denied it, screaming, "That's a load of baloney," begging his dad for help. Our guy is like, "It wasn't me, I swear my brother literally bit my arm." Then poof, we're watching him stare at some random shiny thing on the ground. Probably just a cool rock he found. Anyway, flashback time, we see him getting shoved around, and then it just gets worse and worse with his half-brother Allens, who apparently woke up and chose violence every single day. And in the super dramatic candlelight, it hits him, oh snap, Allens actually wants to unalive me. And you know what dad probably knows too. But despite this tiny life-threatening issue, the king was just completely over it. Zero fucks given. So now our hero's in jail, having his main character moment, staring at the sky and thinking about his life. And of course he remembers his fiancée, Patricia. You know, the Princess of Shainan. This wasn't a love story, guys. It was pure politics cooked up by their parents when he was just a baby. He's even got a portrait to prove it. He remembers sealing the deal to get that crown by getting engaged to Patricia, and she looked totally shook by it, which is a choice. But this whole thing sent Allens into a total meltdown, making him crank up the evil brother routine to 11, to totally cramp his brother's style. But the second that engagement was a done deal, which by the way involved a whole chaotic mess and a lot of, ketchup. Allens went from annoying sibling to full-on supervillain, trying to yeet his brother out of the picture for good, turning their sibling rivalry into a literal deathmatch. And through all this craziness, their dad, the king, just sits on his throne like a bored potato. So our guy is just crumpled in a corner, hands over his face, totally losing it over how unfair this all is. Like, why is my life a dumpster fire, and why doesn't my dad care? He's screaming into the void, but the void is like new phone, who dis? So he's moping in his cell, and suddenly creak asterisk, the lock turns. He looks up all hopeful like, Dad? But nope, a shadowy figure of a woman appears in the doorway. Dun dun dun. She's got this whole glowing angel vibe going on, long blonde hair with a backlight and everything. He's totally stunned and yells, Patricia? And then she steps out of the shadows, showing off her face and a sweet little smile. Patricia just casually asks, oh, did I wake you? Like, girl, he's in jail. He's just sputtering a mess of confusion and OMG, you're here, asking what in the world is going on.
Patricia's got this super calm look, but there's a crazy glint in her eyes as she walks over. And that's when he notices, oh honey, that is not a new fashion trend. Her dress is covered in stuff. She just pokes at the stain with a gloved finger, totally deadpan, and goes, oh, this don't worry, it's not mine. I'm totally fine. Which is, not the reassuring statement she thinks it is. The implication being this stuff belongs to people who got in her way. Her eyes are basically screaming, I'm a boss, and also slightly unhinged. So there she is standing in front of our boy, holding out her very not clean hand to him. He's just staring his brain doing the blue screen of death trying to process rescue mission, and covered in evidence at the same time. Patricia's like, I'm here to save you, and also I have some tea to spill. So he starts trying to take the fall for Alonzo's murder, and Patricia just cuts him off like, oh, sweetie, no, I know you didn't do it. You weren't even there. Just completely demolishes the whole frame-up job in one sentence. His eyes go wide, the gears are turning, and he's like, aha, it was your dad, the king of Shainan, wasn't it? He set me up. And the scene just cuts to a super sinister shot of her dad on his throne. The motive. He wanted his precious daughter to be queen, so he'd get rid of the competition and frame our guy. Classic evil-in-law move. But then Patricia's calm voice just slices through the drama with a simple, nope. Totally shoots down his theory and takes all the credit with her messy dress as Exhibit A. Which is some pretty solid proof, honestly. With her hand still out and a look that could freeze fire, she says crystal clear, I did it. And just like that, boom, mic drop. The crazy awful truth is out. Our guy is just standing there in the cell looking like he's seen a ghost, trying to make his brain understand that his pretty fiancé is actually a stone-cold killer. And Patricia with her, I just came from a very messy art project look just says, yep, told you so. No other details needed. She's not leaving any wiggle room here, folks. Flashback time again. We see Patricia looking fabulous in a gorgeous dress standing over a body. She's explaining that she yeeted this guy into the sewer because he was plotting against her family. And was also trying to get rid of our hero. So it was the perfect 2-for-1 deal for her. A little self-defense, a little boyfriend protection. And another messy flashback shows us exactly how that went down. And yep, my dude became a crocodile's lunch. Back in the cell, our boy's face is just a giant question mark of terror. He's asking out loud if Patricia really did that, trying to connect the dots. Between the sweet girl he remembered, and this absolute Terminator standing in front of him. The whole pushing a guy into the sewer thing is a lot to take in, and he's finally realizing all those crazy things she said before were 100% true. We get this epic montage of Patricia in her final boss form sword out, surrounded by chaos, wearing a crown, but also, covered in grime. Just showing off what a complete powerhouse she is, and proving she wasn't kidding about her wild past. Our guy is looking at her with a perfect mix of please don't hurt me, and wow, that's impressive. He finally gets it. Then Patricia looks down and her voice gets all heavy with regret. She admits she messed up, got a little too reckless, and basically takes the blame for this whole mess they're in. You can hear she's actually upset about it. So she spilled the beans, admitting that her little adventure had basically thrown Julius into a lion's den. Then she was like, oh, and on top of that, you kinda lost your claim to the throne. My bad, I ruined everything. Her knuckles white. There was Patricia looking like a Jackson Pollock painting against the gray cell walls, just staring down at him and dropping a super simple, I'm sorry, Julius. Julius just blinked, looking up at her like, wait, what? He was totally confused, whispering her name, trying to figure out why she was apologizing when he felt like the one who messed up. But he had to admit that was so, Patricia. She was always 100% real with him, no matter what. A whole tidal wave of awe mixed with this sucks washed over him, and his voice got all soft as he started, that's why, reaching out a hand even though they were in a literal dungeon. He called her Patty, trying to get her to look at him. And she did, her violet eyes locking with his, about to say his name when Julius suddenly remembered, oh wait. The cold hard truth came crashing down, he was her ex-fiancé now. The whole political it's not you it's me breakup was official since he got disinherited. Bummer. He looked at Patricia with a mix of gratitude and, well, this is my life now, and just murmured her name. He had to give her props for her loyalty and for, walking into a hornet's nest for him. He even admitted that hearing she was here to rescue him actually made him pretty happy. But then he clasped his hands, looked down, and was like, yeah, I'm gonna have to pass, totally resigned to his fate. He'd been kicked out of the family and lost his spot in the line for the crown. A tiny sad smile played on his lips as he looked up, spelling it out for her. I'm not a prince anymore, which means, we're not engaged anymore. He even turned away a bit, trying to do the whole dramatic you should forget me thing, only to whip back around in surprise at her reaction like Patty. Her eyes were practically on fire. Patricia lunged, grabbing his shirt with her bloody hands and yelling, don't be an idiot! Before dropping the real bombshell she'd just had a little sit-down with King Omnis. The guy who was totally planning to have Julius permanently unalived? Julius just gritted his teeth, his face hardening like he was thinking, tell me something I don't know. He shot back, yeah, that's old news. He swatted her hand away, basically saying it was game over for him, and he'd accepted that his dad had him cornered. But Patricia just stared right back, her determination not even flinching. She pointed out that if he'd met her dad, he should get that their engagement was totally off the table, almost like she was agreeing with the whole political mess he was talking about. Julius was completely lost, his voice cracking as he practically yelled, "Then why are you even doing this?" He just couldn't wrap his head around why she'd go on this bloody rampage for him when they were officially over. Patricia, with her blood-soaked hands still out, and those violet eyes blazing, shot back like he was the densest person alive. "You just don't get it, do you?" Her voice was raw, desperate, and totally fed up. Her hand was shaking, and she said she had to protect her family, revealing that this whole violent episode was driven by a super intense need to keep her people safe, even if it meant getting her hands a little, or a lot, dirty. Julius, still sitting on the bed, just looked baffled, trying to connect this blood-covered warrior with the Patricia he knew. Then she dropped the real truth bomb, her voice barely a whisper, totally vulnerable, and a huge switch-up from her rage-fest moments before. Her blood-streaked face showed just how torn up she was inside. "Even so," she whispered, "I just can't stand the thought of you dying." Boom. There it was. Pure hardcore loyalty that made her go to these insane lengths. They even zoomed in on her bloody fist like a symbol of the chaos she'd unleashed, just because she refused to let him bite the dust. With tears mixing with blood on her face, Patricia looked like a beautiful, terrifying mess of sorrow and resolve. She finally said it plain and simple, "I wanted to save you." Her voice cracked as she stared him down, desperately asking, "Isn't that reason enough?" Basically begging him to see that her feelings for him were the whole point. Was love enough to justify all this craziness? Julius, looking pale and beat up, just stared back, his eyes a mix of whoa, yikes, and oh, I get it now, as he breathed her name, totally floored. Then with this newfound fire, Patricia held out her clean hand to him. It was his get-out-of-jail-free card, an offer to escape his cell and his seriously grim future. But Julius, of course, hesitated. He glanced at the bars, then back at her, bringing up the totally valid point that they were surrounded by soldiers, and the king would know like immediately. His worried face screamed, "This is going to cause so much drama for Shainan." Patricia's gaze went ice cold. She waved off his worries with a terrifyingly simple vibe, her bloody face practically saying, "You think that's a problem?" She was all, "What are you even talking about?" As if a few dozen soldiers were just a minor inconvenience. Then bam, new scene, Patricia, Katza, and Toto covered in blood, but looking like total bosses. Patricia just calmly explained, "Oh, the guards. Yeah, we already dealt with all of them." The casual way she said it revealed just how bonkers their path clearing had been. Toto, wiping his face, just chuckled. He was like, "Man, you really worked us to the bone." A totally casual nod to their hyper-efficient, brutal takedown. Katza then added all business. "And the fake bodies are all set. You know, the decoys for their big escape." Patricia turned back to Julius, her expression softening just a tiny bit. She gave a little nod to her crew for their hard work before looking at Julius with a gentle but firm, "Okay, listen up" kind of look. To ditch his prison PJs and get ready for a jailbreak. She stuck out her perfectly clean hand, which looked hilarious next to her blood-soaked dress. Talk about a fashion statement. Her wild violet eyes were just screaming with love and a "let's blow this popsicle stand" kind of fire, and stared right into Julius's soul. "You're about to be reborn in this bonfire, buddy," she announced like it was the best news ever. "Yeah, fire, you know, it's all symbolic of a fresh start. One that just happens to involve a whole lot of chaos and a prison break." Julius, meanwhile, was just gawking, his face a perfect combo of holy crap and "this is the coolest thing ever." He reached out, totally hypnotized by Patricia. Their hands locked, sealing the deal on their crazy new adventure. And cue the giant building bursting into flames. Flames shot into the night sky, painting everything a spooky orange as smoke poured out. Then pop-up text boxes appeared with the official story. That day, a fire mysteriously started at the old Omnis Palace. The whole estate, which was basically a luxury prison for a VIP criminal, was burnt to a crisp. The fire was the perfect look-over-here distraction, leaving behind total destruction some extra crispy guards. And what everyone thought was the criminal's body in the ashes. Then you see this shady cloaked figure just chilling in the smoke, staring at the mess with a totally unreadable expression, totally hinting that they had something to do with it all. At sunrise, two other cloaked figures are galloping across the border at full speed, taking advantage of last night's little fireworks show. The text even confirmed it, saying the horses blitzed across the border, and that everyone was too busy staring at the pretty fire in the sky to even notice their faces. Talk about a clean getaway. Scene change. Now our two cloaked heroes, a guy and a girl, are standing in front of another dude. This new guy looks at them, his jaw on the floor, and starts sputtering, shouting Patricia's name like he's just seen a ghost. He was obviously not expecting to see her looking like she'd just survived an explosion, especially with another guy in tow. He turned pale and stammered again, totally bewildered, demanding, "What in the world is going on, and why is that asterisk kid here?" Then we get this super cute cartoon drawing of a dirty but smiling Patricia and her friend, with a little speech bubble that just says, "Who knows?" Just to show how sly they were being, while the other guy's cartoonishly shocked face just made the whole thing even funnier. The last shot is this gorgeous sparkling palace under a sunny sky, with a text bubble asking the million-dollar question, what even happened in one single night? The king, sitting in his swanky throne room, just massages his forehead and lets out a huge sigh. "Okay then." He started looking over at his daughter, Princess Patricia, and the young fella sitting right next to her. "So, Patty, you just picked up Lord Julius while he was taking a midnight stroll in the forest." His voice echoed in the huge room like he had to say it out loud to believe how ridiculous it sounded. Patty, with her fancy hair clips, just smiled sweetly at her dad and said, "Yep." She chirped all chipper and confident. The king leaned in, getting serious. "Patty," he said in that gentle but firm dad voice, "you're a smart girl, so you get it right. A royal from one country can't just hop over to another whenever they feel like it, let alone drag a princess with them." "Oh, father," Patty cut in softly like, I know. She then turned to Julius with this super sincere look and dropped a bombshell. Julius isn't a prince anymore. The king actually jumped, letting out a little gasp as he stared at the two of them. After pulling himself together, he looked at them with this tired, "I'm too old for this" expression. "You already knew that, didn't you, that Julius has been disowned?" Julius, his cool silver hair catching the light, just looked down at his shoes. "I heard something about that," he mumbled, but the king just waved his hand. But we haven't gotten the official paperwork yet," he argued, sounding pretty skeptical. "So I'm guessing that's asterisk why you snuck off to Omnis." "No, it's for real," Patty shot back. Her purple eyes literally started sparkling to show how serious she was. And a spooky shadow of King Christophorus, Julius's dad, appeared behind her as she said, "His Majesty Christophorus told me himself." Patty's dad leaned forward, totally forgetting to be all regal and kingly. "No way, Patty," he gasped. "You went to see him in person." Patty, just casually sipping her tea, gave her dad a sly little smile. "I met him," she confirmed. "I wanted to ask about Julius." Next to her, Julius just glanced over his face, a total blank slate, as she kept talking. "He told me the disownment was the real deal, and then he kicked me out." Patty's voice got low, and you could see the worry in Julius's golden eyes. "On my way back?" She trailed off as a crazy image of a mansion, completely engulfed in flames, flashed in her head. "My family has no idea I have this particular skill set," she muttered to herself. Another memory popped up. It was him and Patty on horseback in their cloaks, with a third shadowy person along for the ride. "And they have no clue what I've been up to," her inner monologue confessed. The scene zips back to a cloaked Patty, her face set with determination as she told Julius in that moment, "So when you're in front of them, just play along with me." Julius, looking a little startled but ready to roll, had just replied, Got it." Back in the throne room, you can hear people whispering outside the giant windows as Julius is having an internal meltdown. Wait, did she really go meet my father? He wondered, thinking about King Christophorus. Let's be real. I'm nothing but a huge headache for this country. Then, bam, a super terrifying image of King Christophorus fills his mind. A vision of his father, eyes glowing with pure evil, flashed in his head. Yikes, if Dad finds out I'm still kicking? The thought alone sent a cold shiver down his spine as a bead of sweat trickled down his face. Just then, Patty's father spoke up, his voice snapping Julius out of his dark thoughts. "Okay, I get Patricia's point, but what was Lord Julius doing in the woods at night and this whole disownment thing? Is that for real?" Julius looked the king dead in the eye, his own gaze filled with a heavy certainty. "Yeah, it is," he confirmed, as a grim memory took over. Julius, looking totally defeated, sitting alone behind the iron bars of a dark, super creepy room. "My father locked me up in an abandoned mansion." He explained, his voice flat, just remembering the despair, and posted guards all around. According to them, before any of the retainers could make a fuss. He trailed off the rest of the horrible story just hanging in the air. Julius pushed on his voice tight, before the retainers could even make a peep. The guards were ordered to take me out. Patty's father listened, his face getting more and more serious, his shock so obvious you could practically see a giant exclamation point floating next to his head. Julius's fist tightened as he continued. "They framed me for killing my older brother, but I don't remember doing anything like that. Of course nobody would listen to me." He glanced over at Patty, his expression softening a little. "A servant helped me escape in secret," he said. "And while I was wandering around totally lost, she's the one who found me." Patty then jumped in, her voice strong and confident. "Father Julius was disowned because of what happened with Prince Alonso. He died here in our country. That means we're partly responsible for this too." The king mulled this over, looking thoughtful. "Lord Julius, you said a servant saved you. That means someone is probably still out there looking for you." He paused, his tone getting a lot more serious. "Even if you're innocent, if we're hiding a wanted man from another kingdom, it's going to look like we're harboring a fugitive. I feel for you and I do feel responsible. But if you've really been disowned, then you're not my daughter's fiancé anymore." Julius thought of the servant who saved him, a look of pain on his face. "That loyal servant," Julius whispered. "He swapped clothes with me and then set the room on fire." The image of that burning mansion came rushing back, so real and so terrifying. Julius watching from the woods, hidden and alone. So to the world Julius is dead, he thought, the words confirming the lie the fire had created. You could practically see the shock register on the king's face as he processed that bombshell. Julius, however, stood up a little straighter, his hand on his chest. "But the fact is, the blood of the Omnis king and queen flows through my veins," he declared, his voice getting stronger. "No matter who my father tries to put on the throne, nothing beats the real bloodline. I will become the king of Omnis." Patty's father just covered his face and let out a huge sigh. Wow, this kid's got guts, declaring a coup right in front of another king. Then he lowered his hand, a tiny clever smile on his face. "All right then.
He stood up looking every bit the king. Julius von Lasser, I'll play along with this little ghost story of yours. Julius looked up totally surprised. The king gestured with a flourish, a big warm smile spreading across his face. The determination you've shown me and the fact
That I even let you into this castle. It's all for my amazing beloved daughter. Patty was absolutely beaming next to Julius, looking so happy. She leaned into him, her eyes sparkling with joy. You did it, Julius, she cheered, her voice full of excitement. Just make sure you're a good king, okay?
Julius looked down at her and gave her a soft smile.
Patricia?
All of a sudden, Patty's dad, his whole kingly vibe gone, and replaced with a funny little chibi pout, pointed a finger right at them.
And for the record, your engagement is so canceled, he yelled.
Julius, now also a cute little chibi, had a giant sweat drop on his head. Hey, yeah, kinda figured that.
Snapping back to their serious selves, Julius turned to the king. I plan on taking the throne, but I don't have the power to do it right now. Plus, it's going to be incredibly dangerous. The king just looked at Julius, a thoughtful look on his face. Man, for a kid, he's really got his head on straight. His mind wandered, totally impressed. Julius then turned to Patricia, gently touching her cheek. That's why, Patricia. He took her hand, his eyes totally sincere. When I do take the throne, let me ask for your hand again, for real this time. Patricia's purple eyes went a little wide, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Well, I won't wait forever. You know, she said back, a little playful challenge in her voice. A few days later, word came from Omnis officially announcing that Julius had been disowned and was dead. At the same time,
another official announcement was made. Patricia's father apologized to the Omnis king for his daughter's rudeness, and the king accepted. And just like that, Julius von Lasser was officially dead to the world.
At a huge party, a bunch of ladies were whispering to each other.
Oh my gosh, who is that guy? One of them asked, fluttering her fan.
He's Queen Yura's nephew, another whispered back.
A third one added, I heard he just got back from studying overseas. A hand reached out. Patricia, a voice said. Patricia, now 16 and looking stunning in a gorgeous dress, turned around. I'm 16 now. That means there's only 1 year left until my engagement with Julius is supposed to happen.
Just 1 year remains.
A split image showed her hopeful face right next to King Christophorus's grim, determined one. His golden eyes narrowed. The royal family of Shainan has a lot of responsibilities. Ever since she turned 5, Patricia's main gig was schmoozing. Basically, her job was to babysit stressed-out young nobles and get them on her side. Fun, right? Someone called out, Your Highness! And there she was, Princess Patricia, rocking a killer purple gown at yet another tea party, greeting some girl who looked like she was about to faint.
Oh wow, thank you for inviting me,
the girl squeaked,
while basically trying to twist her own hands off.
Patricia flashed her best princess smile, tapping her foot just a little. First time at one of my shindigs, she asked. The girl just nodded, stiff as a board. Hey, relax, Patricia said, trying to sound reassuring. Just try to have some fun. I mean, come on, she's Patricia von Shainan, the 16-year-old princess of this whole kingdom. She gently took the poor girl's hands while the usual fan club looked on. But then out of nowhere, a hand landed on her shoulder. Patricia, a guy's voice said. She turned, looking a mix of surprised and, let's be real, a little annoyed.
And who was it, a dude with some seriously wild blue-tipped silver hair posing like he's in a perfume ad with a backdrop of blue roses?
This was Yuri Bargemite, the queen's 17-year-old nephew, or so everyone thought.
His real identity was super top secret. He was actually Julius von Lasser.
But Yuri just gave her a warm smile and a little wave. Immediately, the ladies started whispering, Oh my gosh, it's the queen's nephew.
He's back from his studies overseas.
Julius smoothly took Patricia's hand. Hope you've been behaving, cousin, he murmured, kissing her hand. Cue the dramatic swooning from the peanut gallery.
So is it true? Was he your first love, Lady Patricia?
They gossiped. Patricia just looked frazzled and let out a tiny sigh. Patricia, Julius said, his voice suddenly dropping the playful act.
He leaned in close, his voice barely a whisper. I found them. The one we've been looking for.
Patricia's eyes shot wide open, and just like that, they were on the same page.
Okay, cue the dramatic close-up on Patricia's eye,
her mind going a mile a minute. So after that, Julius, asterisk, flashback noise, asterisk. The scene jumps to him looking all determined, maybe in a broken mirror or something cool like that, as she thought, got secretly shipped overseas by my dad for his own protection. Sometimes he'd play the part of a noble's kid studying in a friendly country, and every now and then he'd pop back in like this. And here's Julius still in his Yuri disguise, charming the heck out of all the nobles, while Patricia watched from the sidelines.
Being the not-so-secret son of the queen's brother, she thought to herself with a little smirk.
Lets him dig up gossip way easier than a princess like me ever could. And scene change. Now we're in some sketchy inn at night. There's a guy with light brown hair at a table, totally buried under bags of gold coins, counting it like a goblin. All of a sudden, his eyes fly open, he senses something, he whips around to face the door, and bam, there's a dagger in his hand.
A figure lurking in the shadows. It's Patricia, casually asks from the doorway.
Hey, just curious, did you know that human trafficking is like super illegal in this country? The guy freaks out, yelling, Who's there? As Patricia just zips across the room.
And takes him down. He lets out a totally pathetic ah as he hits the floor. Patricia, all cloaked and looking like business, looms over him. You! She started, her voice ice cold. The guy's eyes go wide. The princess. And then with one heck of a punch, Patricia sends him flying, a little bit of red stuff spraying from his mouth. Yikes. So a village near the border got raided by bandits and torched, Patricia's voiceover explained. We get a quick flashback of a dagger and this terrified goon. Funny thing though, the number of bodies they found was only 1/10 of the village's population. The rest of them, well, they've been making the rounds as merchandise who've conveniently lost their voices. She stood over the dude, dagger out, her eyes practically glowing. The big boss of the capital's whole trafficking ring. That would be you, wouldn't it? The guy was totally panicked, screaming, Wait, I'm just a middleman. There's someone higher up. He actually grabbed her arm, begging, If you get rid of me. Patricia just leaned in closer, pressing her dagger to his throat, her voice a spooky whisper. Oh, don't you worry. You're the grand finale. I've been working my way down the corporate ladder one by one. And with that, let's just say she finished the paperwork. She stood over the problem that was no longer a problem. Ever since Alan spit the dust, the attempts on my family's lives have really dropped off. Which honestly left me with way too much time on my hands, so I picked up a new hobby. You know, cleaning house with corrupt nobles, shutting down illegal businesses, taking out the trash that normal channels can't handle. She casually wiped her dagger clean while a shadowy figure, probably Julius, just stood there behind her. She slid her dagger back into its sheath. This is barely even a warm-up. Standing over the guy, she thought, and nope, I am definitely not trying to be some kind of hero. Pulling her hood back up, she finished her thought. It's just that if something happened to my family, it'd be a huge pain if my support system was all wobbly. That's it. Later, Julius, back in his Yuri getup, just smirked. Not playing the hero, huh? He teased. Patricia, trying to look cool while sipping her tea, glanced away with a tiny blush. And yet you demanded we find every single one of the villagers who were sold. Julius leaned in. I just need a full report on what went down. Besides, I can't stand leaving a job half-finished. He gave her a look. You're a terrible liar, Patty. Patricia looked away, making a little huffy noise. Julius leaned in so close their lips were almost touching and whispered, It's one of the things I like about you. But then, clang, a silver platter suddenly flew right between their faces, missing them by an inch. A guy with cat ears and dark hair was holding the tray like a shield, yelling, Get away from her! Toto! Julius yelled, totally annoyed. Toto! Seriously? So Toto, who's basically Patricia's 16-year-old pet project, shoots daggers at Julius. Hey, back off, pal. You're just a cousin, don't get any ideas. Oh, the sparks are totally flying between these two. Listen, you were her special someone in the asterisk past asterisk. A little pet like you has no business sticking his nose in other people's romance. And Patricia? She's just over there sipping her tea, like it's just another Tuesday. What a queen. You know, now that I'm thinking about it, Yuri. Patricia cuts in smooth as silk, turning to him. Wasn't there something else you were supposed to report to me? Toto, who's just chilling with a plate of snacks, and Julius both snap their heads toward her. Oh, right, Julius says, pulling himself together. So, have you heard the crazy rumors about Shayna's elixir of immortality? Patricia's playful mood just vanishes. She looks up from her tea, totally blindsided by the question as Yuri starts spilling all the tea about the rumors going around town. The word on the street is that the royal family has been, taken out a bunch of times, but they just keep popping back up thanks to this family heirloom. Patricia's just thinking, okay, so Julius, Toto, and that Deborah chick know I've got powers? But they have zero clue about my real mission, or the big guy upstairs pulling the strings. She figures out why he's bringing this up, thinking, there's no way he's just telling me this for fun, and asks out loud, so is this little rumor causing problems? Oh, you have no idea! The rumor's spreading like wildfire, and now people are talking about it like it's gospel truth. Patricia lets out this huge, frustrated sigh, totally dismissing the whole thing as complete nonsense. I mean, come on, my family members aren't wizards. She points to a family portrait. Literally no one in this picture has ever actually kicked the bucket. A fact that a little cartoon version of Toto pops up to confirm he already knew. Duh. Then Patricia breaks it down complete with a little cartoon explanation. Look, some hired goon fails to take out a royal, so what do? They lie to their boss and say, mission accomplished, to save their own skin. And when a bunch of these guys all claim they offed the asterisk, same person asterisk, people's imaginations just go wild. If the story was just, wow, they survived against all odds, people would probably just call them lucky not immortal. Yeah, but, Yuri jumps in. The rumor isn't just about them being unkillable anymore. It's twisted into this very specific story about an elixir of immortality. And just like that, Patricia goes dead silent. You can practically see the gears turning in her head. Yuri figures the creepiest part is the detail about coming back from just a pile of bones. As he says this, we see this mysterious golden pocket watch sitting right across from Patricia. Spooky. Yuri suddenly asks a quiet but super intense question. And whack. Patricia just smacks Toto right on the back of the head. He's all like, ow, I'm fine, and don't worry, nobody saw that. Patricia's eyes go wide with disbelief. Are you seriously suggesting Alan's came back from the dead? She practically yells. Poor Yuri with a tear in his eye has to admit he never actually saw Alonzo's body. She grabs him by the collar as Yuri flashes back to this horrifying memory of watching a lance fall into icy water and get, well, completely shredded. But Patricia, with this grim, dead serious look, just says no. Lance is dead. Period. Yuri just quietly accepts it while Patricia looks down, totally lost in her thoughts. She clutches her dress and admits, it's not the rumor itself. It's where it's coming from that's freaking me out. And that's when it clicks for Yuri. Some people out there just don't believe Alphonse is really gone. But then Toto chimes in. Or maybe someone is asterisk using asterisk this rumor to try and bring someone asterisk else asterisk back. He totally nails it. The whole idea of an immortality elixir has to be helping somebody's master plan. Patricia points right at her little catboy assistant, totally impressed. Exactly, Toto. You hit the nail on the head. Then we get a quick flashback showing just how these crazy stories get started. And how these wild rumors of immortality catch on with everyone. Patricia just sighs, brushing off the whole creepy idea like it's just some silly fairy tale. Then completely out of left field, Yuri brings up their plans for tonight. Patricia is just staring at him, completely lost. Yuri gives her this asterisk look asterisk and is like, did you forget what you're supposed to be doing? He has to remind her she's got to go to the ball tonight as the princess consort's stand-in. And the realization hits her like a ton of bricks. Oh right, cut to this absolutely gorgeous ballroom already packed with a bunch of fancy pants nobles. So Patricia's on Yuri's arm, forcing this smile while screaming on the inside about what a total drag this is. Yuri, ever the gentleman, notices and asks if she's feeling okay. Oh yeah, I'm fine, she mumbles before suddenly plastering on this blinding $1 million smile. And she practically shouts, thanks to that amazing medicine, I'm feeling just peachy. Meanwhile, some shady character is lurking in the shadows, sneering about some insolent fool trying to squeeze secrets out of a supposedly dumb princess. A candle flickers, casting spooky shadows, when suddenly someone screams, ah! Then we cut to 3 maids huddled up in a room, and one of them is complaining, ugh, she is so annoying. The black-haired maid clarifies who she's trashing, that Deborah maid or whatever her name is. Then a green-haired maid chimes in. Seriously, just because she used to work for the princess, she acts like she's all high and mighty. She's always nitpicking everything we do. One of the maids tries to defend her like, well, she's just strict. But another one leans in and whispers the hot goss, I heard she only got transferred because the princess got sick of her. Ooh, burn. At that exact moment, Deborah is walking all by herself down this long, creepy hallway with just a lantern. And we see one of the mean maids smirking, thinking, my little plan is going to get her fired. Serves her right. We get a quick flashback showing the evil plan. One of the maids is totally setting Deborah up by hiding silverware in her room. Back in the hallway, a mysterious voice suddenly cuts through the silence. Do you know something? Making her jump out of her skin. And then this terrifying beast-like eye opens in the darkness, glaring right at her, demanding, is it here? And bam, we're suddenly back in the super bright fancy ballroom where Yuri and Patricia are just having a nice normal dance. Whoa, whiplash! Dazzling everyone on the dance floor with their super smooth moves. But while she's dancing, Patricia's brain is in full-on secret agent mode, plotting their next move. Okay, she thinks. After this song, we split up and start snooping. Yuri shoots her a little smirk that says, I'm so in, totally ready to go dig up some dirt. As the song ends, he gives Patricia a ridiculously formal bow right in the middle of the ballroom. What a show-off. Patricia starts working the room first, charming some noble lady who's thinking, wait, isn't that the girl who was supposedly studying abroad? Next, she's all smiles with a mustached ambassador thanking him for a gift he sent over. He's all, oh, it was my absolute delight. She then casually asks if the fancy gloves he sent came from the same big shot workshop that made the lace she got as a baby. The ambassador, totally flattered, confirms they were. Patricia just gushes about how the lace's delicate beauty completely captivated her. But inside, her patience is wearing paper thin, her eyes practically glowing as she mentally screams, get to the point, dude! And just like that, the ambassador finally spills the beans. Turns out his workshop is opening a new branch, and he's fishing for the princess's official endorsement. Patricia just grimaces, realizing it's all about personal business, especially when he nervously admits it's his asterisk wife's asterisk family's workshop. So awkward. As Patricia makes her escape from that conversation, a watchful Yuri across the room wonders if she scored any useful info. Just then, a super shy young woman in a pink dress nervously shuffles up to Yuri. While they're dancing, she timidly asks if he remembers her. Yuri is totally floored to find out she came all the way from Elhedia just for this party. She looks at him with these huge, adoring eyes, and confesses, I really, really wanted to see you again. Ah, Yuri flashes that killer smirk, his charm dialed up to 11 all while secretly playing the crowd like a fiddle. In the middle of a twirl, Yuri casually asks the brown-haired woman if she's worried about Princess Patricia's health. The woman lets it slip that Patricia's recovery was all thanks to some secret medicine from Shane, which immediately makes Yuri's ears perk up. Yuri's mind is racing, thinking, hold on, when we were in her country, she never said a peep about any medicine. He leans in a little closer, turning up the intensity on the now very flustered woman. He asks her straight up, so what's the deal with this secret medicine? Flustered, she just waves it off as a silly rumor, but in her head she's screaming, yes, this is my chance to get closer to him. With a super calculated smile, she suggests they find a quieter spot to talk. Her motives are now crystal clear.
and the woman is practically doing a victory dance in her head. Yuri agrees, but smartly suggests she go first to avoid any gossip. He figures he'll just cook up some excuse for Patricia later. Asterisk screech, asterisk. As the young woman walks off, her heel catches and she totally eats it. Asterisk oof, asterisk. But as she looks up from the floor, she's met with a sight straight out of a horror movie. It's the bloody corpse of the maid Deborah, and a scream echoes through the entire hall. The scene snaps to a quiet room where Patricia, now back in her formal gown, sits all alone just waiting. Yuri and Toto finally return, and Toto reports the craziest thing: there's no body anywhere to be found. The grim news spreads like wildfire through the party. Over a shot of a shattered bloody lantern, a voice announces that someone has died. The official report continues. Upon rushing to the scene, they found a young lady collapsed, but she had only fainted. But then the fainted lady suddenly grabs Patricia's arm, absolutely shrieking in terror. The maid was really dead, she screams. Please, you have to believe me, she begs, completely desperate, insisting that the woman she saw was 100% dead. Overcome with terror, she just keeps screaming that there was definitely a body there. Patricia takes a look at the situation, thinking that Lady Maria's total meltdown means she's not faking it about seeing a corpse. Just then, Toto presents a gnarly blood-stained table knife they found at the scene. Patricia asks if it's one of the palace's knives, and he confirms it is. Toto reports the stain is human blood, and an asterisk lot asterisk of it was spilled. Based on the strong smell in the area, Yuri adds that the whole incident, from the scream to the body vanishing into thin air, probably took place in about 10 minutes. The green-haired maid Deborah then reports they've ID'd a likely victim, which totally startles Patricia. Deborah explains that one of the 3 maids who was supposed to be polishing silverware has gone missing, and Lady Maria's testimony might be the reason why. In a quick flashback, Deborah holds the bloody knife asking, "Is this blood?" And some unseen person confirms it is. So let's recap the facts. Lady Amalia saw a body, a maid is missing, and a bloody weapon was found. And yet there is no corpse. What is happening? Patricia guesses the body was moved within that 10-minute window. Toto notes the floor was washed, and Deborah adds the victim would be way too heavy for a woman to carry. Yuri starts putting the pieces together. The corpse was a real maid, which means the culprit has to be a guy strong enough to move her. Patricia, however, offers up a chilling alternative. What if it was all a setup and a very much alive person just pretended to be dead before getting up and walking away? Yuri questions why anyone would pull a stunt like that, but Patricia admits that since Toto smelled real blood, Yuri's theory is probably the right one. She immediately orders Deborah to start investigating the missing maid's background and to double-check the security protecting their fathers. Patricia then dismisses a comically dejected-looking Yuri, telling him he can go rest now after all his hard work. But Yuri dramatically announces his next move. He's going to go talk with Lady Amalia himself. Patricia immediately shoots that idea down, calling a visit to a lady's room at this hour completely and totally inappropriate. Clapping her hands to get everyone refocused, Patricia says their top priority is to gather more information. As the full picture is still a total mystery, the seriousness of the situation really hits Patricia, who realizes with a grim certainty that she has never ever been involved in a murder before. Looking out a moonlit window, Patricia quietly wonders if the timing of this whole murder mess could possibly be a coincidence. Finds it a little *2* convenient that someone just had to get murdered right when they started digging into this whole immortality elixir thing. Talk about a party crasher. To get the scoop on the rumor, she remembers the whole vibe at the party just took a nosedive into Creepy Town. And speaking of creepy, Yuri remembers hearing some guest whispering about a secret underground waterway. Staring at a family photo, Patricia's probably wondering if anyone else in her crazy family knows about this immortality rumor. And scene change to this epic shot of the royal palace all sparkly at night. Patricia goes up to this regal-looking blonde guy. Hey, it's her dad who's telling her everything's cool. He asks if she's all right after all the drama at the party, and she gives him a super hesitant, "I am for now." Then she tries to play it all off, saying it was just a big fuss over a missing body and hey, maybe it was a ghost. Her dad is not buying the ghost story for a second. He's like, "Funny, with all the guys I've retired in past wars, it's weird not one of them has ever come back to haunt me." Then he turns and gives her this asterisk look asterisk, and flat out asks if she knows about the immortality elixir. She admits that guests were talking about a potion that could bring people back from bones, which makes her dad go, wait, so the corpse uncorpsed itself? Then her dad drops the bombshell he knows all about the immortality elixir of Shinen. Patricia's brain does a full-on record scratch asterisk that's asterisk why he's here. Her father, King Lauren, just stares her down, calling her by her nickname Patty. Ooh, the nickname means business. We see this glowy magical vial, the immortality elixir of Shinen, that can bring you back from a skeleton, and is hidden in the castle's waterways. Sitting right across from her, her dad asks if she wants to hear the juicy story behind the legendary elixir. Patricia's totally floored, like, are you kidding me? That stuff actually exists? Cue the adorable flashback. A younger King Lauren cheerfully tells a tiny Patricia that the elixir is just a silly fairy tale. Back in the present, Patricia lets out a massive sigh, totally not buying the baseless rumor excuse this time. Her dad finally caves and says, okay, there might be some asterisk truth to it. He starts telling this old-school story about a king whose mistress tried to poison the queen, which led to all the mistresses getting the boot after the queen survived.
And then we get a hilarious chibi King Lauren puffing out his chest, swearing he's a one-woman man for Yulia, while a tiny chibi Patricia just rolls her eyes so hard. Anyway, back to the story. He explains the super desperate king ran off to a witch in a spooky forest to save the queen. The story ends with the witch giving him a glowing antidote, and boom, the queen is saved. Patricia's like, "Dad, is that story even real?"
And he just admits it's an old legend, and who really knows? Then a mysterious thought bubble pops up like, why bring up this random old story asterisk now asterisk?
But then plot twist, King Lauren gets all serious and tells Patricia, actually, it's true.
He says these same rumors were flying around even before she was born. And here comes another flashback.
A shadowy figure asks if the elixir works on the dead, a question someone asked the king a long, long time ago.
King Lauren remembers telling them the elixir was MIA, and they'd have to tear the whole castle apart to find it.
He gets all somber, recalling he heard that this certain man's beloved lady had passed away.
Patricia's totally lost, like, hold on, who are we even talking about right now?
And bam, we see this super menacing dude with glowing yellow eyes. It's King Christophorus of Omnis. The scene zips over to his swanky palace under a starry sky. Inside, King Christophorus is sitting all by his lonesome, calmly swirling a glass of red wine like a classic villain.
In a flashback, we see King Lauren joking with Christophorus, telling him he'd have to flip the castle upside down to find the so-called non-existent elixir. Back in the present,
Christophorus is thinking, Lauren probably meant that as a joke, but I don't really do jokes.
With this wicked grin, Christophorus basically vows to do exactly that,
and just take the whole country for himself.
Meanwhile, Patricia's standing there with a look of grim determination, announcing she'd like to claim the corpse. Then Christophorus is seen asking a question to a spooky vision of a woman in a crown of thorns,
who's simply called Witch.
The scene shifts. Yuri's got his nose in a book while Patricia and Toto are at a table talking about something Patricia admits she's totally in the dark about. Patricia asks who cooked up this whole arrangement, and a thoughtful Yuri says he heard it was their parents. When Patricia clarifies if it was just like a handshake deal, Yuri explains
that nothing really got going until Prince Julius himself decided to take action.
Patricia lets out a big sigh as the light bulb finally goes on, folding her arms as she mulls over this new info.
Yuri adds that engagements like this usually get locked down super early, but this one was just collecting dust until Julius gave it a push. We learn that Shayna and Omnis are neighbors, but they definitely don't trust each other, with Omnis being the kind of country you gotta keep an eye on.
Patricia's eyes narrow, realizing a casual promise between two buddy-buddy kings is highly unlikely. King Lauren then explains that Lord Oris proposed the engagement,
but the Queen of Omnis died right after, so he just figured the whole thing was off the table.
Patricia gasps, a horrifying realization dawning on her as she thinks about the King of Omnis.
Suddenly, Yuri has a massive epiphany. The King of Omnis needed the immortality elixir. Patricia theorizes the engagement was just a ploy to get access to it, but he didn't make it in time, cutting off a concerned-looking Yuri.
Then Yuri totally blunders, asking if his own mother, the Queen, died right after Patricia was born, which makes Patricia stare at him as he turns beet red. Awkward.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! A totally flustered Yuri jumps to his feet, insisting that Bombshell was, just a theory. Patricia, cool as a cucumber, is like, sure, a theory. But yeah, the main part is totally true. The King of Omnis was definitely hunting for that elixir.
Yuri admits the whole engagement thing always felt super off, and Patricia chimes in that Omnis got 0 strategic perks from the deal. Then boom, flashback to the King of Omnis with a younger white-haired Julius. The narrator explains that if the king had actually supported his son, it would have been a huge win for Team Julius. But nope, we see a super gloomy King of Omnis parked on his throne because,
get this, the guy never even gave his own son a second thought. A zoom in on the king's freaky glowing eyes shows us what he was really obsessed with. Then Toto drops a bomb. Patricia's dad once said the queen was the King of Omnis's one true love. Yuri just wails, then why couldn't he love me too?
But Toto with 0 chill just shoots back, why would he need to love you? He lays it out cold, the king was into the woman, not the kid. And that's just how it is. Yuri, completely enraged, grabs Toto and decks him, screaming, what do you know about me? Toto, not even blinking, tells Yuri that kids are getting taken out because he's the one who got his own mother removed from the picture. And because he's the reason his dad bounced. While Patricia just watches this train wreck, Toto icily reminds Yuri that as Prince Julius he got disowned and dealt with for ticking off the king. He then asks why his big revenge plan is suddenly getting all wobbly. Now looking totally wrecked, Yuri chokes out that he just wants to know why they had to go. Pulling himself together, Yuri declares with this brand new fire in his eyes that this is why he just needs to know the truth. Patricia ever so casually suggests, well, let's just go ask His Majesty Christophorus ourselves, causing a tiny chibi Toto to gasp like he's seen a ghost.
What? Yuri yells, calling her Patty, and pointing out they can't just stroll up to the king of some super sketchy, closed-off nation. With a smile that's both cheerful and terrifying, Patricia whips out a letter opener. And she's all, you think the king might sing a different tune with a little something at his throat? Watching her, a horrified chibi Toto thinks, okay, I'm genuinely scared of her now. While a sweating Yuri is like, yep, Patricia has always been this terrifying. Patricia just smirks, adding that while they're at it, they should ask King Christophorus if he's still shopping for that elixir.
And that's the chapter, folks, but wait, in a dark room, Toto is jolted awake in bed by a sudden noise. A woman's voice shrieks from outside the door. I can't take that child anymore. We're in a painful flashback with a young, terrified Toto listening in. A woman screams she never should have given birth to such a monster, which completely devastates little Toto. Sobbing on his bed, the poor kid apologizes and begs her not to abandon him. The memory suddenly flips, and a smiling woman with cute braided hair walks in, calling him a sleepyhead and telling him breakfast is ready. She serves a beaming young Toto a bowl of soup, and he looks absolutely thrilled to eat it. But the happy memory goes sour fast as Toto is suddenly on the floor next to the spilled bowl, clutching his throat. He's been poisoned. Another flashback shows the woman's body, in a very bad way, hanging from a noose in the rain as little Toto just watches in horror. The narration starts Beastkin as Toto remembers crawling out of his own grave to find what was left of his mother. He notes that in his country doing that to a child is a super serious crime. With tears of pure rage, he remembers his mother got what the law considered proper punishment for her actions. Then wham, we cut to a bright sunny day at the glorious royal palace. At the evening soiree, the grand hall was packed with all sorts of fancy people and their crews. Meanwhile, Toto is examining the murdered maid's body, noting the nasty smell of water. Weird, he thinks, since she was found way above the crocodile pool. He figures an outsider must be involved. He walks up to some lord with a blonde mustache and says, "Hey, you'll probably want to hear this directly from me." The guy just sighs and asks, "So what did the princess say?" Toto gives him a look that could kill and asks, "You got a complaint?" The lord practically jumps out of his skin, frantically waving his hands and insisting he has no complaints whatsoever. The lord scurries off, staring at a door in the distance. After crushing a gem in his hand, he mutters, "Beastkin scum," as Toto watches him leave with a cold, unreadable face. Patricia's looking over a report confirming that the weapon's shape is a perfect match for the silver knife from the crime scene. As Toto stands guard, we're told Patricia is a whimsical princess and the spoiled youngest daughter, while she chats with a super nervous-looking couple. Flashing back to the sight of his mother's corpse, Toto thinks to himself that everyone he gets involved with ends up totally miserable. Patricia turns to Toto asking, "Hey, you okay? You're not overworking yourself, are you?" To which he nervously agrees he's fine, looking away with a really troubled expression. Toto apologizes and says he was just lost in thought. Patricia says that while she isn't sure if Omnis is involved, she thinks it's still worth going to talk to the king. As Patricia turns to leave, she calls out, "Lim," and he just acknowledges her with, "I see." Turning back with a devilish look, Patricia holds up a black and white outfit and says, "More importantly, would you mind trying this on for me?" His eyes practically explode with shocked energy. Next thing you know, a completely humiliated Lim is in a full maid outfit thinking, "I will gladly wear anything for her." The scene zips over to a massive palace under a dark, starry sky. Inside, King Christophorus sits by a moonlit window staring at a letter he's holding. The hooded wolf knight appears announcing his presence and waiting for the king's orders. King Christophorus mulls over the letter, wondering out loud if he should just toss it in the fire without even reading it. The wolf knight just stands there waiting. He spots the seal and is like, "Whoa, that's from the Princess of Shainan," while King Christophorus points out that hello, only royalty gets to slide into his DMs directly. For the princess's own good, The king figures it's probably best to just lose the letter. But then he actually reads the super spicy demand inside and is immediately like, "I want her, I'm going to absolutely wreck her," leaving his knight completely stunned. King Christophorus decides to open it anyway, and as he looks down, he gets this wild vision of a witch on a throne asking him, "So why?" The mysterious veiled witch just says it's because that's what His Majesty King Christophorus really asterisk wants. The Wolf Knight is just watching this whole thing, totally baffled by the king's bizarre one-man show. Then, flash, the ghost of the murdered maid appears with a warning. "Don't you dare get thirsty for the princess!" Elsewhere, Patricia lets out this huge "Aku!" Now she's stuffed into a maid outfit, claiming she got a chill while changing, while Deborah and another maid are practically begging her not to play dress-up. And then there's Lim also rocking a maid outfit, striking a pose and declaring, "If you just need bait, I can totally handle this myself." Patricia then turns to a horrified Deborah to deliver some harsh truths. She just flat out says, "You don't have the cute factor for this job, and honestly, we've got bigger problems." In her head, Deborah is just listing all the ways Lim's disguise is a spectacular failure. His linebacker build a uniform that's screaming for help. And the fact that he's very obviously a dude. She's thinking anyone who falls for this needs glasses. Lim, totally clueless, asks, "What's wrong with me?" And Patricia just chirps, "You're adorable," making Deborah realize. The master and her servant are two peas in a very weird pod. A super flustered Yuri just makes a run for it, and the narrator basically tells us he bailed the second he heard the word cross-dressing. Patricia then explains to a totally bummed out Deborah that since she's basically public enemy #1 with the staff right now, she can't be the bait either. Deborah gets all defensive, insisting, "I just gave the other maids a little tough love because they were so sloppy," all while they're cowering behind her. A little chibi version of Deborah starts wailing that her hardcore training didn't mean they should try to kill her, and just like that, the plan is set. Toto, who we now know by name, is going to be the brave little bait walking the halls all alone at the same time the last attack happened. Patricia tells him, "Don't worry me, and Deborah will be watching you. from a totally safe, not at all creepy distance. With a dead serious look, Patricia says they can't use any of Deborah's crew since they don't know who the traitor is. So Toto, holding a dinky little lantern, starts walking down the super dark hall. He's psyching himself up, thinking, if I mess this up, Patricia's the next one on the chopping block. He stops holding his lantern high and spots a maid just kneeling in the darkness ahead. Totally normal. The maid lunges with the knife, but Toto smoothly deflects it, which sends his lantern crashing to the floor with an annoyed tisk. The attacker smirks, nice moves. And as Toto gets a good look at her, he realizes, oh crap, I know you. Then, like something out of an action movie, more assassins drop from the ceiling. Patricia, watching from the shadows, just smirks and says, I've got him. Patricia whispers to Deborah, yo, who's the stabby maid? A completely shocked Deborah stammers back. She's been working in the castle for 5 years. As Patricia is trying to process this bombshell, the maid they caught just stabs her own partner and then turns the knife on herself, instantly checking out. Patricia screams as Toto suddenly collapses, clutching his head in agony. The first attacker yells a warning to the princess, just as another maid leaps out of the shadows, flying at Patricia with a knife drawn. The second attacker even has a weapon hidden in a garter under her skirt. How dramatic. Deborah's panicking. Toto knows he's too far away to help, and they both think it's game over. But then Patricia moves at lightning speed, blocking the assassin's knife with a dagger of her own. With a crazy strong grip, Patricia grabs the attacker's wrist and just disarms her in a flash. Then she slams the assassin's head right into the stone floor, knocking her out cold. Nighty-night. Weird, Toto thinks, amazed by Patricia's strength, while she mutters that it's hard to hold back when you're fighting barehanded, then asks, so, is she dead? Suddenly, Patricia is surrounded by cloaked figures with swords, as Toto just watches completely helpless. The assassins start throwing things at Toto, who's wishing he had super strength to protect his master as he gets overwhelmed and falls. Patricia immediately rushes to Toto's side. She's cradling his face, asking, what did they throw in your eyes? Wincing, Toto apologizes, explaining, I think it was some kind of chili powder. As Patricia voices her concern, Toto just keeps apologizing for being careless. Standing up, Patricia says, well, despite your face being on fire, at least we caught someone we can interrogate. Kneeling over the bodies, Deborah delivers the bad news. Yeah, about that. The assassins we caught are all dead. We get a nice close-up of a bloody face to confirm. Yep, they're all super dead. Patricia sighs. Great, the second we catch them. All the suspects die. She grimaces, realizing they must have had hidden poison on them. So we're back to square one. With Toto now blindfolded and injured because Deborah was a bit slow on the draw, the mood is a total downer. But a weird thought is just hanging in the air. Isn't it strange that such skilled killers would go down so easily? A little later, Deborah walks up to Patricia. Patricia's just sitting at a table when Deborah comes to say she's leaving. She puts down a tray with a list of the castle's employees and a letter addressed to the princess. Patricia picks up the letter. She's wondering, who's sending me a personal note? It's not like there's a party. Then her eyes go wide as she recognizes the seal on the envelope. With a sly little smile, Patricia murmurs, well, now isn't this convenient? And talk about perfect timing. The letter is from none other than King Christophorus von Lasser. And get this, it wasn't some stuffy formal query to the King of Omnis, but an invitation to Patricia's 17th birthday bash. Patricia's just thinking to herself, okay, inviting a king asterisk directly asterisk? That's just a formality, nobody actually expects them to show up? Then boom, a super hazy flashback to some gloomy dark-haired guy. He's asking someone to stand by his side, real dramatic-like. Snapping back to the present, Patricia's brain is still racing. She realizes that assassin maid was hired even asterisk before asterisk her brother Alon's death. Whoa, lost in thought. Patricia squints, wondering if this whole crazy mess is the handiwork of the King of Omnis. Then, bam, scene change. We're with Yuri and an eye-patched Toto at a table, while some blonde lady with pointy ears reads a letter. Toto's like, okay, what I don't get is why all of this is going down asterisk now asterisk. The blindfolded dude muses that if the king already knew their plans, his timing would be seriously weird. In a meeting with Patricia, and the white-haired Yuri, Toto just blurts out, why would Alphonse send so many assassins to Shanann? Patricia's like, right, trashing an entire country. Just to cut off the prince's support system seems a little extra. Yuri totally agrees, but Toto speculates, maybe Alance wanted to conquer Shannon for himself. Patricia immediately shuts that down, saying that conquering Shan would be a terrible move for Omnis, and besides, Alance never seemed that into me. Then we get a flashback to a sneering Alance thinking someone was a total fool, a sentiment Yuri was silently agreeing with. Oof. Patricia thinks about the maid's suicides, and a vision of Alon sinking in dark water, putting two and two together that he probably met a similar end. A super shocked Yuri goes, wait, are you saying Alance was just another puppet? Patricia confirms. It's a definite possibility, and Yuri's mind is blown. Whoa, if you think of it like that, everything clicks into place. Then Yuri asks why the king would even give Alance a knight, a thought that totally zaps Patricia into a massive aha moment. She pictures that creepy hooded wolf knight lurking behind Alon's, wondering if he was manipulating her brother under the king's orders the whole time. Patricia thinks, man, I just assumed. The wolf knight had just gone back to his day job with the king, But now she's questioning if his whole vanishing act was part of the plan, imagining King Christophorus as a master puppeteer pulling her strings. Patricia's just sitting there wondering, geez, how many steps ahead has this guy planned? Shaking it off, Yuri turns to Toto. Hey man, how are the eyes? Patricia looks over all worried, remembering when those goons threw powder in Toto's eyes. As Toto kneels to thank Patricia for her concern, a little dramatic but sweet. Yuri watches from the side and thinks to himself, aha, I see what's happening here. The red-headed woman with the pointy ears declares she's on the case. I'm gonna find out how that rumor about the mysterious potion popped up again. After Patricia hands her a lock of her blonde hair, the woman vows to also dig up all the dirt on what kind of guy the King of Omnis used to be. From a balcony, the Wolf Knight is totally spying on Patricia and Toto in the palace at night. Patricia tells the cloaked figure to get back to his role as the king's right-hand man. She gives him permission to bail if he gets into a dangerous spot. As he leaves, the Wolf Knight gives her one last cryptic warning, beware the witch. Later, while Toto is brushing her hair, Patricia brings up the Wolf Knight's warning about a witch, which totally startles him. Patricia recalls the warning, admitting, at first, I honestly thought he was just messing with Deborah. She remembers the Wolf Knight telling her a castle legend about a 1,000-year-old witch who roams the halls at night. Spooky. With a look of pure steel, Patricia declares, I hate fairy tales, and you can tell she's blaming some robed, halo-wearing figure from her past for it. Asterisk, thud asterisk. Patricia slaps her hand on a stack of books. The word witch just hangs in the air as she sits by the window. Lost in thought, she glances at a fairy tale anthology, musing that stories like that are considered ancient myths these days. Patricia then fusses over Toto moving around while hurt, but he just brushes it off like it's nothing. That earns him a stern warning not to overdo it. When Patricia asks for his report, Toto tells her he came up empty on any big discoveries about the potion. His research shows the last witch hunt was over a century ago, and now pretty much no one even believes in witches anymore. Patricia asks if the witch has a name, but Toto thinks it's probably just a made-up story. Toto suggests that way out in the countryside. The word witches is just a common term for midwives, an explanation Patricia seems to roll with. Patricia sighs, saying that nowadays only little kids believe in witches. But then she gets this determined look, remembering that robed figure on the throne, and thinking that she grew up with fairy tales too. Annoyed, Patricia puts down a letter wishing the Wolf Knight had been a little more direct with his warning instead of all cloak and dagger. Toto reasons that he probably couldn't risk leaking info right before going back undercover, a point Patricia has to admit is fair. Patricia decides they need to call a meeting with her father and the others. She suspects there are still a ton of things they don't know. Toto looks down with a sad expression, apologizing for not being more helpful, but Patricia just smiles gently and calls Toto over. She offers to fix his bandage for him. As she adjusts his blindfold, she tells him so tenderly, you always work so hard. He flashes back to the day a younger Patricia saved him, declaring that from that moment on, my soul belongs to you. His eyes are just filled with this insane devotion as he pledges himself to Patricia, thinking he's always covered in wounds. Then Patricia gently kisses her dear Toto's forehead. The scene cuts to a quiet moonlit bedroom late at night. Toto suddenly jolts awake, his senses totally slammed by the sharp, unmistakable scent of blood. Hearing a clatter, he leaps out of bed and sprints out the door, screaming Patricia's name. The smell of blood gets stronger, and oh my gosh, he finds her just chilling by the window, her nightgown looking like a modern art project gone wrong. She's all like, hey, and totally brushes off his panic attack, totally losing it. Toto grabs her shoulders like, why didn't you call me? You're obviously hurt. But Patricia just hits him with a why would I, and then drops the ice-cold bomb that there was no need, leaving Toto just completely speechless. She explains it means she doesn't even need his help like at all. Ouch. Crushed and heartbroken, Toto just quietly shuffles off to run her bath. As he walks away, Patricia thinks to herself that she just doesn't want him getting hurt again since he can't see. And then bam, Toto crashes back through the door armed with a pillow and looking ready for a full-on pillow war. This blindfolded dude announces that from this day forward he's gonna be her official bedtime bodyguard. Patricia is a blushing, stammering mess, completely freaking out over his super bold move. Toto declares with all his heart that he is Patricia's pet, and you can practically see the hearts in her eyes as she swoons. Meanwhile, the castle walls are basically whispering, did you hear what just happened? Spreading that juicy gossip. A little while later, we find our boy Yuri, the one with the cool white and blue hair, just sipping his tea and looking totally lost. Patricia casually drops the bomb that Toto's been crashing in her room lately, which you know sets off all the alarm bells. Yuri's like, so where have you been sleeping? We get a flashback of Toto snoozing at the foot of her bed with a little chibi Patricia thinking this is totally normal, right as Yuri does a full-on spit take with his tea. He then furiously lunges for Toto. He's screaming that it's a huge scandal for an unmarried princess to have a guy in her room. But Patricia, cool as a cucumber, just explains that Toto is a pet. A fact Toto immediately backs up, calling her his master and heir. She tells him how her dad and brothers literally fainted when they heard, which kind of shut down the whole conversation. Yuri's like, yikes, poor guys. But then immediately reminds Patricia that she's an unmarried woman and this is a big deal. And you're risking some seriously juicy rumors by letting a man in your bedroom. But a sneaky little smile plays on Patricia's lips as she listens. She then hits him with the ultimate challenge.
So are you gonna have my back no matter what people say? Her regardless of the gossip, which totally short-circuits his brain. Then Toto leans in right next to Yuri's ear, making him jump, and tells his ex-fiancée to just get on with the report already. This makes Yuri snap back in rage. Stop calling me that, you're just a pet. Yuri then clarifies that he's the queen's nephew, and Patricia's cousin Yuri, not some ex-fiancé. Toto just smirks, totally mocking him, and dismisses him as asterisk, just asterisk a cousin with no special ties to Patricia. While Yuri's fuming about how not cute Toto is, Toto fires back that only his master gets to call him cute. All the while, Patricia's just sipping her tea, thinking, look at them getting along so well. Toto points out that in most places, beastmen are seen as animals, not people, which actually gets Yuri's attention. Toto says he's accepted his role as a beast and a pet, and swears he won't bring any shame to Patricia's name, but Yuri isn't having it. Just scoffs and asks if he's an idiot. Yuri gets right up in Toto's face, yelling that he's a human and a man, not some animal. Patricia is actually touched, thinking to herself, wow, Yuri said something decent for once. Yuri keeps going, admitting that, yeah, there's a ton of messed up prejudice against beastmen everywhere. He points right at Toto and says that even though he looks a little different, he's obviously human. Yuri gets all fired up, asking how his hair color or being a guy makes him any different from him or Patricia. Toto is completely floored, realizing Yuri actually sees him as a person. Maybe even more than Patricia does. He starts to worry that Yuri's kindness, even though it's unintentional, might just end up hurting him more. Meanwhile, Yuri Barshmi thinks to himself that Toto might feel like he's lost it all. But he's dead wrong. We flash back to a little Toto standing in the pouring rain, just staring up at a body that had been strung up, thinking he never really had anything to lose in the first place. His thoughts wrap up with one conclusion. He had nothing. Except for Patricia. He snaps out of it and asks if she called him, just as a loud brown-haired woman bursts into the room shouting for Mama's adorable little angels, which completely stuns both Patricia and Yuri. This woman, who is apparently Patricia's mom, announces she's crashing their tea party as maids wheel in a cart of goodies. She messes with their papers, asking if her little darlings were busy studying. Patricia greets her auntie, who tells her to drop the formalities and asks how her dad is doing. Yuri politely says he's doing great. The woman smiles, happy to hear it, as Patricia starts scheming up a question. Patricia asks her mom if she knows anything about witches, but her mom's just like, oh, you mean from fairy tales? Patricia has to clarify that no, she means the real deal, not storybook stuff. Staring into her teacup, Patricia figures it's just another dead end in her witch hunt. But then a light bulb goes off over her mom's head, and she declares she knows all about the witch princess of Omnis. This completely blows Patricia's mind. Her mom gives this all-knowing smile and adds that it's actually a super famous story. Now both Patricia and Yuri are freaking out like, wait, there was a witch of Omnis. The woman confirms that way back when someone definitely had that title. But Yuri jumps in, stating with total confidence that Omnis doesn't have a princess. He then starts rattling off the whole Omnis royal family tree. He points out the current king has 2 sons, the last king had 1, and the king before that had 2 illegitimate sons, all of them boys. Yuri wraps it up by saying that for the last 3 generations, not a single girl has been officially born into the Omnis royal family. Patricia's mom is impressed, telling Yuri he's really done his homework. She agrees with him, but clarifies that technically speaking, the witch wasn't actually a princess from the Omnis royal family. Seeing their shocked faces, Patricia's mom takes a smug sip of her tea, realizing they had no clue about this story. So she's like, oops, my bad, I'm totally clueless. But her mom's all, nah girl, they kept this on the down low for a reason. And then bam, flashback to a lady with amazing hair chilling among some lilies. Mom says she totally owned that crazy nickname people gave her. A super worried Yuri asks, wait, was she from Omnis? Well, Patricia is just leaning in ready for all the tea. Turns out this mystery woman was technically royalty from some tiny country, but she was basically living like a regular noble. And get this, instead of being all prim and proper, she defied everyone by diving headfirst into her passion, which was studying medicine, as we see her sketching out a legit anatomical chart. The story goes, she totally ghosted the whole marriage scene to be a doctor for her people, walking around town like a boss, not caring if people gave her the side eye. But then dun, disaster strikes. A rebellion led by some chancellor dude sets her city on fire, and you can see the pure oh crap on her face. Her loyal crew had to blindfold her and drag her out of there just to save her. She bounced around trying to find refuge with relatives, and eventually just collapses in the middle of a random town square, all cloaked and alone. And then this gentle hand appears offering a hanky, while she's having a full-on ugly cry moment. Her face is all bruised and tear-streaked, and plot twist, the dude with the hanky is the king of Omnis. He's literally kneeling in front of her, being a total gentleman, and it looks like she finally found a safe place to land. So Patricia's mom is like, okay, you've got a royal lady who's also a doctor hanging out with the king. Yeah, the gossip mill went absolutely insane. She keeps spilling, telling a totally shook Patricia and Yuri that because of their ages, people were quick to dismiss any chance of them ever getting married. And Toto, who's just serving dessert, connects the dots like a little detective, asking, wait, is that why they called her the Witch Princess of Omnis? Because she got famous there. And his aunt is just like, bingo. Patricia's mom gets this little smile and adds that the woman was so proud of her skills, she was basically like, heck yeah, call me a witch, I'll take it. Then seeing a flashback of the king, it all clicks for Patricia like,
Ooh, so that's why he's been acting so weird.
Yuri, all hesitant, asks his mom, "So, were the king and the witch like asterisk close asterisk, and why was he so bent out of shape?"
His mom just beams and drops the biggest bombshell with 3 little words. He loved her.
Suddenly, Patricia gets this flash of the king holding the woman in front of a bunch of shattered mirrors, and it's like, oh my god, his love for this witch is the reason for everything my dad said.
Stunned, Patricia asks her mom, "So is she still an omnis?" And with a super sad look, her mom delivers the gut punch. She passed away. Yuri looks absolutely crushed as his mom adds that she died right after giving birth to a prince. Patricia's just staring like her brain is buffering as her mom reveals the ultimate twist: the witch of Omnis was actually the queen of Omnis, and Yuri's own mother.
Yeah, you could have knocked him over with a feather. Then we get another flashback where the king asks his wife, the so-called witch, why she isn't ticked off about her nickname, and she's just like, angry, why would I be angry? About being called a witch for being good at my job.
She gives him this super warm smile and says it's a huge honor to have her medical skills compared to actual magic. The king just looks at her totally smitten and is like, well, you're magic to me. She touches his face, all flattered, and as they hug, she confesses she always wanted to be a wish that came from the fire that took her home. She clarifies that her wish really began the day she lost her family in that horrible rebellion. The king remembers her saying it so earnestly that she just wanted to save her family, whether it was with magic or medicine.
He says her name, Diana, and as she holds him, she's like, I might not be a real witch, but you're the one I love.
Her face just glowing with happiness. Then the memory fades, and we're back with the king lying in bed, whispering his late wife's name, Diana. Back in the present, he startles a maid by suddenly demanding to know if the queen is ready. He walks into this massive room, looks at a figure on a throne and asks if he kept them waiting. And this figure, a woman covered in a crazy thorny flower-covered veil, apologizes for the delay. Meanwhile, the maids in the hall are freaking out, whispering, what in the world is happening to His Majesty? The king stands before the veiled woman and assures her it's cool since he just got there himself. He pauses for a second, trying to remember the dream he just had. And the horrified maids come to one conclusion: the king has officially lost his marbles. He then gently fixes the veil on the silent woman, which he apparently had messed with just for this moment. Leaning in, he kisses her veiled cheek, calling her his one and only witch. That's when a terrified maid realizes he's keeping the queen's asterisk body asterisk by his side, while the cloaked wolf knight stands stoically in the hall as a voice pleads, "Please, princess." As the castle looms in the distance, a final warning echoes, "Be careful." The truth is still sinking in for Yuri. His mother, the witch princess of Omnis, was also Prince Julius's mother. Mind blown. His mom explains the king and queen were like epic levels of in love, even though she herself barely ever talked to the queen. She recalls that King Christopher was known for being a total grump, but he completely chilled out after Diana showed up. She gets all nostalgic, saying it was the first time anyone had ever seen the king actually smile, which made the news of the queen's death a massive what-the-heck moment for everyone. Patricia's like, wow, they sounded like total soulmates, while Yuri just looks crushed, probably imagining the insane pain his father must have felt. Then it really hits Patricia: the witch of Omnis is already gone. So what on earth did that wolf knight's warning mean? She flashes back to his cloaked figure standing over a super gnarly scene. We see King Christopher leaning over his deceased wife, vowing to the, and I quote, unfortunate deceased witch that she just has to wait a little longer. He then embraces her corpse, dead set on getting the medicine that will, the narrator just calls him a broken man. With glowing eyes, the king clutches that thorny veil. Yikes. Okay, his obsession with her, remains totally not creepy at all. Nope. Anyway, hard cut to a flashback monologue from some wet nurse. And get this, she starts by telling us she was basically born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Her dad was a fancy marquis, and her mom was a straight-up princess. So she was totally on track to become the next queen until this other woman, Diana, just waltzes in and snags the king. And you'd think she'd be mega jealous, but nope, she's all, I had zero beef with her. People were calling Diana a witch, but all that trash talk just bounced right off her like she was coated in Teflon. She remembers Diana being wicked, smart, and wise, and they even had little study sessions together. Diana was a total smoke show. The king was obsessed with her, and she was like a human chill pill for the wet nurse. So the memory continues, and Diana just drops a bomb asking her to be the prince's wet nurse. Our girl is like, whoa, hold up, I'm not even married. But Diana's all chill about it, explaining the rules are different in their kingdoms, which totally calms her down. Then Diana gets super serious, asking her to be the kid's other mother, so he'll be okay if she's, gone. And you can just see the record scratch in the wet nurse's brain. A huge, terrifying light bulb just went off. Oh my god, Diana's dying. As Diana sweetly asks her to hold the baby, the woman's like, sure, all nervously. Whoa, and then she's just completely starstruck, holding the little guy for the very first time. She finds out his name is Julius, and looking at this adorable little prince, she swears she'll protect him. She made this promise for the princess everyone called a witch, and for the moon goddess. And get this, she also made it for her childhood friend, the king, who she's had a crush on forever. But then the memory gets all dark and spooky with the king looking like a total grump on his throne, ordering someone to get a serious haircut at the neck. The scene just gets swallowed by darkness. In a super quick flashback, the wet nurse is begging the king to stop screaming that Prince Julius is going to kick the bucket at this rate. But the king ice cold.
He basically says, the only reason you still have a head is because we're friends. Mention it again and you're next. So the wet nurse is trying to honor Diana's last wish, just clinging to a portrait of Patricia for some good juju. But she's got a bad feeling the whole kingdom is about to go down the toilet. Drip, drip. So creepy. Back in her room, she's mixing up some mystery juice, deciding, you know what, I'm his mom now. Staring at the moon all dramatic. She figures if she's his mom, she has to save him positive it's what Diana would have wanted. But then plot twist. A shattered mirror reveals the real tea. She actually hated the witch for stealing the king's heart, and hated the king for falling for her. And oh look, she's holding a very shiny, very pointy letter opener. Her hate parade also includes little Julius, their kid. We see a flash of him holding a very red sword in front of a Jackson Pollock Ed window. A horrified little Julius is clutching his head, trying to convince himself he did the right thing. And the wet nurse. She's on the floor leaking life juice from a major poke, but she's smiling and thanking Julius for stopping his mom. What is even happening? With her last thoughts, she basically says her whole scheme was a curse on her beautiful prince. She remembers a happy little Julius, and as she's chilling in a pool of her own stuff, her last words are, I love you too. My brain is officially broken. The scene fades out on a sunny window, and thank goodness that tragic flashback is over. Back in the present, Patricia's brain is firing on all cylinders. If the departed witch princess is the one Wolf mentioned, that means there's a whole other level to this game. Patricia remembers the legend of Shinan's elixir of immortality, a potion that can supposedly bring you back from just a pile of bones. Yuri looks like he's seen a ghost, asking if the king could have actually gotten his hands on the elixir to bring the queen back. Patricia just looks at him with so much concern and says his name. Yuri hangs his head and whispers back, Patty. Then he looks up, his face a total mess of confusion and pain, asking if his dad even really loved his mom. Yuri admits he never understood his father, thinking the guy had a heart made of stone. Then he just explodes in total anguish, screaming about whether a love that big could ever be a good enough reason to just bail on your entire kingdom. As Patricia gets the full weight of his question, Yuri calms down a little and admits okay, he gets that love is a powerful thing. Asterisk fist clench asterisk. Patricia grabs her dress and lays down the law, saying that love might be a reason, but it's never an excuse. She looks at Yuri with a gaze that could cut steel, declaring, and now asterisk we re-asterisk the ones who have to clean up this mess. Patricia keeps going, laying out how the nation of Omnis is starving, and the security at their border is a complete train wreck. Toto chimes in super gravely that if the king is ditching his own kid to chase after his love, that's just not cool. Toto, still rocking the blindfold, continues, and above all else revealing with total certainty that the king of Omnis has come to permanently delete her. Yuri flips out, his expression going from 0 to 100 as he swears he'll unalive his own father to protect her. As the drama skyrockets, a narrator's voice declares that this whole mess is about to end. We see a figure in a white hood glowing like an angel, staring down a chessboard ready to win. In another scene, a woman who's a dead ringer for Patricia admits she's always hated fairy tales because of one specific dude. The hooded guy sighs, totally guessing that he's the guy she can't stand. He just smiles, thinking it's hilarious since he's been watching over her this whole time. But then his mood sours as he looks at a chess piece, admitting that things are taking a serious turn for the worse. He makes his move, grumbling about how much it sucks to rely on last-minute plans and pure luck. Leaning back on his throne, he explains why they're at a disadvantage. They can't jump in directly while their enemies have a total free-for-all. A voice warns Patricia to stay on her toes, reminding her that the Witch of Omnis isn't just a mean nickname, it's a literal actual monster. A super serious-looking king with dark hair and a goatee praises someone. Your Majesty, well done. The king keeps talking, saying that if he can just get that elixir from their nation, the cloaked figure is as good as his. And bam, plot twist. She drops a bombshell confession. She's the one who brought the elixir to town ages ago. Then with this totally evil grin, the cloak comes off, and surprise, surprise, it's the real asterisk witch, and her new hobby is, you guessed it, world destruction. Okay, scene change. We've got a single moody candle flame doing its best to fight the darkness. A figure in a purple cloak looking super shady and clutching a black chess piece creaks open a door. Holding the piece like it's a hot potato, they're all, wait a minute. I know that person. And inside, a woman with gorgeous long blue hair is kneeling in front of some white-haired dude on a throne. The intruder is like, oh, I see what's going on here. Awkward, I'll just see myself out. Meanwhile, another white-haired woman with eyes that could stare into your soul is watching from the sidelines, basically going, well, this is getting interesting. A being like asterisk, that asterisk being born past the popcorn. The guy on the throne starts listing his resume, Demon King. Devil, fallen angel, you know the usual. Then he looks at the kneeling woman, smirks, and adds witch to the list. He squeezes the chess piece like a stress ball, basically saying, yep, all those spooky, scary titles, all mine, baby. The cloaked figure is now staring out a moonlit window, getting all emo. They're moaning about how their hollow vessel is just overflowing with like so much hatred. Ugh. Clenching their fists, they're all family love puff, that's just like a totally absurd illusion, man. With glowing eyes, they start blaming God for ghosting them, reaching a hand into some spooky dark void.
Anyway, cut to a massive castle. It's Princess Patricia's 17th birthday bash, a day she basically had to fight tooth and nail just to see. So there's Patricia on her throne thinking about turning 17, the exact date some god she's now side-eyeing predicted. And then a royal announcer just shatters the vibe. His Majesty the King of Omnis has arrived. Talk about a party crasher. Patricia with her back to everyone is like, all right, game face on. Time to do what I gotta do. The guests are all holding their breath as King Christophorus of Omnis struts in looking like he owns the place with his whole crew in tow. Patricia turns to King Christophorus and she's like, so sorry for the super casual welcome. This was supposed to be a private thing, you know. Then with a smile that's probably fake, she formally welcomes King Christophorus of Omnis. So proper. He's all flattered but waves it off saying, oh, don't worry about it. I'm just here to get what I want, which makes the blonde king next to her do a total spit take. And slam. The doors get barred shut, and Patricia, cool as a cucumber, just asks, so what is it you desire, your highness? He starts with first a little gift, and a maid brings out this tiny fancy box. Inside is this jaw-dropping necklace he gave his late queen, and now he thinks it's a better fit for Patricia. Major yikes. The guests totally lose it, and the blonde king is fuming, remembering he tried to ask for her hand in marriage. Meanwhile, Patricia's just sitting there calmly recalling, oh yeah, I invited him even after all that drama. The tea is hot, people. Seated at the head of the table, King Crispus gets all familiar Patricia. Beside her, this guy Toto is straining, growling, nobody told me about this asterisk part of the plan. Patricia just beams at the king, reminding him that he once tried to set her up with the late Prince Alance. Or was it as a concubine, I forget, she asks, as the king remembers how she used to tremble. She claims she just wanted to invite her potential father-in-law to celebrate. The absolute nerve. To which he just goes, is that so? He's literally sweating bullets and decides it's time for a subject change. Anyway, on to my real reason for being here. Then he just lunges and grabs the blonde King Laurent by the collar, screaming, where is the elixir of immortality? And just like that sword-out eyes glowing, King Christophorus drops the bomb. He's here to conquer Shainan and claim the elixir for himself. Well, that escalated quickly.